In a quiet room, with the evening sun filtering through the window, a thought runs through one's mind. If the company you work for suddenly went bankrupt, how would you feel? Angry? Desperate? Sad? Or feeling useless? The cold sound of the phone rings. Please leave a message after the beep. A man sits in an office cluttered with papers, staring at the only thing making a sound. The answer is all of the above. He smiles helplessly. I'm going crazy. But perhaps it was too much to bear. He shouts, why aren't they answering the phone? If they don't pick up, what am I supposed to do? I'm really unemployed. Time flies by. 6 weeks later. Amidst a busy street, the phone finally receives a reply. But it doesn't seem to be a lucky one. What should I do? You're too old to work at our cafe now. Yes, I understand. The person on the other end quickly hangs up, leaving him to sigh. Lee Chan walks slowly down the street, lamenting, even now, I can't even find a part-time job because I'm too old. He quietly puts his phone in his pocket, thinking, I can't believe it. It's been over a month and I still haven't found a job, even a small part-time one. Under the dim lights, he walks slowly, burdened, confiding, this is a big problem. I'm in real trouble. If I pay my phone bill, my balance will be zero. I also have to pay next month's rent. At this moment, a bright light shines, causing him to pause. Lee Chan looks over, wondering, has this place always been so bright? He whispers in admiration, such a big convenience store. When did it get here? He approaches, glancing over. There's a flyer here too. Let's see. On the paper, the content is clearly printed in bold. We are hiring part-time employees. All genders welcome. No age limit. Everyone is welcome here. As soon as he finishes reading, this young man doesn't think much and enters. The doorbell rings, attracting the attention of the person inside. She gently says, welcome. Lee Chan walks straight to the checkout counter, pointing to the flyer on the door, asking, I came here after seeing the ad for part-time employees outside. Are you still hiring part-time employees? Seeing the blank reaction of the person at the checkout counter, he's also a little curious. Why is she acting like that? Doesn't she know about the flyer? Seeing her like this for a while, he speaks again. Excuse me, may I ask? She's startled and quickly regains her composure. She warmly welcomes, yes, we're still hiring. Actually, I'm the manager here. Suddenly, this makes him a little uncomfortable, thinking, manager? Isn't she a high school student? The sound of a chair being placed on the floor and the manager's laughter occur simultaneously. She seems quite flustered. After placing the chair, she remembers, you can sit here first. Right, drinks. The manager hurries off, not forgetting to ask, what would you like to drink? Feel free. Don't be shy. The young man, stunned, gently pulls out a chair and replies, yes, then I'll have an Americano. After a while of some noise, the two have settled down. The manager takes out paper and pen and begins the interview. Can I have your personal information? This young man, as if used to it, replies fluently and proficiently, my name is Chan, spelled with foreign letters. I'm 29 years old and live nearby. The manager gently asks, have you ever worked at a convenience store before? He looks straight at her and replies, yes, I worked at one a few years ago. The manager's eyes light up. Wow, you're the perfect fit, suitable in both age and experience. You're the person I've been looking for. It's only now that she remembers she hasn't introduced herself. Actually, I'm older than you, Chan. Can I address you informally? He raises his coffee cup to drink, nodding in response, yes, inwardly assessing, she looks so young. Is she really older than me? The manager points to the wall clock and briefly describes the job. Anyway, the conditions for working at our convenience store include a basic 1-year contract. The night shift is from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. The rest of the time I'll be looking after the store. With such a schedule, he hesitates slightly, thinking, perhaps my daily routine will be disrupted a little. Seeing him considering, she still happily continues, about the allowance, first of all, the basic hourly wage is 20,000 won, and your job is, I'll do it. Hearing this, he immediately agrees, surprising her a little. You don't need time to think? I'll start working today. The manager happily claps her hands. Then, can you sign the contract over there? Yes. With a graceful stroke, Lee Chan quickly signs his name. After a while, the manager approaches and asks, are you done filling it out? Yes, I'm done. She smiles and hands him a shirt. Then, Chan, who starts working today, get ready for new employee training. About 3 hours later, the manager leaves, not forgetting to remind him, I'm going home now. Sometimes the store's goods will arrive early in the morning. Remember to check them carefully. Perhaps a little different from before, he's a little curious. They can come early in the morning? She calmly answers his question, only when it's urgent. I'll arrange the goods, so you just need to receive them. Suddenly, the manager lets out an "oh." Her face becomes serious, her tone dropping. Remember to deal appropriately with suspicious customers. He quickly reassures her, Don't worry, I know how to deal with people like that. She nods happily. That's a relief. At the door, the manager still turns around to encourage him. So I'm leaving now. Good luck with your first shift. Be careful on your way. Lee Chan, not very enthusiastic, waves goodbye. He places his hand on his chest, breathing a sigh of relief. Landlady, now I can pay the rent. Lee Chan remembers the earlier situation and can't help but exclaim, I not only found a job with a high salary but also get to work with a good manager. I hit the jackpot. Because Chan used to be a police officer, he'll catch criminals quickly. Don't worry about your night shift. 5 years of convenience store experience. Chan starts calculating, working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, that's 1.68 million won a week. If calculated monthly, it's about 6.7 million to 8.4 million won. If I work here for a year, it's equal to the basic salary of an employee with 10 years of experience at a large company. Just working 1 month is enough to cover living expenses for several months. Lee Chan's whole body is burning with determination. Anyway, I'll stay here. But just then, a customer arrives. He quickly returns to his stoic face and says, Welcome. The newly arrived customer asks irritably, Hey, where are the toothbrushes? Chan politely replies, The toothbrushes are over there. His words trail off, causing the customer to ask again, Where exactly? He angrily grinds his teeth. Hey, answer me, you lazy bum. The customer is wearing a suit but has the head of a Chihuahua dog. Chan is stunned, standing there while the man continues his tirade. Why aren't you saying anything? Where are the toothbrushes? Toothbrushes. Today I was exhausted from a pile of work, and now I meet this dog. He points towards the toothbrush display, controlling his voice. It's at the end of the 4th aisle over there. The man immediately moves, but still doesn't stop grumbling. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you answer? The Chihuahua-headed man in a suit, full of annoyance, approaches the display to search. Chan silently watches, assessing, that must be special makeup for a movie. He wonders, is there a movie being filmed nearby? But that design is perfect, very impressive. The man cuts off his thoughts. Hey, how much is this? Lee Chan, as usual, scans the barcode and reads the price. It's 2,100 won. The man pushes the money forward. Here. Finished. He turns around. I'm leaving. Chan calls out blankly, Sir, you haven't taken your change yet. The Chihuahua-headed man in a suit turns around angrily and snaps, Why do you keep bothering me? If you don't want it, throw it away. You decide. With that, he opens the door and leaves immediately. Chan mutters blankly, What's going on? A suspicious person who doesn't look suspicious at all. Thanks. Lee Chan rubs his head. No, that's makeup, right? How can makeup look so real? Even his shouting sounds like a dog barking. While thinking, another customer arrives. Yes, welcome. This one slams a large bag onto the checkout counter, startling Chan. His hand flicks a coin up. The new customer is even stranger than the Chihuahua-headed man in a suit. He looks like a goblin with a long nose and ears, along with sharp teeth. This newly arrived customer growls, Hey, change this into a 10,001 bill for me. Chan freezes, stiff as a board. This new customer is not even as tall as the checkout counter, wearing dress pants and a formal shirt, standing there. Chan doesn't answer, pulling his phone from his pocket, not knowing what he intends to do. The new customer impatiently stomps his foot. What are you doing? Change it quickly. He makes a phone call. The other end quickly answers, Yeah, Chan, what's up? He hesitates, calling, Manager? Inside the convenience store, the lights are still on. The goblin-like customer, satisfied, takes the exchanged money and leaves. Chan collapses to the floor, thinking, I want to go home. He remembers the previous customer, confirming, this isn't a dream. At that moment, he had to accept and suppress his fear, counting the money for it. That was a real goblin. 33, 34, 35. Not losing his composure in front of the customer, but he still fumbles, counting over and over, and, how much was it again? Chan recalls the terrifying face, that stinking goblin kept muttering while I was counting money. His hands tremble, feeling like he's crying inside. I counted a total of 145 101 coins and 31 501 coins in 20 minutes. His phone call from earlier is still connected. The manager asks, Chan, are all the customers gone? Chan, exhausted, says, Manager, I think I'm going crazy. From earlier until now, every customer looks strange. The first customer had the head of a Chihuahua dog. He looked very angry. The next customer was a goblin, who came to exchange 30,000 won. It sounds strange, but the manager calmly replies, there's nothing strange about it. This teleportation station is near the city center, so the proportion of kobolds and goblins is higher than elsewhere. But that goblin exchanged 30,000 won? Much more than the others. He sits up, holding the phone. Wait a minute, manager, you said teleportation? Why does a convenience store teleport? She calmly explains, to have more customers, teleportation is necessary, and it also helps deal with the inventory. He runs his hand through his hair, confused, asking, wait, how can a convenience store teleport? Are you a magical girl? The manager replies, I'm a sorceress, didn't you know? This convenience store is enchanted with teleportation. I enchanted it myself. So it can teleport to many places. He's stunned in place. After a moment, Chan steps out of the counter, the manager's voice still echoing through the phone. I should have told you this earlier, but I forgot. Chan grips the glass door. The manager is a little worried he doesn't understand. I'll explain it more clearly tomorrow. But Chan, I think you're a bit strange. Chan lowers the phone, his eyes wide, accompanied by the manager's words, it's like you're from another world. Outside, it's not really humans. Many people are passing by, but their shapes are very bizarre. Above the store, there's a barn owl wearing headphones. A magpie is flying around carrying a large bag. Looking to the left, there's a werewolf, a zombie wearing a schoolgirl uniform, and even a goblin wearing glasses and a suit, intently reading documents. And many other types, leaving Chan frozen, unable to believe his eyes. The manager's voice continues through the phone, laughing, I'm just kidding, but if it were true, it would be very funny. He quickly turns around and closes the glass door. Chan's hand trembles as he raises the phone. Manager, earlier, you said I was like someone from another world. He doesn't hide anything, admitting, that's right, I really am from another world. The manager, who was leisurely sitting at home snacking, also pauses to hear him say, in my world, there's no magic, there aren't any species like that. She gasps in surprise, stopping all movement. Chan, on the other end of the line, hesitates, asking, what should I do? Suddenly, a loud banging sound comes from his side. He turns around in surprise. The manager, hearing the noise, also calls out anxiously, Chan? What was that noise? A new customer, with disheveled hair, presses against the glass door. She gives a creepy smile looking in. Her eerie voice makes Chan so frightened he wants to faint on the spot. Open the door. The manager, not hearing Chan's answer, also urgently calls out repeatedly while he has now fallen to the floor. Hello Chan, are you okay? What's wrong? Answer me. At this moment, a thought appears in his mind. Manager, is it possible that you're not human either? After a moment of panic, things have calmed down a bit. The manager is still on the line. Hello Chan, can you hear me? He both attentively looks at the customer and replies, yes, I'm here, go ahead. I'm thinking, you accidentally stepped into this world, right? But, I don't understand how this could happen. I've never encountered this situation before. He runs his hand through his already messy hair, sitting on the floor at the checkout counter, sighing, really? Chan glances over. We have to solve this problem. First, how should I deal with these other species, right now? The female demon who was just standing is now lying on the ground, making incomprehensible sounds, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying. Suddenly, she screams and crawls around. Chan, through the phone, tries to ask the manager, what species is that? There's a female customer laughing like a ghost. The manager, after hearing this, also finds it difficult to imagine. She asks back, laughing how? What does she look like? He uses all his courage to describe in detail. She has horns on her head, and small bat wings on her back. With just these words, the manager recognizes the species. That's a succubus. They're not very dangerous, so don't worry. He's quite surprised, nodding, so that's a succubus. The manager is silent for a moment, then tells Chan, how about you try finding the curse detector? It's under the cash register. He immediately turns around and rummages in the box underneath, searching according to the instructions. It's colorful, so it's very eye-catching. Yes, inside that box, there are really a lot of miscellaneous items, making Chan unsure which one to take. He fumbles for a while, wondering, a colorful curse detector, what does it look like? Then he takes out a magic wand. Chan, holding the garishly pink wand like a princess's scepter, asks blankly, Manager, is this toy thing really a curse detector? She replies, yes, that's it. He finds it strange and immediately questions, why does it look so strange? The manager quickly explains, if a person is affected by a curse, they usually become depressed and tend to avoid taking the test, so I made it colorful to make them feel better. He's still full of doubt. What if they feel even more discouraged? Seeing that he understands, the manager immediately instructs Chan on how to use it. If you've found it, bring it close to that customer, then just press the button and wait. Just as he finishes speaking, the succubus customer appears above, startling him. Yes, through the long hair covering her entire face, she peeks out with one eye, staring at Chan and making strange sounds. Inside, he's panicking, only able to call out, Manager. Chan's hand tightens around the phone, shouting, "You said they weren't dangerous." Just then, the curse detector suddenly lights up. It thrusts right into the face of the succubus female demon, knocking her backwards. The wand, from who knows when, has extended. Chan can only sit stunned there. The succubus just falls to the floor, knocking over all the paper cups. The tail of the wand emits a bright light. It quickly retracts before his astonished eyes. Looking at the gaudy thing in front of him, like a toy, that saved his life, the wand quickly turns off its light. That really scared him to death. Chan clings to the shelf behind, weakly standing up. He looks up at the female demon to see how she's doing. After that blow, she's completely unconscious. One hand holding the wand, one hand holding the phone, he silently screams, "Manager, I accidentally killed that customer." The manager asks, "So the customer was hit by the curse detector?" Lee Chan replies weakly, "Yes, very hard." She quickly reassures him, "It's okay, that's how it works, don't worry." "Hold on, I only told you to check because I was a little suspicious. But what was the test result?" Chan glances at the wand and reports, "It's emitting purple light now." The manager nods, "Oh, I see. Well, how about you try using the homesickness repellent potion? It's on the top shelf, where the chewing gum is." Following her instructions, he approaches the shelf and reads the label, "Potion for homesickness." The manager happily calls out, "That's right, give her 2 pills, that should be enough." Holding the medicine bottle and placing it on the counter, he can't help but wonder, is this customer really that homesick? She ponders for a moment. It's a bit different, but this medicine takes effect immediately. As soon as he steps out, he sees the succubus sitting up. She's awake. Chan approaches, "Miss," but suddenly remembers their first encounter, the disheveled appearance looking down, frightening him. Chan decides to take a few steps back, thinking, I should assess the situation from a distance first. When the distance seems safe enough, he continues to call out, "Miss, are you feeling better?" Just then, the succubus looks up. "If you feel better, take this medicine." Seeing her not responding makes him a bit flustered. Looking at the succubus's expression, he thinks, she looks much better. Chan continues to ask, "Miss, are you feeling okay?" Suddenly, her face turns pale, and she clutches her mouth, trembling as if about to vomit. He frantically rushes forward, shouting, but can't stop the rainbow stream from gushing out. "Wait, miss." Chan freezes in place. After a while, the succubus bursts into laughter. She sits in front of her puddle of rainbow vomit, wiping her chin and sighing softly, "How refreshing." He gloomily calls out to the succubus, "Miss, if you're feeling okay, would you like to leave?" Hearing a human voice, she turns sharply to look at him. That beautiful face is flushed. She smiles and winks at him. "That's a bit cold, you know." He freezes stiffly, sighing inwardly, not knowing how to clean up this mess. The succubus sits listlessly in front of the vomit, giggling foolishly with no sign of leaving. In less than a few seconds, she lies down on the floor again. Chan becomes gloomy, listening to the words coming from the succubus. "It's so cool," thinking, is she planning to sleep here? Just as he thought, she really falls asleep, sleeping soundly at that. Suddenly, another customer with white hair appears, pushing the door open and calling out, "Boss!" Seeing a succubus lying there, paper cups scattered everywhere, and the employee standing there stunned, he exclaims, "What's going on here?" He gloomily says, "Welcome, sir. What would you like to buy?" The customer looks around for a while and asks, "Do you have 17-degree blood bags here?" On the other end of the line, the manager is surprised. "Oh my, hasn't that customer taken the medicine yet?" He replies, "No, I'll give it to her after the current customer leaves." The manager feels more at ease and says, "It's okay, take your time. Besides, we only have 15-degree blood bags. Tell the customer to try another store." Chan is in the middle of wiping up the vomit left by the succubus, so he rests the phone on his shoulder and reaches into his uniform pocket. The manager reminds him, "Our store has to check ID cards if customers buy blood bags. That customer is a vampire, right?" He leans over to look and says, "Yes, I think so." Meanwhile, the white-haired customer who just arrived is still selecting items. The manager shares some new information with Chan. Vampires have long lifespans and look very young. They change their ID cards frequently, and sometimes they use expired ones, the ones with an X on them. He quickly selects the bottles he wants, and the manager continues in an even tone, "They're mostly adults. Because the convenience store has a magic alarm, feel free to check." Chan spins the mop, wondering, the convenience store has an alarm system? Just as a precaution. "Okay, I understand." The vampire customer laboriously places a basket of goods on the checkout counter. Chan gently informs him, "Our store only has blood bags under 15 degrees, so you may have to go to another store." The customer nods, "Okay, then I'll just buy this." Chan rings up the purchase and reads, "This envelope is 101. Do you want a bag? The vampire customer quickly replies, yes, thank you. And give me a pack of cigarettes too. Chan turns to ask him, which kind? Causing him to startle and become flustered. He points to the shelf. The one up there. When Chan reaches that row, he asks more specifically, yes, which kind? The vampire customer hesitates for a long time. Well, he seems to have forgotten the name. But after looking around for a while, he happily exclaims, ah, that one. The one under your hand. Chan looks at him with suspicion and says, give me that one. Immediately, the two lock eyes. The vampire customer pouts and awkwardly turns his face away. Alarm bells ring in Chan's mind. This customer is a minor? Chan holds on to the basket the vampire customer just grabbed, neither friendly nor unfriendly, and requests, may I see your ID card, please? The vampire customer quickly replies, I just got a new one. I only have the expired one. Chan shows no expression and says, then please show me that one, or something similar. The vampire customer starts to haggle. How about you just sell it to me? I'm in the military. It's just a formality. But if you don't show it to me, I can't sell it to you. Really. After some back and forth, the vampire customer finally pulls out a card and slams it on the counter. The vampire customer says angrily, here, look. My friend is waiting outside. Check it quickly. This is really annoying. Chan picks it up and assesses it, thinking, it's quite similar to the ID cards in my world. He looks up to compare it with the person in front of him and says, oh, I see. This is an expired ID card. It looks okay, probably just a slightly different expression. Suddenly, he notices a glow surrounding the photo on the ID card. Chan rubs it a few times, wondering curiously, what is this rainbow light? Just then, the edge of the photo peels off. Huh? What's this? He lifts it completely, as if unlocking something, making it burst into light. Chan points it towards the vampire customer in shock and exclaims, oh, what's going on? The vampire customer panics, covering his eyes and running away, shouting, why is it chasing me? For some reason, even though he runs far away, it doesn't stop shining. The light that's emitted makes Chan's eyes twinkle with a mixture of surprise. The vampire customer runs and shouts, why are you chasing me? He looks at Chan with annoyance. What did you do? Chan is flustered and uncomfortable, not understanding what's happening, and says, I'm sorry, but this is your ID card. The vampire customer raises his voice and says, put it away quickly. Where should I put it? After a long while, the light finally weakens, and the vampire customer pants, huddling by the merchandise. The succubus is still sleeping peacefully, while Chan slumps dejectedly over the counter. Chan picks up the ID card to look at it again. The light has faded now. It quickly reveals the photo of a cat-headed person. Chan angrily grits his teeth, staring at the ID card and thinking, this guy. He straightens up and says to the vampire customer, your photo peeled off. Do you know that? It seems like the ID card has changed a bit. Chan quickly exposes him. I don't know what you did, but this is an illegal ID card, isn't it? The vampire customer turns pale and stammers, no, it's just, it's... Chan raises his phone and reports, manager, did you hear that? She replies seriously, I heard. I'm calling the police. Knowing that he's been exposed, the vampire customer immediately snatches the card from Chan's hand. He runs out of the convenience store as fast as he can. The manager says softly to Chan, Chan, can you explain what happened just now in detail? Yes. While organizing the bottles of alcohol that the customer had taken and putting them back on the shelf, he recounts, so, I was suspicious, and it turned out he really was a minor. She suddenly exclaims in surprise, really? Wow, that's a big deal. But how did you know? I didn't hear the alarm, Chan says, holding the phone to his shoulder. He continues, that customer used a fake ID. He glued his photo on top, and it seems like he used magic too. As if hearing it for the first time, she asks, glued a photo? Magic? Recalling that time, Chan calmly replies, yes. He forged the ID card by gluing his photo on top. When I peeled off the photo, a type of magic was activated on the ID card. She says thoughtfully, you saw it with your naked eye? Chan takes a breath and says, yes, I've never seen anything like it. Suddenly, she interrupts, that's very difficult, Chan. ID cards in this world are extremely secure, so it's very difficult to forge them. The forgers here are very skilled. They're very proficient in illusion magic, so it's extremely difficult to detect with the naked eye. He puts the basket of goods that the vampire had taken back in its place and says admiringly, it's really strange. But is it really that difficult? The store's magic alarm is very sensitive to dark magic, but it didn't sound, so it probably isn't a big deal. She asks again, still wondering, but how did you realize it? Chan begins to understand, thinking, so it really was illusion magic. Was that vampire such a formidable character? No, not at all. Lee Chan recalls the time of the transaction and thinks, quite the opposite. He seemed very flustered. What in the world is going on? Suddenly, the manager says hesitantly, Chan, let's end your probationary period. These words are like the sound of breaking glass echoing in his head. Chan stands silently and can only say one word. Huh? Lee Chan asks worriedly, did I do something wrong? Seeing that Chan seemed to be misunderstanding, the manager quickly explains, no, not at all. On the contrary, you've done very well. On the other side, she enthusiastically clenches her hand into a fist and asks, but you're someone from another world, who miraculously happened to stumble into this one. I'm worried that this will scare you and be difficult for you to accept. He replies calmly, I'm fine. It's not too scary or difficult for me to accept. Chan quickly expresses his decision, saying, so, I want to continue working here. Would that be okay? Seeing the manager silent for a moment, he thinks, it seems like she's very worried. After all, this is a concerning situation. Chan thinks of the things he needs to pay for and bites his lip, trembling with fear. But I have to work here. Otherwise, hunger, credit card bills, rent, insurance, emergency fund, phone bill. For next month, I'll have to beg for a living. He says softly, manager, please let me continue working here. The manager happily replies to him in a high-pitched voice, startling Chan and causing him to pull the phone away from his ear. Okay, just don't talk nonsense anymore. Yes. He hesitantly suggests, if possible, can we talk more now? I'm a bit worried. She immediately replies, okay, I feel the same way. Suddenly, she asks about the succubus lying there. But Chan, have you given the succubus customer the medicine yet? Only now does Chan remember and quickly opens the bottle of medicine. I'll give it to her right away. He conveniently tears open the package and sprinkles the powder into the succubus's mouth. He watches closely for a moment. She quickly falls back asleep. After finishing, he reports to the manager, she's taken the medicine. Chan asks curiously, no reaction at all? The manager hesitates, not knowing how to explain it to him. Well, anyway, she'll wake up soon. The manager doesn't forget to remind him, she might feel nauseous. Be careful. Chan's face pales as he looks at the succubus and says, understood, ma'am. Again? The manager asks, do you think she might be dizzy, Chan? He shakes his head, guessing, no, I don't think so. The manager, on the other end of the line, remembers everything one by one and says, I see, yes. Still not very sure. She adds, use the curse detector to check her again. Chan listens and fiddles with the pink wand, but it won't turn on, only emitting a few small noises. He isn't very clear about this device because the reactions are different each time. Her condition is very bad, he reports. The manager says thoughtfully, not exactly, but her condition is quite special, and very strange. Suddenly, the convenience store shakes, causing Chan to grab onto the counter. What's going on? Chan lifts his head and looks around, wondering, what's that sound? Why is it shaking so much? Too afraid, he quickly jumps up and runs outside, thinking, is it a meteor shower or something? But as soon as he steps out of the door, his feet stop. Chan looks in horror at what's in front of him and exclaims, what the heck is this? In front of him is a pile of goods 3 times his height. Chan stands there stunned for a moment, thinking, what are these boxes? Very quickly, a voice rings out, answering his question. The goods have been delivered. Above him, a young person riding a winged white horse says cheerfully, hello. She leans over and observes Chan, saying, you're the part-time employee that my sister mentioned, right? Nice to meet you. After recovering, Chan replies, hello, but please wait a moment. Chan whispers into the phone, manager, someone riding a Pegasus came to deliver goods. Is this the delivery you were talking about earlier? The person on the other end quickly confirms, yes, that's right. I told Yuna that she could deliver today. He repeats softly, Yuna, but the person delivering the goods seems to hear and says, that's my name. She steps down from the Pegasus and calls out loudly, Co Yuna. Chan startles and turns to see her carrying a box bigger than herself on her back. Knowing that he's still doubtful about her, she confirms again, if you're okay with it, let me into the store. Chan nods and quickly turns to open the door, saying, yes. She holds out a clipboard and says, thank you. Please check the goods and sign for them. Okay, here you go. Chan looks at the squiggly characters on the clipboard for a long time, unable to understand, and asks the person on the phone for help. Hello, manager. I'm not very familiar with the language of this world. How do I sign for the goods? She nods and replies, I'll talk to Yuna later. Just sign for it for now. Chan slowly steps into the store. The succubus is still lying there peacefully. He whispers, yes, but what kind of goods are being delivered? The manager remembers what she ordered and says, snacks, soft drinks. Oh, dragon scales. I didn't think we'd be able to get dragon scales. but it seems Yuna found them. She excitedly explains, "We won't have to worry about revenue for a long time. The dwarves in the academy will buy them like crazy if we separate and polish them." "What for?" "Probably to make jewelry." Suddenly, the manager becomes curious and says, "Wait, you don't have dragons in your world, do you?" "Of course not. There's no magic or any mythical creatures there." "Wow, it's even more backward than the rural areas here." Feeling a bit strange, he says helplessly, "Please don't compare other people's worlds to rural areas." Just then, the succubus starts to open her eyes. Hearing a small sound, Chan turns around and says, "Oh, that customer." Seeing her leaning wearily against the counter, he reports, "She's awake. I'll calculate the bill after she's conscious." As if not hearing anything, the succubus calls out softly, "Boss." Suddenly, her eyes sparkle, and she mumbles, "What is love?" Seeing that she's probably drunk, he whispers into the phone, "Manager, please call me a taxi. I need to send this strange customer away immediately." The sky is still dark but full of twinkling stars. After waiting only a moment, the taxi arrives, and he gently helps the succubus into the car. After putting the succubus safely in the back seat, Chan breathes a sigh of relief. He doesn't know if she can hear him, but he still has to say, "Here's the bill for the medicine you just took and your card. Please keep it safe, and be careful not to lose it." The driver, who looks like a hamster, looks through the rearview mirror and asks, "Has she been drinking? She looks pretty tired." Chan nods in response and says, "Ah, I think she was hit by some kind of curse, but she took the medicine, so she should be better now." The driver observes and assesses her, saying, She still doesn't seem very well." Chan smiles awkwardly and asks for a favor, saying, "Please take care of her." Just then, the succubus starts to become delirious again, and whispers, "Love is." Her face shines with sadness. "Even when I think I understand, I still can't figure out what it is." Chan answers the succubus casually, "Something I've always longed for but can't have." She looks at him blankly. Chan maintains a blank expression and looks back. She suddenly moves her face closer to him and asks, "Then what's the point?" Chan doesn't know how to answer and just hugs his arms silently. After the car drives away, he calls out, "Please forget what I just said." He sighs and watches the car disappear into the distance. Chan mutters softly, "It's annoying to meet. It's better not to meet again." He stretches and slowly turns back to the store. It's quieter now. Before he can put his hands down, a loud bang startles him. Seeing Yuna standing there sighing, Chan is filled with question marks. What's wrong with her? He approaches Yuna and asks with concern, "What's wrong?" She stares at him and says, "Chan, can you tell my sister for me? I have to take the dragon scales away." Chan is confused. "Huh? Why?" Yuna says seriously, explaining the reason. "Those dragon scales are problematic." Chan notices someone standing in the store and mutters to himself, "They've been talking for too long." Yuna stands in a corner, talking on the phone. Is this really that serious? This makes Chan remember something from his past, when he was working part-time as a server. The manager and the delivery person had a heated argument over some spoiled ingredients. "How can you sell this stuff to customers? What's the big deal? You're just overreacting. Are you planning to keep doing business like this?" Yuna is still engrossed in her conversation, and Chan can only think, "Well, if the goods are damaged, there's nothing a part-time employee like me can do." Suddenly, Yuna turns to look at Chan, thinking, "Just watching them handle it and doing my job is enough." Yuna walks towards where he is standing. "Excuse me, are you Lee Chan?" "Yes, that's right." She holds the phone up in front of him. "My sister wants to talk to you." "Hello, Chan?" Yuna's actions startle Chan, and he is flustered when he sees the person who appears on the phone screen. "Manager? Chan, can you go check the dragon scales with Yuna?" "Yes, me?" The store is strangely quiet. A door is pushed open. Yuna leads Chan down a dark staircase. Chan follows, constantly looking around. His eyes widen, thinking, is this really inside the convenience store? Below, a place appears that looks luxurious, lit by chandeliers. Why does it look like the inside of a dungeon? Chan becomes a bit wary when he hears Yuna ask, "Is this your first time in the warehouse?" "Yes, this is my first time here." She smiles brightly and says, "You'll get used to it quickly. I was the same way at first." Chan helplessly listens to the two sisters arguing. "Look, I've told you that your taste in decor is awful. It's my store, so I can decorate it however I want. It's none of your business." The manager on the other end of the screen looks sulky and says, "But there has to be a limit. I know the furniture here is weird." "Yuna, are you trying to tease me?" Yuna leads Chan into a dark storage room. She turns to look at him and says, "It's a bit dirty over there. Please wait a moment. It's a bit brighter over there too." "Yes." Chan stops walking, his eyes focused on the phone screen. Manager, you told me to go take a look, so I came into the warehouse." The manager on the other end sounds thoughtful, "But what can I do to help?" "Just do as I say." I have a plan. Inside the warehouse, a purple liquid covers the entire room. It flows from a small hole in a dragon scale nearby. Chan is stunned when he sees this scene. The liquid is slowly flowing towards where he is standing. Chan helplessly holds up the phone and says, "Is it really that serious?" "It's not just serious," she replies. "What is this?" "This black stuff is muck." Yuna is standing to one side, leaning against the wall. That's pus, a type of magic polluted impurity. If you don't handle the dragon scales properly, this is what happens. Chan looks up at Yuna and asks, "That thing that looks like a turtle shell is a dragon scale, right?" "Yeah, that's it." Yuna turns to look at the dragon scale. "I heard that this stuff is from the scales of the dragons who just moved to the countryside today. No one had bought them yet, so I quickly brought them here. But I was in too much of a hurry, so I couldn't find a suitable company. And it turned out like this." The scary liquid continues to flow out. "Actually, this isn't too serious. We can use them if we clean them and scrape off the pus around them. The problem is," Yuna sighs helplessly, "it's already midnight, and all the cleaning companies are closed. It's currently 3:12 a.m. Chan looks down at the phone screen. "That's why I wanted to ask Chan for help." "Me? Suddenly, the manager's eyes light up. "Chan, touch that puss." This statement causes Chan to freeze in place. "Huh?" Yuna turns around and hands Chan some liquid muck. "Yuna. Here. Take it. The muck quickly flows all over her hand. "It's just touching it. It's not dangerous." When the muck is brought closer, Chan becomes pale with fear. "I believe you can do it, but this isn't something a human can touch. What if there are germs?" But in the blink of an eye, he is manipulated by capitalism. "I'll give you 100,000 won if you touch it." "Okay, deal." Chan tremblingly reaches out his hand to grab the muck on Yuna's hand. "For 100,000 won? This guy is so simple." The muck suddenly moves away from Chan's hand. This causes him to be so surprised that he pulls his hand back, and he says, "Huh?" He tries again, but the result is still the same. "Is this thing alive?" The two women calmly explain to Chan, "No, it's just a cluster of magical power, but it seems like it doesn't like you." Chan ignores everything and grabs the muck tightly. "Whatever, I just need to touch it, okay?" However, this time, the muck no longer avoids him. A magical light begins to appear around Chan. This sight causes Yuna, who is standing beside him, to admire it. The black muck from before is now glittering. Yuna happily puts her arm around Chan's shoulder and asks, "What's going on?" "It's really happening, just like my sister said." Her eyes become bright. "Sister, look, it's being purified exactly as you predicted." The manager remains serious. "It's too early to celebrate. Put the detector near it and see." "Yes." The wand is brought closer to the muck. There's no reaction. "Is it okay?" The manager is very happy on the other side of the phone. "It's okay. That's because the detector doesn't detect magic pollution. The device will react like that if the purification process is done correctly." Her eyes shine brightly, and she says, "Just as I thought. I predicted correctly." Chan stands there with a blank expression. "As far as I can tell, Chan, you have a magic-resistant constitution." "A magic-resistant constitution?" Yuna explains enthusiastically. "Simply put, magic doesn't work on you." "That's right. Now, I have something to tell you." Chan has regained his composure. "Miss, do you remember when you were examining my body? In the past, the wand had a different display than it did just now." "Yes, it made a few small noises, right?" "There are only 2 cases where the detector reacts like that. The first case is that the person being tested has no magic at all." The manager puts her hand to her chin, looking important, and says, "In our world, this is extremely dangerous, but Chan is from another world, so it's not worth worrying about." Suddenly, her eyes widen and she asks, "So the other case is?" "The detector can't function and there's magic blocking it." The manager continues to talk rapidly. "Magic is blocking it. I think that fits Chan better, which is why I told you to go check the dragon scales together." This causes Chan to be confused once again. "Okay, I'll explain it more clearly after Yuna leaves. It's a bit difficult to talk about it now." "Yes, I understand." He stands in a dark corner, thinking, "What does she mean? My body has a rainbow magic reflecting mechanism? This is my first day working." Chan turns his head slightly to look behind him and thinks, "It's just like I'm the main character in those movies, the people who discover their hidden abilities." Yuna suddenly appears, pushing Chan against the wall, causing his eyes to widen in shock. His face turns pale, and his voice becomes stuttering. I need to ask you a favor. Is that okay?" "Yes, what is it?" Yuna says with a naive expression, "Please help me purify the dragon scales. I'm counting on you." Lee Chan sits slumped against the wall below, listening somewhat bewildered as she continues, "I'm counting on you." After hearing her words, he casually asks, "Me?" She encourages him, "Yes, you can do it." He is confused and asks, But how? She coaxes and pleads with him. Please, Chan. Suddenly, his phone rings, and he says quietly, "It's the manager." Seeing the manager's eyes sparkling, also wanting to plead with him through the phone, he feels inexplicably confused. He slumps his entire body against the wall and turns to look at Seo Yunya, thinking, does she really want me to purify the dragon scales? Is she kidding? Seeing the light shining in her eyes, he is startled and thinks, she's serious. Looking at the sparkling eyes shining before him, he sighs inwardly, thinking, too dazzling. He can't help but think and praise them. Their eyes are so sparkling. Chan says to her somewhat trembling, all right, I'll do it, but you have to guide me. Seo Yunya happily hugs his neck and says, really? Thank you so much. Thank you, Chan. She takes out a mysterious purple mirror and winks at him, saying, the way to do it is very simple. You just need to put your hand in this hole. Lee Chan's face shows clear signs of frustration. She urges him on, come on, put your hand in here. His face wrinkles up, and he looks up at her, saying, actually, I don't want to do it at all. She turns to look at him in surprise and asks, huh? Why did you change your mind? The manager, sitting in front of the phone, listens to their entire conversation. Chan says, it's too dangerous to put my hand in. I feel like it's super scary. Seo Yunya tries to persuade him, your body is very special. It'll be okay. Just for a little bit, you just need to put your hand in for a little bit. Still by his side, she continues, it's very safe, really. After hearing those pleading words, he closes his eyes tightly and says loudly, I'm sorry, I don't have enough courage. Suddenly, he hears his name called from the phone. Chan. He instinctively looks down. She pulls out some shiny gold bills from a roll of paper money, and says to him, if you do well, I'll give you an extra bonus. Hearing that, he seems to gain strength, and rolls up his sleeves heroically, saying, I was just kidding, I'll do it right away. Seo Yunya stands next to him, holding the phone and happily says, if something goes wrong, I'll scream. A gentle voice rings out, begin. He touches the mirror and looks deep inside, thinking in spite of himself, it looks even worse up close. He clenches his hand tightly to show his determination, and in his head, he motivates himself, thinking, but I need money, I can endure it. Lee Chan closes his eyes tightly, and his hand curls up as he slowly puts his hand in, trying to think, for the bonus. He puts his hand in decisively. He bumps forward quickly, which surprises and confuses him. Seeing this, Seo Yunya panics and asks with concern, Chan, are you okay? He holds on to the edge of the mirror tightly, his eyes wide. His face is a bit pale as he replies, I'm okay, but something is sucking my hand. Strong purple light surround the room, gathering at the hole in the mirror. Seo Yunya says in surprise, what? Wait, I'll pull you out right away. She puts her arms around his waist and pulls hard. Chan looks inside carefully, analyzing. The muck is being sucked into that hole. Suddenly, dazzling rainbow lights, as if carrying great power, also surround him and rush into the hole. His hand is pulled out, and he thinks in surprise, it's that light again. He is pulled back by Seo Yunya. Chan sits down heavily on the ground, looking at the mirror in front of him that no longer has a ghostly purple color. Instead, it is surrounded gently by colorful bands of light. He sighs wearily and says, that was a mess. His eyes look ahead, and he laments inwardly, it's a disaster, and on my first day of work. Seo Yunya's hand trembles as she reaches out from behind him, and she calls out softly, Chan, Chan. Startled, he turns around and sees her lying on the floor. He says awkwardly, Seo Yunya, I'm sorry. Are you hurt anywhere? She replies, her head spinning, I'm okay, but how about you? He looks at her as she slowly sits up and replies, I'm fine. Thanks to you, I didn't hit my head. He thinks, thank you, Yunya. She says with a forced expression, it's nothing. More importantly, please check the dragon scales for me. He agrees, saying, ah, okay. Near the mirror, a pink wand beeps. He approaches and picks it up. Turning around and speaking to Seo Yunya, he reports, there's no reaction, just like the stone from before. He thinks to himself, I'm not too sure about the quality, but, before he can finish his thought, he sees her happily saying, really? Then it's a success. She continues to praise him, saying, thank you so much. Thanks to you, the store didn't lose tens of millions of won. He is still sitting, holding the pretty pink wand like a magic wand, and looking at it admiringly. When leaving, Seo Yunya, sitting on the back of the white horse, doesn't forget to praise him, saying, you did a great job, Chan. I've reported to my sister that the work was completed excellently. Don't worry, the orders for the next few days won't have the same problems. He is a bit surprised and asks her, you don't come here every day? She replies happily, no, handling orders about mythical creatures is quite difficult. Thinking to herself, it takes quite a bit of time. He says to her hesitantly, ah, I see. Then be careful on your way, Seo Yuna. Hearing his words, she says loudly to him, "Hey, don't use honorifics." Those words make him look blank and say, "Huh?" The manager sits happily with her hands clasped together in front of the phone. Seo Yuna continues to ask him, "My sister said that you're 1 year younger than me, right?" These thoughts also appear in his mind. The age of the new employee working today is perfect. He's suitable, and he looks kind of young. Looking at Lee Chan before her, she happily suggests, "Then just call me Yuna, okay?" Hearing her words, he blushes slightly, and raises his hand to scratch his head lightly, replying, "I'll try, Yuna." She gently adjusts her glasses and gently reminds him, "Yuna." She rushes off, saying back to him, "See you later." The magical white horse spreads its feathered wings wide and flies up into the sky. Light flashes from behind, and he says involuntarily, "Ah." He stands on the sidewalk, looking up at the blue sky and saying, "It's already morning." On the counter, furry hands place down the necessary household goods and say, "Please ring me up." A dog-headed person stands in front of the checkout counter and says to Lee Chan, "Please hurry, I need to catch my bus in a few minutes." He uses the scanner to ring up each item and replies, "The total is 9,801. Do you need a bag?" The dog person puts the money down and says to him, "Here, keep the change." He replies, "Ah, yes," and then watches their back as they open the door and leave. Lee Chan continues to look at the person ahead and call out, "Next customer, please." Looking up at the clock running on the wall, he leans back and sighs in relief, thinking, "Ah, I'm so tired. It's been a long time since I stayed up all night like this. I'm so exhausted." Suddenly, his phone rings. He jumps up and asks, "Huh? Is that the manager?" She texts him, asking with concern, "Is working hard?" He texts back, "I'm doing okay." She praises him, saying, "You did a great job purifying the dragon scales. When I come to the store, I'll pay you right away." He happily sends her a sticker of a dog bowing with the message, "Thank you." To make sure he is okay, the manager continues to ask him, "But are you really okay? I think you must be very tired. You stayed up all night." Suddenly, he lifts his head, and instinctively says, "Welcome." But he doesn't see anyone come in through the door, and he says with curiosity, "Huh?" He clicks on his phone again, thinking, the customer didn't come in and just left? He continues to reply to the manager's text message, "It's okay. I often sleep late anyway." Seeing his message, the manager sends a text message reminding him, "What? That's not good at all. You need to get enough sleep, or it's very bad for your health. I'll make you some sleeping pills." Seeing her offer, he is quite surprised and asks, "You can make sleeping pills too?" Seeing his text message filled with surprise, she replies proudly, "Of course. I'm a talented pharmacist, you know." His hands are still gliding over the phone's keyboard, and he thinks to himself, "I never thought that I would receive a potion in my life." He hears a voice from outside, saying, "Excuse me." That makes him startle and look up, and he replies softly, "Yes?" This person is shorter than his checkout counter, and he can only see 2 small white horns. The little girl says hesitantly, Hi." He is curious and stands up to look down. His eyes widen, and he says, "Welcome." The girl with long, flowing platinum blonde hair and wearing red shoes, Hana, asks him softly, "Excuse me, do you sell construction paper here?" After hearing that, he looks around and repeats somewhat, construction paper." The little girl quickly adds, "Yes, and scissors too." He looks at the shelf and points for the little girl to see, saying, "Those 2 items are on the top shelf, but you probably can't reach, so I can get them for you." The little girl politely bows and replies to him, "It's okay, thank you." Anna runs off quickly, leaving him standing there. The little girl runs to where the scissors and construction paper he pointed out are, trying to stand on tiptoes and reach with her hands, but she can't reach. Seeing that, he praises the little girl in his heart, thinking, "She seems mature, but she looks too pale. Should I go take a closer look?" He glances away slightly and thinks, "I think she's a reptile." Looking at her back, he continues to think, if she's a reptile, the little girl is still trying to reach. Her small feet in red shoes are standing on tiptoes. Finally, the little girl trembles slightly, as if she is about to cry. Seeing that, he goes over. Lee Chan takes down the 2 items the little girl needs, hands them to her, and says, "Here you go." He holds them up and smiles brightly at the little girl, showing her the construction paper and scissors. The light in the little girl's eyes immediately returns, and she replies with great joy and innocence, "Thank you." Then she reaches out to take them. He stands up and looks at the little one before him, replying, "You're welcome." He thinks to himself, if she's a reptile, then she probably won't attack with her breath, right? It would be troubling if she damaged the store. Anna looks intently at the 2 items in her hands. Then she holds out the scissors to him and says, "Excuse me, I can't buy this." Hearing that, he asks curiously, "Huh? Why not?" She also bows her head slightly and replies honestly, I only have 5,001, and I'm short 101. He looks up at the prices of the scissors and says, it's 5,101 in total. I can pay the 101 for you. Hearing that, the little girl shakes her head and says to him, no, thank you. My mom said I can't accept money from other people. I have to be careful of strangers. He doesn't blame the little girl and asks her, oh, is that so? But what do you need the construction paper and scissors for? Thinking about the picture of her and her mom, the little girl replies to him, Mother's Day is coming up, and I want to give my mom a gift. Looking at the pack of construction paper in her hand, she continues, you see, I just started learning at preschool. There's a day called Mother's Day, and my mom always buys me a gift every Children's Day. But I've never given my mom anything on Mother's Day. This time, I want to give my mom a gift. Hearing that, he expresses sympathy and replies, I understand. The little girl says with a slightly sulky tone, if I can't use scissors, then I can fold origami, but my hands are like this. She spreads out her small hand. He looks down and doesn't understand, so he asks, what's wrong with your hands? The little girl curls up her hand. Anna then opens her hand, and sharp claws grow out. Surprising him, the little girl says, if I use force, the paper will tear. I might damage other things too. Seeing that, he falls into thought. He looks at the little girl before him, thinking, with hands like that, it's very difficult to fold paper. Even if I wanted to pay for her, she probably wouldn't agree. She seems very determined. Lee Chan feels, this is an unexpected gift, and then opens his mouth to call out, hey, little one. He asks, do you want to borrow scissors? He puts a piece of floral paper on the table and says, here, take it, and try attaching the construction paper to it. Seeing that, the light in the little girl's eyes shines brightly, and she replies in surprise, thank you. He rests his hand on his chin and watches the little girl intently. He falls into thought. This is a big problem. Incident 1. A loss of profits is happening in the store. I can't see the cash register from here. He thinks about the scene of the little girl cutting the paper wrong and wasting more paper. Incident 2. The little girl encounters difficulties making a gift. I'm afraid she will ask me for help. And, Incident 3. My shift ends at 10 o'clock. Looking at the little one cutting paper before him, he laments inwardly, I really don't need to do this. Chan sighs and thinks, the manager will be here soon. What should I say to her? Suddenly, the little girl runs off and says, wait for me, please. Looking at the little girl running to the aisles, he wonders, what's wrong? Anna takes out a red wrapped chocolate and asks, how much is this? He replies, it's 2001. Do you want to buy it? The little girl replies quickly, yes. He stands up and strides over, calling out to her, come here. I'll ring you up. The little girl puts the money on the checkout counter and says politely, here's 2001. He replies concisely, okay. He hands the red chocolate to the little girl and says, you can eat it now. Seeing Hana take it without saying anything, he becomes quite curious. Then the little girl breaks off a piece of the chocolate, hands him half, and says cheerfully, this is for you. Let's eat it while we're making the gift. Hearing that, he is very surprised and says incoherently, huh? Little one? He says gently to the little girl, I'm very happy that you gave it to me, but that's your food. Even if you want to give it to me, you should take the bigger piece. Hearing that, the little girl is stunned and replies softly, but you're older than me. The little girl continues naively, and my mom said that eating too much chocolate will cause cavities. That statement causes him to freeze, only able to force a smile. Thinking, what about my teeth? Seeing that, the little girl stands on tiptoes, trying hard to give it to him, and pleads, let's eat it together. That action makes him awkward, and he scratches his head. In the end, he agrees and takes half of the chocolate, saying, okay, let's enjoy it together. The manager walks in happily from the door, with a skip in her step, and greets him, good morning, Chan. You must be very tired from working all night. Hearing that voice, he startles, huh? His eyes widen, and his mouth forms a large O. He stands up quickly and looks out, replying, manager, good morning. Seeing the little girl, the manager asks curiously, who is this child? Looking at the little girl carefully cutting each line of paper, he explains to her, there weren't any shift change requests, so I just stayed here and let her borrow the store's scissors. Hearing that, she only replies briefly, ah, I understand. Seeing the manager put her hand to her chin, looking thoughtful, and her eyes looking at Hana, he says, I'm sorry, but she doesn't have enough money to buy the scissors. I thought she would be done quickly, but it seems like it's taking longer than I thought. He thought the manager would complain to him, but he is surprised when she says, it's okay, I understand. But she seems a bit shy, doesn't she? He also turns his eyes towards the little girl and replies, I guess so. At this age, kids are usually shy. Hearing that, she agrees and says to him, that's right. but this child is a very special species. Looking at the little girl's pure expression, the manager confirms, she's a dragon, a pure-blooded dragon. The manager explains, dragons have to grow in the egg for 3 years before being born. During the growth process, something grows along with their body. That's their horns, a part of the body that detects magical energy. She says carefully, adult dragons don't have any problems, but it's different for baby dragons. He asks confused, why is that? She explains to him that baby dragons can see other people's magical power in the form of colors through their horns. Because they are too small, they can't control their energy. There are cases where they accidentally discover magic, but they don't have enough experience to distinguish between good and bad people through the colors of their magic. If they aren't careful, baby dragons can easily be in danger. Looking at the lines of paper the little girl is cutting, he thinks, this is why humans have to learn how to identify people through their personal experiences, so the baby dragons will be in danger. Looking at the little girl's tail, he thinks, because there are people who look very dignified and mature, but do things that go against social ethics. The manager, after hearing that, points her index finger upwards happily and replies, that's right, that's why dragons are always worried about their children. Especially pure-blooded dragons, the baby dragons are taught very carefully about. Before she can finish speaking, a voice calls out, excuse me, causing the two of them to turn around involuntarily. Anna, with bright eyes and a smile as bright as a flower, holds the flower she cut herself and shows it off happily, saying, I'm done. Seeing that, the manager happily bows down to praise the little girl, saying, you did a great job. But the little girl suddenly runs off. She runs behind Lee Chan, hugging his leg. That action makes the two of them stunned. The manager helplessly says softly, if I hide my magical energy, it'll be okay, right? Hearing that, he scratches his face and replies softly, it'll be okay. The sound of a child being coaxed echoes from inside the store. Little one, this guy has to go home now. He's been working all night, so he has to go home and sleep. Seeing Hana's gloomy face, the manager suggests softly, how about you come again next time? The little girl looks at Lee Chan, and he also looks down at the small dragon child. Chan says cheerfully, you can leave what you're making here and go home first, and then come back and get them any morning you're free. Anna's face shows surprise, and she asks him, I can do that? The manager waves her hand warmly and says, of course, the store always welcomes you. Lee Chan continues, you can come whenever you want. The little girl happily looks at him and says, thank you, before happily saying, thank you to the manager, which makes both of them awkward. Her actions are a bit ambiguous, surprising him. The manager says softly, little one. She bends down slightly and reminds the little girl, you have to call me sister. Call me sister, okay? Anna happily agrees, yes, sister. Chan looks at the well-behaved little girl and thinks, I really shouldn't talk about age with the manager. The two stand in the store, watching the little girl run off. The manager points to the numbers on the automatic door and says, she's gone now. She turns to walk away, and continues, should we send Chan home too? That statement makes him stop in his tracks, confused. She calls him, Chan, can you open that cabinet for me? He replies, which one? She replies, the one in the front. Seeing it, he replies, okay. He opens the cabinet, looking inside and being slightly surprised by the blue light, he says, before wondering in his head, what is she planning to do? Inside, there is a globe and, along with it, a keyboard. The manager explains, that's a magical item called a teleporter. It helps the store teleport to many different places. Hearing that, he admires it, saying, it's like a product combining magic and advanced science. The manager, after hearing that, is quite smug and says, ahem, I made it myself. It's the store's unique item. While admiring the item, he listens to her instruction. You have to use it carefully. Even though I've limited the areas that the store can teleport to, if you don't use it correctly, it'll teleport to a new place. If it moves to a new area, the store's display products will also change, so you always have to be careful. He listens and replies, yes, I understand. She looks at him happily and continues, okay, it's very easy to use, just enter your home address on the screen. He points to the keyboard and asks, here? She replies, usually I'm the one who enters it, but if I do it, I'm not sure we can teleport to your world. He asks confused, but you've done it before. She happily thinks of the Italian noodle shop they went to, near a beautiful flower garden, and replies, for teleportation magic, clear information about the location and the caster's intense desire are the two most important things. That's why if the user has never been to that place, or doesn't really want to go there, the teleportation magic won't work. After hearing that, he seems to have understood and says, so it can take me anywhere? Suddenly, a notification rings out, saying, the entered information is incorrect. Please enter the correct address. The manager raises her hand and says to him, because I don't know anything about your world, it's useless if I do it. You understand your world the best. You have to be the one to do it. He looks intently at the globe, his expression quite hesitant. He puts his hand near the globe and asks, but in the end, this is also magic. During the dragon scale purification, you said that magic doesn't work on my body. His eyes look straight into the globe as he says decisively, I don't think I can do it. The manager calls him, Chan. He turns to look at her, and she says happily, don't worry, trust me, just try it. She looks at him firmly and says, I'm sure everything will go smoothly. He thinks to himself, okay, just a try. He understands inwardly that the manager isn't the type of person to make employees do weird things. He points to the keyboard and asks her, I just need to enter my home address, right? The manager stands excitedly behind him and replies, that's right, just think that you really want to go home. He closes his eyes, listening to the manager's words behind him, saying, no matter if it's a good or bad memory, as long as your desire is strong enough, it will come true. Chan starts to type on the keyboard, thinking in his head, I want to go home. He thinks of the scene of playing at the playground with the children and thinks, even though it's a tiring world, abandoned by the company that I was bound to for many years, it's also a world full of the laughter of childhood. Playing with friends when I was young, it was really fun. The image of a young boy blowing bubbles flashes through his mind. The bubbles fly into the sky, and he thinks to himself, it's really a contradictory world. The manager calls him, Chan. His eyes droop. The manager points outside and says to him, go out and take a look. Hearing that, Chan stands up and looks out. He asks her, did it work? She replies happily, I don't know. Just go outside and see. A happy voice rings out. Okay. He stands next to the glass door. His eyes widen. Chan steps out onto the street, looking at the city and the sky. He looks around once and thinks to himself, this is the area near my house. Chan looks elsewhere again, unable to believe it, thinking, I teleported from another world to here in a few short seconds. The manager reveals a satisfied expression and says to him, it's obvious now, isn't it? He looks at the manager beside him and replies, yes. She then looks at him and explains, your physique can be controlled by willpower, Chan. She recalls and asks him, what were you thinking about during the dragon scale purification process? He remembers the scene of him and CO Yuna last night and replies, I just thought everything would be better if the dragon scales were purified. The manager says to him, if magic really can't affect you, the magic in the dragon scales might be destroyed, and they wouldn't have any effect at all. She happily praises him. However, you did an excellent job. The manager looks at him and judges, so, I think your thoughts during the purification process intersected with your body. Hearing that, Chan says in surprise, wait. He asks her in confusion, so everything you told me to do was just based on a feeling? She doesn't deny it, replying innocently, that's right, but if I hadn't done that, we wouldn't have been able to discover your potential, right? She thinks to herself, everything becomes better if we don't know. If we don't learn, then where will they apply knowledge, right? The two of them are still standing in the store talking. Finally, she says to him, anyway, according to my conclusion, you can control your body with your thoughts. I think that's why you found this convenience store. The manager, saying this, bows her head slightly and says, well, I have to observe more to understand better. Do you have any more questions? He scratches his head slightly helplessly and says, no, I don't have any more questions. She then happily shows off two treasures. One is a bundle of money, and the other is a bottle of medicine, saying, okay, then take this and clock out. Footsteps walk across the floor. Chan opens the door and enters the room. He leans against the door, looks upwards, and thinks wearily, a small, cramped, and old room. I'm finally home. He sighs wearily. I have to work the night shift again. I need to set an alarm. He takes out the bottle that the manager just gave him and exclaims, oh, that's right. Chan smiles, thinking of the manager, and praises her inwardly. This will make it easier to sleep. I didn't think she'd actually make medicine for me. I wonder if it will work. He takes out his phone and sets a few alarms for 9:30 p.m. He sits on the bed and opens the bottle, looking at it and thinking, the manager made it herself, so it will probably work. Chan slowly pours it into his mouth, thinking in his heart, but what if I oversleep and don't hear the alarm? Suddenly, he falls into the blackness of the night. His eyes widen. His hand rests on the bed. His eyes close, and he mumbles, stop. He picks up his phone and turns it on. The clock shows 9:31 p.m. He says, it really works. Lee Chan stretches as he walks, yawning repeatedly, thinking, I slept so well thanks to that sleeping pill. Chan closes his eyes and reflects, but was it real? I came here. The bottle is still here, so it probably wasn't a dream. He wonders, I wonder if the store is still in the same place. As soon as he asks this question, he sees the store right in front of him. along with the noise echoing from inside. Li Chan expresses admiration inwardly, and reaches out to open the door, thinking, the convenience store is still here. I'm so glad, I thought I was just daydreaming. A question arises in Li Chan's head. But am I the only one who can see it? His attention is stolen by an irritated voice, saying, why can't I do that? A shiny bald head comes into Li Chan's sight. There is a guy haggling in the store. If I drink soju here, I can leave the empty bottle here. I'll give you all these empty bottles, estimating it's 101, so I just have to pay 2001. Despite the manager's speechlessness, the guy still continues to nag. Let me drink here, 1 bottle in 1 gulp. The elf seems to be dead drunk, and he is saying it himself and answering it himself. There's no problem, right? He repeats it, making Li Chan also helpless along with the manager. There's no problem, right? Let me drink soju here, okay? In his head, he can only think, I wish this was just a dream. Though annoyed, the manager still has to patiently explain to the elf guy, I already told you, you can't drink alcoholic beverages in the convenience store. You can pay and drink soju at home. The elf guy starts to yell, why can't I? You're so weird, is it wrong if I drink soju where they sell alcohol? The manager awkwardly explains, that's not what I meant. Seeing the difficult situation, Li Chan steps in front of the manager to help her out, saying, according to the law, convenience stores recognize customers, so you're not allowed to drink alcohol here. And of course, you're also not allowed to sit and drink in front of the store. Please pay and go home to drink. The manager is happy that he arrived, saying, Chan, when did you get here? He comforts her. Just now, manager, you've worked hard. She wonders, but why did you come so early? Before Li Chan can reply to the manager, the elf guy starts to cause trouble again. Hey, who are you to interrupt me? Li Chan replies calmly, I'm an employee here. Hearing that, the guy becomes furious and scolds him. What? An employee? How dare an employee scold a customer? He points his finger at Chan's face and starts to accuse him. You're looking down on me because I'm an elf, right? Li Chan is a bit surprised at being accused for no reason and says, yes, I'm looking down on you. Seeing him confused, the guy says, you're looking down on me, that's why you're rejecting my request. This time, he accuses the manager too, saying, you two are looking down on an elf like me because you two are humans. Li Chan quickly explains, I swear I didn't mean that. Before the 2 pairs of shocked eyes of him and the manager, the guy lies down on the ground crying and acting up, saying, you did, you're looking down on me, you despise me. Not only that, he spins around like a top, yelling, how sad, I'm really pitiful. Li Chan hurries to persuade the guy, saying, please don't do that, it's very dangerous. Despite the elf guy's screaming, I'm being looked down on by these nobodies, just because I'm old? And Li Chan's words of encouragement, saying, please get up, you might get hurt if you bump into the shelves or have merchandise fall on you. The manager presses the red emergency button to call the police at the checkout counter with a blank expression. The 2 of them still exchange words back and forth, with the elf saying, what is this, are you lecturing me now? That's not it. What I mean is that it's very dangerous to do that. The police arrive. After the guy is handcuffed and taken away, the police, after being told the entire story, confirms, so you mean, this elf didn't pay for the alcohol, slandered you by saying you were racist, and disturbed the store's business, right? The manager replies, yes, I have surveillance video here. Opening the surveillance room, the manager asks, do you need me to open the video to help you? But the police officer says politely, no need, I'll come back after reviewing it. The manager isn't in a hurry, so she says, take your time. She turns around and hears Li Chan complaining, the elves here are different from what I thought. Hearing that, the manager wonders, what do elves look like in your world? He thinks, how should I say it? They're described as a very noble and beautiful species. I always thought they were very dignified, but after what just happened, hearing Li Chan say that, she seems a bit sad. It is at this moment that the manager tells him the things that had happened, saying, actually, before the war, they were indeed that kind of species, many decades ago. The civilization in this world has made outstanding progress. Many things have been invented to serve the lives of all species. Humans were the species that contributed to that development. The lives of other races became more convenient because of science and technology, so they also actively accepted it. But to have a more comfortable life, they started to expand the provinces and cities. Due to many development processes, nature was severely damaged. But most people were satisfied because their lives had become more comfortable. There was only one species who completely rejected that: the elves. In the end, war broke out. Hearing that, Li Chan is shocked, saying, war? Because of the development of science? The manager replies, elves are a species who loves nature. They couldn't stand to watch Mother Nature be destroyed by what humans call science. They started to destroy buildings and factories. Other species were affected and couldn't take it anymore, forcing them to choose between humans and elves. They wanted to follow humans to innovate, or follow the elves to maintain the current life. They decided to completely side with humans. Even so, the number of elves still overwhelmed them, so the war lasted a very long time. In the end, the two sides decided to reconcile. But the consequences of the war at this time were also terrible. The populations of humans and elves decreased significantly, to the point that it was difficult to see them in daily life. After the war ended, the surviving elves had to face discrimination, slander, and had to live under tremendous pressure. She becomes more excited, thinking, even though it's much better now, you still remember the new elf police officer who went to check the surveillance camera, the one with the two-toned hair? Hearing her mention that, he remembers her. However, the manager tells Lee Chan that it was very difficult for her to get this job, to the point that she dyed her golden hair black. Because of that reason, she says to Lee Chan, "So Chan, if any elf customers come to the store, please treat them gently, okay?" He doesn't rush to reply, but asks about the unpleasant event from earlier, saying, "Even the customer from earlier?" Recalling the troublesome guy from earlier, the manager tells him straightforwardly, "No, you're not obligated to be nice to that type of customer. Just chase them away if they insult or scold you. There's no reason to endure them." Lee Chan also expresses strong agreement, saying, "Okay, I understand." Seeing that her shift has passed a long time ago, he says with concern, "Manager, you should clock out. I guess the investigation is about to be over." She replies, I'll go home as soon as the police come back." As soon as the two of them finish speaking, the police officer walks out and says, "Manager, I'm done checking." The manager bows politely and says, "Oh, yes, thank you. You've worked hard." The manager warmly says to Arul, "Let's talk as we walk. I have to go home now." She follows his idea, saying, "Let's do that." Arul tells her about how he will handle the guy, saying, "For now, we'll take that goblin back to the station. The penalty will be decided after analyzing the circumstances of the crime." The manager understands and replies, "Yes, I understand." Walking to the door, she doesn't forget to turn back and instruct him, "That's right, Chan, if anything happens, just text me, okay?" And Arul salutes like a soldier and says, "Thank you for your cooperation." Lee Chan greets them politely, saying, Yes, be careful on your way." Seeing that they have left, he lies sprawled out on the checkout counter, sighing. Lee Chan says to himself, "It's only the second day, and it's already so tiring. I have to quickly adapt to this, or I won't be able to last long." A customer walks into the store. Before anything, the person yells, startling him, "Hey, you kid, what's this? Are you being lazy?" That Chihuahua guy orders Lee Chan, "Get up, you." Meanwhile, Chan is crying in his heart, "Manager, can I chase this customer away?" Chihuahua, tall and gruff looking, "Hey, kid, are you even working? Get up." Lee Chan wearily looked up at the customer. He stood up sluggishly, "What can I get for you?" "Toothpaste. Where's the toothpaste?" Chan pointed towards a shelf not far away. "Oh, it's in the same place as the toothbrush you bought yesterday." Suddenly, the customer, Chihuahua, flared up, raising his voice, "Hey, how am I supposed to know that? Are you going to keep working like this? Give me clear and thorough instructions, quickly." Chan just stood there, looking at him helplessly. "Manager, someone's bullying me." He forced himself to trudge towards the shelf. "Follow me, I'll show you." "Humph, you should have done this from the start. There were many kinds of toothpaste on the shelf. Here you go, you can choose the one you like." Chihuahua looked at the pile of goods, appearing contemplative. "Which one of these is good? I don't know either." He turned to look at Chan with a piercing gaze, while Chan could only look away, pretending not to notice. "You work here and you don't know? Customers only buy when they get a proper introduction. How will the store's business do if you work like this? It seems like you have a lot of demands." Suddenly, Chan saw something, his eyes becoming more focused. He pointed to a tube of toothpaste and introduced it to Chihuahua. "What do you think about this one that's on a 1+1 promotion?" Chihuahua eyed the tube Chan pointed to, hesitating. I only need one tube of toothpaste, but you get one free. It's more beneficial for you to buy this one, right?" His face scrunched up as he looked at the tube in his hand. Chihuahua placed the toothpaste and a bill on the counter. "Ring me up for this." While Chan was processing the transaction, Chihuahua's eyes caught something on a nearby shelf. "That's 3,201. 101 for a bag. Do you want one?" "Yeah, get it." It was something in red packaging. Chihuahua grabbed it and put it on the counter. "This too." "Okay, that's 6,301 in total." Chan explained while processing the payment. This one is also on a buy one get one free promotion. I only need one, you keep the other one." He politely returned the change to the difficult customer. "Here you go." he snapped. Yeah, take it. The strange customer, Chihuahua, felt indignant when he heard Chan. I can't do that, sir. You bought it. Why should I receive it? That's not my problem. I'm not asking for my money back, so just take it, kid. He walked straight out of the store. I'm leaving. Chan was left alone at the checkout counter, looking dejected. This Chihuahua customer doesn't come here often, right? It feels like every time he comes, he gives me something. He seemed afraid every time he had to face the Chihuahua customer. He came today too. He must work nearby. What if he comes here all the time while I'm working? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me. Ella stood before Chan, looking innocent. It seemed that yesterday's events had taught him that meeting the person in front of him was bad luck. Yes? Ella gently spoke up, breaking the silence between them. Do you sell resignation letters here? She bowed her head slightly. The Succubus customer from yesterday is back. She probably won't act like yesterday, right? Ella's face was slightly sad. How is she? She looks a little drunk, but better than yesterday. Chan huddled in a corner, picking up the phone to call his manager. Check her with the curse detector. If the result is okay, just let her stay in the store. Nothing will happen. If the test result is not good, I'll call you back, okay? I'm counting on you. Chan was helpless with what he was facing. What should I do? If she acts like yesterday again, it'll be a bit scary. Should I just sit still? The image of his manager holding 2 envelopes of money made his eyes light up. No, Lee Chan, think about the bonus you got yesterday. Think about the manager giving you money, and your salary this month. You have to work hard to confidently receive your salary. Ella gently raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Excuse me, miss. Chan stood in front of her, holding an object that looked like a small scepter. This is what I saw yesterday. If you want to stay in the store, you have to take a test. I don't know if you mind. Ella gently reached out to touch the object he was holding. I don't mind. I just need to put my hand out, right? Yes, thank you very much. A curt statement caught Chan's attention. Hey. Ella looked embarrassed. She covered her face and turned away. About yesterday, I'm really sorry. Lee Chan was a little surprised. Yesterday. Ella embarrassedly covered her face with both hands, bowing her head low, throwing up rainbow juice in the store. Please don't talk about it, I beg you. Chan stood frozen, looking at the girl in front of him. I was a little out of control yesterday. I accidentally drank too much magical power while working at the company. I sincerely apologize. I have no excuse for that. Tears welled up in Ella's eyes when Chan asked, where do you work? That something like that happened? I work at a pharmaceutical company nearby. It happened because I had to make a love potion. She stopped crying as soon as Chan wondered, wizards are the ones who make potions, right? In industries related to love, the number of succubi involved is very high. You're human, so you probably don't know. The image representing the female demons is a female demon using both hands to cherish a heart-shaped bottle. Succubi are very talented in seducing and enchanting others. We are a species associated with love. There are countless different types of potions. Most succubi work in pharmaceutical companies, which provide love-related potions. People hurt in love will go to a doctor, or a therapist, to counsel those with relationship problems. Ella's voice was choked. I work at a pharmaceutical company. Because my work wasn't going well yesterday, I'm really sorry. Lee Chan was slightly surprised by what Ella had just shared. Oh, succubi here are really kind. Something seems very strange. Ella bowed her head low, tears welling up in her eyes. Are you planning to quit your job? Her slender hands were placed on the table. I mean, the job you're doing is very suitable for you, but you want to buy a resignation letter, so The more she spoke, the more aggrieved Ella became. She kept crying. I don't have a single romantic relationship. Her words struck Chan like a thunderbolt. He froze in place. I don't know anything about love. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. But you said succubi, that's it. I was so focused on studying that my life had no romance at all. I graduated with a dull academic life. Ella's sobs echoed in the convenience store. I tried very hard because it was my first job, but because I don't know anything about romance, the job isn't going smoothly. She kept wiping away the tears that were flowing. Even though I asked my colleagues about love, each person had a different answer. I don't know who to believe. Chan stood wearily and helplessly to the side, listening to Ella pour out her heart. So I think this job isn't suitable for me. That's why I was going to buy a resignation letter. You must have been very hesitant. It took him a long time to muster the courage to comfort the girl in front of him, overhearing a customer's personal problems. It's okay. This made Ella stop crying and look up. Everyone has a hard time when they first start a job. Don't think so negatively. She looked at Chan, who was flustered. Honestly, I came here because I remembered what you said. This statement made Chan stunned. I said? The scene from that night came back, What you said to me in the taxi. Lee Chan remembered that day. Something I want but can't have. Ah. Ella slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. I just said it randomly. I was very shocked. Chan was stunned by her actions. Everyone says love is very gentle, interesting, and fun. No, it's troublesome and hurtful. He just stood there. Do you know that you're the only one who answered like that? It kept running through my head because it was so different. Please calm down, ma'am. Ella's face was naive, her eyes sparkling. Please tell me, what does it mean? And what do you think about love? Ella seemed to be radiating a halo that made Chan feel dazzled. Please answer me. I think I saw this look in her eyes yesterday. Faced with this scene, Chan felt extremely awkward. I'm sorry, I just said it randomly. I don't know anything about love either. He stood in the middle of the convenience store, confusedly confessing, to be honest, I've never dated anyone either. Ella looked at him with a skeptical expression. Oh really? Why? Her eyes were still captivating. My face. Chan was hesitant to say this. Because my face looks boring. The two of them stood there, looking at each other. Chan awkwardly turned his face away. Ella looked blankly at the boy in front of her. Chan cried without a sound, please don't sympathize with me, just go home, please. The stylist touches the note folder on the screen. Okay, we're ready. Ella sits on the chair with a radiant face, beaming. Oh, before we start, I'll explain in detail to you. What you share won't be leaked to any third parties. Lee Chan sits properly across from her. I'll just consider it reference material. So feel free to answer, thinking, why do I have to? He looks at the girl who is eager before him, thinking, I don't know anything because I've been single for over 29 years. I can't help her. What should I ask first? Chan looks helplessly at Ella, thinking, just as I thought, I have to change the subject. Hey, instead of asking other people, why don't you start a romantic relationship? In the quiet space of the convenience store, Chan and Ella's voices echo. Huh? Me? Yes, it's a little weird to say, but I feel like people tend to ship others together. Ella is a little embarrassed to be asked. Have you ever been shipped with anyone before? I've experienced it 3 times. Chan is stunned by Ella's words, but I dodged them all because I was scared. The story begins when Ella gets the job she desires. When I first joined the company, I learned a lot about love. Every book I read, everyone I asked all said that love is a very wonderful thing. She can't find the right direction about love, but sometimes, we can't see it with our eyes. Everyone has different love experiences. So suddenly I had this thought, what if love isn't what I'm hoping for? Ella bows her head low, her eyes sad. From the moment I had that thought in my head, I was really scared. So I always found ways to reject people. She mocks herself, saying, sounds strange, right? A succubus is scared of love. Suddenly, Ella's eyes light up when she hears Chan say, no, it's not strange at all. 2 cats sit on the balcony of a building, symbolizing the relationship between 2 people. Everyone is scared of what they don't know, especially humans. Human emotions are very unpredictable, in which, the emotions in love are the most difficult to grasp, so it's not strange that we have difficulty starting a relationship. He is a little flustered that he uttered those words, but your job is related to love, you should think about love in a lighter way. Ella seems to realize something, her eyes sparkling, saying, lighter? Chan bows his head slightly, his eyes becoming vague. You said love is a wonderful thing, right? To be honest, I don't feel that way at all. Ella is curious about what Chan is saying, really? Why? I feel that way after witnessing my friend's marriage. In Chan's story, his friend's love story was rosy, saying, when they first started dating, he always showed off his lover to me. He always said that they were a match made in heaven. I can't live without you. Honey, me too, let's be together forever. Quarrels gradually arise more often in the daily life of the couple, but after they got married and started living together, they realized each other's shortcomings, something that they had never seen when they first fell in love. Why do we keep eating bread all the time? I want to eat rice. I don't know, if you like it, eat it, if not, then don't. Ella carefully records what Chan is sharing. They always quarreled about those shortcomings. In the end, that friend said that he regretted getting married. Maybe your friend and his partner weren't very compatible. Chan sits across from Ella, and he bows his head slightly, saying, something like that. He used to say that he loved everything about her when they were dating. His eyes show boredom. Not only him, many other people are like that. It seems that love will change when the circumstances change. Usually, wonderful things will never change, right? Ella just looks at him with a naive expression. But love changes, because love is built up by human emotions. Don't overthink it and start a relationship. At least try it once, right? I think that love is a miracle, not something wonderful. Chan doesn't forget to remind Ella, you have to be careful, otherwise it's easy for scary emotions to arise in love. That's extremely dangerous. That statement sparks curiosity in Ella's heart. Scary emotions? I think there are two dangerous types. Some people always force the other person to accept their feelings. First is forced love. I love you so much, why won't you accept my love? I'm grateful, but I have to refuse. Some people only stand from a distance. Watching the other person happy is enough for them. The second type is stalking love. Watching them makes me feel satisfied. I'm so happy. I feel so happy to be able to follow you every day. I love you so much. Unnamed stranger? That's scary. The person being forced to accept the feelings will always feel obsessed with love. According to me, these types of love are very dangerous. This is love? It's so scary. It hurts me. The person who only silently stands behind will regret that they weren't brave enough. I should have confessed directly instead of just watching from afar. I think that these two types of love will leave mental scars on one of the two people to the point that they close their hearts. Outside the glass door, a couple is walking by. Those are two different types of love. But in my eyes, both of them are unilateral, selfish emotions. Love isn't something that one person can build. They do a job together. They know how to care for each other. Hey, are you okay? I'm okay. Don't worry about me. A relationship is called love when both sides share emotions with each other. Ella carefully records what Chan is saying into the tablet. Be careful with the two types of love above, and enter into a healthy relationship, okay? Suddenly, she stops writing. Can I really do it? I'm just a failure. Chan looks at Ella with an encouraging expression, saying, you can definitely do it. You are a very attractive person. Ella is a little embarrassed to hear other people say good things about her, saying, it's a bit rude, but I think not many people can reject your confession. You should be more confident. Just try it out. As if realizing that he misspoke, Chan quickly covers his mouth, saying, if it's really too difficult, then you can stop. I'm sorry, I don't have any dating experience, but I spoke like I knew everything. Ella quickly waves her hands to relieve the awkwardness between the two, saying, no, I haven't loved anyone, but I'm making a love potion. Those words are like knives stabbing straight into Chan's heart, and he looks pale. Talking to someone who has never dated like me will be more comfortable, right? I'm very honored to learn more about the perspective of a single person from birth until now. Stop. Don't say anything more about a single person like me anymore. Chan points to the schedule of the buses, saying, isn't it almost time for you to go to work? It's time for the first bus to arrive. Ella stands up straight, bows politely, saying, thank you for listening to my sharing. It really helped me a lot. No, I'm very happy to have helped you. Chan hands her the red box that the Chihuahua customer gave him earlier, saying, take this with you. Huh? Why are you giving it to me? Seeing her standing there blankly, he explains further, saying, you have to go to work now. You can work more comfortably if you take this. It's very effective. Ella politely takes Chan's small gift, saying, thank you. She opens the door, saying, hey. Ella turns back to look at Chan with sparkling eyes, saying, if you don't mind, I'll come again next time. The manager is standing there. Then you told that succubus that she could come back to the store? Yes. She places her hands on her hips, saying, oh my. You don't have to treat those customers so sincerely. Despite what she is saying, Lee Chan's face is still indifferent as if it's not his business. You have to be careful with succubi. They are species with very strong enchanting abilities. Is that so? The manager seriously reminds him, saying, you'll get into trouble if you make them angry. Remember to be careful next time, okay? I'll keep that in mind. Outside the glass door, a silhouette is passing by. I didn't see the pure-blooded dragon child from yesterday, though. I know. She has a lot of things to do. A terrible sound suddenly rings out, interrupting the two of them. Could it be that she forgot? The two of them quickly run out of the store, saying, what's that sound? I don't know. It sounds like metal clanging. A mountain bike lies sprawled on the sidewalk, and she calls, oh my god, are you okay? Its owner is an intelligent robot. Are you hurt anywhere? Are you okay, robot machine? A smiley face emoji appears on his face, saying, I'm okay. Thank you for your concern. Lee Chan hurries to help lift the robot up, while the manager helps to stand the bike up, saying, there's no way he's okay. The engine sound is so loud. I'm sorry, did I startle you? Thank you. Thank you for helping me. Chan pays some attention to the conversation between the two in front of him, and asks, why did you fall on the street? The bike chain seems to have fallen off. An unexpected situation occurs. The bicycle's pedals suddenly get stuck. Both the robot and the manager look at the bike. The chain fell off. The bicycle chain fell off. Chan replies indifferently, yes, it probably fell off when shifting gears, and got twisted while changing the gears. In the blink of an eye, everything is settled. Attach it like this, and then do this. Both the manager and the robot look at him with admiring eyes. Complete. Oh, the bicycle looks like new after being repaired. You're really good. You fixed it. Thank you for fixing it. It's really amazing. The manager pats his back lightly and praises him. Our Chan knows how to do many things. He's really reliable. I know how to fix it because I used to ride a bicycle when I was young. The robot hands out a small piece of paper, saying, "Thank you very much. Here, this is my business card. You can contact me when you need help." Both the manager and Chan widen their eyes when they see the business card, thinking, "Shoot Factory. Specializes in monster slaughter. That's my business. I can do it for free for you once." The robot replies to Chan's words hastily, and then he also gets on his bicycle and leaves, saying, "You really don't need to do that. No, I just want to repay you. Please contact me. Goodbye." The manager smiles politely and waves goodbye brightly, saying, "Thank you. Be careful on your way." She turns to look at Chan and says, "All right, you should go home and rest first. It will be very tiring tomorrow. Tomorrow, a lot of goods will be delivered." Chan looks at the girl before him with a blank face. Tomorrow is Friday, and she wrote Friday was a day that Koreans let loose, welcoming the weekend. He seems to realize something terrible, thinking, "If I don't rest well, then I'll be dead tired tomorrow." That's right. It's been a long time since I worked at a convenience store, so I forgot. For convenience store employees, Friday is that damn party day. On the computer screen, it reads, "Friday." A note pops up with the title Exploding Friday, also known as those touching beer glasses. It continues, "It's the craziest day of the week, the day everyone releases stress after 5 days of work," and asks, how do they relieve stress? The note continues describing roadside pubs more crowded than ever, and stating, of course, with alcohol. And thanks to that, liquor stores earn a huge income on Fridays. Convenience stores are one of them. A customer somewhere raises a bottle of beer high in the air. But the customers in convenience stores are a bit different. The note continues with descriptions like one person always sitting on the ground, snacks scattered everywhere, and another person standing up saying, "Okay, now I'm going to sing song number 18. Are you ready?" To which another voice replies, "Okay, I'm ready." In his drunken state, a man treats a bottle of beer like a microphone, and sings passionately, "I miss you. The girl who left with the wind. I can't touch you, even in my dreams. The only thing I can do is to let the tears stream down my cheeks. I'm crying." In another corner, a wing is spread wide. The owner of that wing has long blonde hair that is neatly braided into 2 pigtails. A pair of legs full of sharp claws appears on the floor. A maiden is immersed in her own world right in the convenience store. Lee Chan can only helplessly stand and watch the chaotic scene in the store at this time, and thinks, there are a lot of customers like this at the store. Do you want to come work with me? With one hand, he snatches a bottle of beer from a customer. With his other hand, he takes back a bag of popcorn that was half eaten. It seems that Chan has run out of patience with the strange customers in the store today, and his face darkens. He says, "Excuse me, I know you're feeling lightheaded because you're drunk, but you have to pay before using the product." The 2 drunken people bow their heads and leave the store, saying, "We're sorry, we'll buy both of them." Suddenly, a sound rings out, attracting Chan's attention, saying, "Help me." The maiden from earlier is spreading her wings wide and flying in the air. Chan's eyes widen, and his jaw drops when he sees such a sight. All the customers in the store at that moment also exclaim in surprise, "Oh!" Chan quickly catches the maiden before she crashes into the door, saying, "Oh!" It seems that she doesn't realize her current state, saying, Finally, I've become a swan," while being immersed in her own world. Chan is in a state of disbelief when he hears her say, "This should only be done at home, oh mom." Lee Chan says helplessly, with his hands trembling, "Please stop and go home." What's going on? Next to the checkout counter, a minotaur has shattered the glass door, causing the 2 drunken people to wake up. The minotaur's expression is full of murderous intent. The scene from before causes Chan, who is sitting in the distance, to widen his eyes in shock, thinking, where is this? He mutters, "Chip, chip." A door has been shattered into pieces, and is saying, "I'm definitely the first." Chan bites his lower lip, his eyes welling up with tears. What did I crash into? He has crashed into a glass panel, saying, "You idiot." He lies slumped on the checkout counter, his face lifeless. Next to him is a phone that is connected to the manager's phone, and he says, Chan, are you still alive? Help me, manager." The manager, who is lying in bed, can only helplessly refuse, saying, "Sorry, I feel like I'm about to die too." She buries her face in frustration, saying, "Today is really a terrible day. I haven't encountered these kinds of abnormal customers before." She continues on, "Abnormal customers, that's right. On a Friday before, customers were densely packed, and this story started when it had been, one goblin asked to split the bill to pay using different cards. As the line to pay grew longer, the woman cuts in, because the waiting customers were thick. At that time, the manager explained, "Sorry, but we only accept payment with one card here, and then the goblin and woman started arguing back and forth. A woman cuts to the front, saying, "Pay for me first. Hey miss, please wait your turn. Hey, I haven't paid yet, you know." And those picky customers are the most normal on Friday. Having heard the story, Chan suddenly becomes thoughtful, thinking, today is really tiring. It seems that the manager has encountered a lot of difficulties, but I can't help it all. The manager's voice echoes from the phone, saying, "What about you? Did you encounter anything?" Chan listens to the person opposite him in silence. "I guess you also encountered a lot of difficulties. Your voice sounds very tired." He looks at the glass door that was damaged earlier, temporarily repaired with cardboard. Chan sighs helplessly when he hears the manager ask, "Did something happen, right?" Well, the manager is no less shocked when she hears this, exclaiming, "A minotaur crashed into the door? Huh?" Her voice through the phone sounds even more urgent than his, saying, "Crashed into the door? Chan, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Chan replies, "I'm still in one piece, madam." The manager listens to Chan present the situation in silence. "I got the contact information of the minotaur who broke the door, and there's a temporary solution for this, so don't worry." Chan remains silent for a long time. He just looks intently at the phone screen, thinking, I guess she is very surprised that the door was broken. Now I'm feeling confused. Are my words too damaging? I should have used my words more carefully so that she wouldn't be so shocked. I have to comfort her. Suddenly, the manager calls his name, saying, "Chan, I have to find you some useful equipment." Chan is a little surprised to receive the concern from her, asking, "Equipment? Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot lately. I'll try to prepare it as soon as possible." Chan reluctantly rejects the manager's help, saying, "You don't have to do that, madam." Chan, each species in this world has magic power. They have their own physical traits and magical power, based on the characteristics of each species. Irul, an elf, has a youthful appearance and lives a very long life. Ella, the succubus species, is good at seducing others. There are countless types of people. In short, each species has different abilities. I believe that you, Chan, are very easy to be in danger in this world because you come from a completely different world. Since you were young, Chan, you've had extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, your body can resist magic, and you can control it as you wish, so you're still able to protect yourself. Chan ponders before what the manager said, and says, "But I'm not sure it can protect me from strong magic. Of course, you can't win against them physically." He is a little confused. "I'm just analyzing for your safety. Don't feel pressured. You just need to do what I say, okay?" "Yes, madam. I'll wait." The phone call quickly ends, with her saying, "Now, I'll find some suitable equipment. I hope you have a smooth shift." "Yes, no need to worry." A bit of happiness appears on Chan's face, thinking, "I felt the same warmth before. The manager is really a good person. She is always caring and worried about me, even though I'm just a part-time employee." A customer pushes the door open and enters, interrupting his thoughts. "At the very least, I have to buy her some food when I receive my first month's salary, right?" Chan lifts his head up and looks at the new customer, saying, "Sorry, oh, welcome sir. What would you like to buy?" He follows the customer's request, saying, "Get me a green pack." "Yes." The entire process happens very quickly. "Ring me up," the customer requested. "Yes, I'll ring you up now," Chan responded quickly. Chan accidentally sees the customer's hand, noticing a scar. Realizing that he had misspoke, he quickly apologizes. Sorry, it's just that this is the first time I've seen a scar like that, so I was a bit." The werewolf, Wolf, is used to this, and says, "Oh, it's okay. People don't usually see it." He flashes a radiant smile, and says, "Don't worry, everyone who sees it is curious and acts like that." A strange light emanates from him, and he says, "Can I rest here for a bit?" "Yes, of course." Chan wonders, what's going on? This is the first time I've met a middle-aged man who is so gentle. Chan politely replies, "Please, feel free to rest there, sir. Payment complete. Thank you." Suddenly, the werewolf, Wolf, stops, saying, "Please excuse me." He constantly taps on his phone screen. Chan seems to realize something, and says, "It's taking a long time. He must be really busy." The werewolf, Wolf, is in a proper suit. Looking at the way he's wearing a vest at this late hour, Chan assumes, thinking, he's an office worker. These occupations often have late-night overtime, so he must work in the financial industry, right? Chan speaks boldly, saying, "Excuse me, sir, are you checking stocks?" The werewolf, Wolf, who is holding the items on the counter, explains, "Oh, it's not stocks. I'm checking my phone for work." "Work? What is it?" Chan looks blankly at the person in front of him, and Wolf responds, "To drive." The werewolf, Wolf, shows the phone and offers a kind smile, saying, "I'm a driver." On the road, a long line of cars queued up at a red light. Chan sat inside the convenience store, looking out and silently thinking, The traffic is terrible. Then, he glanced at the person next to him, sizing him up. He looks a bit like a kobold, always having to check the taxi app, I bet. The werewolf was constantly tapping away on his handheld phone, sitting at a table inside. Chan secretly felt happy with the current atmosphere, lifting his head in relief. No crazy customers after midnight, he thought. A peaceful atmosphere with a friendly, approachable customer. It's been so long since I had a pleasant shift. He felt like he was living in his own world. Oh, let it be peaceful like this from now on forever. Suddenly, the werewolf approached the counter, clearing his throat. Excuse me. Yes, is there anything I can help you with? Chan asked. The werewolf held his phone out in front of Chan, opened the map, and asked, do you know where this is? Chan leaned over to look, a bit perplexed. Ah, I'm sorry, but I've only been working in this area recently so I don't really know, he replied. The werewolf didn't seem bothered by his response. Oh, that's okay. I'm new to this job as well. He began to make small talk. How do you find the work? Is everything all right? Chan hesitated slightly, turning his head around and responding, everything was fine until today. Then he looked towards the door, where many cardboard signs were taped up. A minotaur crashed into the door, which has been a bit exhausting. The werewolf smiled warmly. I see. I've been wondering what happened to the door. By the way, for my entire life, the two of them were chatting animatedly when suddenly a very loud crash reverberated. Chan looked outside to see two cars colliding again, utterly bewildered. What's going on? An accident? Outside, the orcs got out of their cars and began arguing heatedly. The taller orc, dominating the one in front of him, shouted aggressively, how did you even pass your driving test driving like that? What do you want me to drive like when you run without looking at the turn signal, you idiot? The other orc retorted, straining his neck. Do you even know the law, you moron? Who's the one not paying attention to the turn signal? They began to use force, grabbing each other by the collar. He yelled, I was the one who turned on the light, you jerk. What the hell? When did you turn it on? Are you lying to me? Nearby, the kobold stood, holding his phone, terrified, tears welling up. Chan and the werewolf stood in front of a convenience store, observing them argue. Why don't you let me drive then? You want to die together, right? Chan thought, trembling. This is awful. What's with this attitude? Chan's eyes widened at the commotion before him. I'm seeing orcs fighting firsthand. This is much more serious than I imagined. Shouldn't they be calling their insurance companies first? The two orcs started wrestling on the ground, gritting their teeth and grappling. Passers-by were also gawking. It's the orcs again. They're always like this, aren't they? A small goblin muttered as he passed by. Such uneducated brutes. Chan watched the situation with great trepidation. This situation is so serious, but no one seems to care. Is this just an everyday occurrence? The sounds of fighting continued to echo. Chan worriedly thought, this is so different from my world. The werewolf, standing beside him, was also concerned for Chan. Are you going to be in trouble? Chan was a little confused. Huh? Why? The werewolf looked at him with slightly sad eyes. I don't think the store will have any customers if the orcs keep fighting like this. I guess the store's business won't be good today. Looking at the orcs continuously punching and kicking each other in front of him, Chan nodded in agreement with the werewolf. Yeah, I think so too. Everyone's busy watching the fight. Not many people will come into the store. Suddenly, the werewolf stepped forward towards the crowd. I should probably go stop them. Chan looked confused. Huh? The werewolf called out, hey, young fellas. The orcs quickly stopped and turned towards the voice. The werewolf, in a somewhat solemn tone, lowered his head and advised, it's great to see everyone so full of energy, but you two should stop and clean up the mess you've made. The two orcs, still in a fit of anger, turned around, annoyed with the werewolf. What's wrong with this old wolf? Who are you to meddle in our business? Don't interfere. Get lost. The werewolf's eyes gradually became colder with each of their words, but they didn't realize and continued to mock him. An old wolf should just stand and watch. At this point, the werewolf's fist had clenched tightly, veins bulging. The werewolf immediately thrust his elbow into the face of the taller orc, angrily shouting, how dare you say that? Blood immediately spurted from his nose, causing the other orc to stare in astonishment, his mouth agape. Some onlookers were recording it on their phones, exclaiming, holy crap. The werewolf nonchalantly dusted off his hands. The remaining orc looked at the one on the ground, panicking. Why are you unconscious? Then, he angrily clenched his fist and turned to the werewolf. You old man. His punch quickly rushed towards the werewolf's face with an angry yell. What did you do? It seemed like he would hit, but in an instant, the werewolf easily stepped back, dodging the attack. Then he pivoted, using his foot as a pivot and continued moving forward. The werewolf angrily punched the other orc straight in the neck, leaving him no chance to evade. The orc quickly fell unconscious on the ground. The werewolf lightly turned around and looked at them. Well, they look more well-behaved now. Then he turned to another person looking in this direction and called out, "Hey, kobold." The kobold hesitantly peeked out from behind the car, saying, "Yes?" The werewolf gave a very gentle smile looking in that direction, slightly brushing some dust off his vest. "Now they're easier to deal with. Can you call the police and the insurance company?" Without hesitation, he quickly replied, "Ah, yes, thank you for helping." The werewolf replied happily, "You're welcome. I wish you all the best in resolving this." Chan saw him return to his side, a little foolishly looking up. What did you do before becoming a driver? Also, what kind of species are you?" The werewolf's ears twitched slightly as he heard Chan's question. He smiled gently and introduced himself. "Oh, I'm a werewolf. It's a bit difficult to explain since it's not the full moon right now. And before I was a driver, I did this and that. But now I'm just a retired old man." Chan looked at the werewolf with a very admiring gaze. "I don't know why, but I feel like he's so cool." He stared intently at him, the scar on his hand and the way he took them down with just one punch. "I bet he's not just anyone." Then the notification bell on the phone ended their conversation. He said, I have to go to work now. Thank you for letting me rest at the store." The police cars had also arrived to handle the scene. Chan politely replied, "No, I didn't do anything much." Then he called out again, "Sir, do you have a business card or something similar?" He very hesitantly expressed his intent. Many drunk customers come to our store. If they need a taxi to take them home, I think I can contact you." Hearing that, he smiled brightly and took out from his pocket. "That would be great." He handed Chan his business card. "Please keep me in mind." Back inside the store, Chan held the business card up high, examining it against the light. He squinted one eye, trying to find any anomalies. "It seems to be just a normal business card." Chan recalled the thrilling situations that had occurred, pondering. "It's not like that fake ID card." Then he also remembered the werewolf's saintly face when he said, "If you don't mind, could I sometimes come here to rest?" Chan secretly assessed him by his appearance. He doesn't seem like a scammer. While Chan was lost in thought, someone slowly entered. He quickly called out, "Welcome, customer." A white fur coat gradually revealed itself. The person said, "Give me 2 packs of cigarettes." But Chan, upon seeing the puppy that came in with him, was stunned and continued, "Sir, you can't bring pets into the store. Please come back after you've leashed it outside." The pufferfish wrinkled his nose unhappily, replying, "What? Why? My baby won't be comfortable in a strange place." The adorable puppy smiled and tilted its head, looking at Chan. He growled, "He'll only be here for a moment." He held puppy up high, feigning innocence, and it stopped barking, remaining quiet. "I'll be right out after I buy beer and cigarettes. Just let me off the hook this time," Chan thought, glancing at him and the dog with a hint of helplessness. "Since there are no customers now, it should be fine." He said he'll be right back. Finally, he relented and agreed, "Okay, just leave it here." Kanak, after receiving Chan's agreement, quickly tucked puppy under his arm and went for a walk. "Okay." Suddenly, his phone, which was in his pocket, vibrated. He picked it up and saw a notification from his manager. She had messaged him, "Chan, I said I'd find equipment that suits you, right? Do you have any particular tools you like?" Chan tilted his head, pondering. "What kind of tools? Preferably something useful for work, I guess." He replied, "How about a mop?" The manager sent back a surprised emoji and replied, "Okay, I'll prepare that. Do you need anything else?" Chan hesitated, typing on the screen. Then, finally, he replied, "Could you consider it for me? I'm fine with anything." From afar, Kanak approached, still holding puppy. He placed a few bottles of beer on the counter, along with a credit card. "I'll pay for this and the cigarettes." Chan quickly swiped the card, replying to Kanak, "Yes, please wait a moment, sir." After swiping, the machine made sluggish beeping noises, leaving him baffled. "Huh?" Then Chan turned to Kanak and informed him, "Sir, this card has reached its spending limit." Kanak, disbelieving, flipped open the cigarette pack, his eyes wide. "What? It's reached the limit?" Kanak was perplexed, unsure of what to do. "Oh, man, this is troublesome. I only brought this card with me." Chan quickly thought of a way to help. You could transfer the money? But that wouldn't work either." Kanak, slightly annoyed, exclaimed, "I didn't bring my phone. I just came out for a walk." That left Chan speechless, mumbling, "Oh right." Then Kanak handed puppy over to Chan, startling him. "I have no choice, I'll go home and get my wallet." It happily stuck its tongue out, looking at him. "Looks like this little guy is helping me out." Chan was bewildered. "Huh?" Kanak scratched his head sheepishly and quickly left. "I'll be back in 10 minutes. He was hesitant to accept, but, however, Kanak cut him off, reassuring him, "Don't worry, he's a good boy. He won't bite." He bargained further, "I want to buy these items. If you don't trust me, I'll leave everything here. Or I'll just take them with me, okay?" Chan, unsure of what to do, rubbed his neck pensively. Then come back quickly. Kanak left the convenience store. Okay. On the counter were the items he had placed there, along with Puppy, who was sitting quietly. He left everything behind. Then he sat down to wait. What an odd owner. Even if the situation called for it, still, looking at Puppy, he was a little puzzled. How could he trust a stranger to watch his pet? It's not collateral, is it? Chan sighed and stared at it. Then he reached out and patted its head, trying to reassure the dog. Your owner is a bit strange, isn't he? Hang in there. Chan's expression was helpless, sighing repeatedly. Having an owner like that must be tough. Do you want to confide in me? Then he closed his eyes, feeling relaxed as he spoke to Puppy. If I were you, I'd probably castrate that pufferfish myself. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, startling Chan, who widened his eyes. Yes, I have something to say. He stared in disbelief at Puppy, who was talking to him. Well, I'm not sure if it's okay to say it, so I usually don't say anything. Chan panicked and fell backward. It stuck out its long tongue, looking endearing as it asked him, Hey mister, is it okay if I tell you something? After a moment, Chan regained his composure and carefully looked at it. You can speak human language? Puppy quickly nodded in response to the question. Yeah, I can. He pressed his face close to its, asking in disbelief. Then why don't you talk to your owner? If you did, this wouldn't have happened. It stared back at him with wide eyes. I usually don't talk. I have to be careful with everyone, especially my owner. Why? Puppy sadly recalled the time Kanak angrily scolded it. You bark louder than you think. It was a little sad. Whenever I bark, he threatens to cut my vocal cords. He said he'll do it if I don't shut up. Chan's face darkened. Just as I thought, he's not a good owner. That Kanak. He leaned forward slightly, causing the chair to tilt, and asked curiously, Hey, what's your name? How old are you? The dog, who was being petted and felt very satisfied, closed its eyes and replied, My name is Puppy. I'm 2 years old. He scratched its neck and marveled, Oh, you're only 2 years old and you speak so well. Puppy, pleased with the compliment, remained humble. For dogs, 2 years old is already grown up, you know. So it's no big deal. Chan was stunned for a moment before realizing what it meant. Oh, I see. I don't know much about dogs. Then he looked at it and asked, Puppy, have you ever seen another dog that can talk? It widened its eyes and replied, No, I've never met one. The images I see are mostly of dogs surrounded by people. Other dogs just like to play with their owners and bark. I've never seen a dog that can talk like me. So I think all dogs are afraid of having their vocal cords cut, so they choose to remain silent, saying nothing. Puppy sadly lowered its head and hesitantly asked, Do you think I'm strange? Chan raised his hand to scratch himself and looked away, avoiding eye contact. I'm not sure. I don't know, but it seems like everyone loves their pets. A friend of mine even travels abroad with their pet. It wagged its tail slightly with a bit of envy. I'm a little jealous, you know. Chan tilted his head, looking at it. Puppy, do you often encounter situations like this? Being used as collateral? Puppy lowered its head and sighed. Don't mention that. I'm about to die from exhaustion. Kanak was leisurely walking down the street. It continued to narrate, He always argues with his wife because of me. Whenever he drinks, he acts strangely. He kisses me, that smell of alcohol. Puppy was very unhappy but still endured. But he gives me food, gives me a place to sleep, so I accept enduring everything. Many times, I want to escape from this owner. Chan rested his chin on his hand, listening attentively. Then he asked questions to understand the story better. Why don't you talk to your owner? Immediately, Puppy panicked and cried out, What if he cuts my vocal cords? He quickly reassured it. Listen, he only said that because he doesn't know you can talk. Frankly, I think your owner's personality is a bit bad. Hearing you talk, I feel like he's not a good person. But living as a stray is more miserable than having a place to stay. You have to endure more, you know. Right outside the convenience store, there's a stray dog looking for food. Puppy listened to his helpful advice with its head lowered. Instead of running away from home, you should talk to your owner clearly. At least it'll be better than it is now, right? Communication is the key. Then it slowly raised its head. Okay, if you say so, I'll do it. He became happier and patted it, praising, That's right. Chan looked outside and began to complain. But it's been more than 10 minutes. When is your owner coming back? However, Puppy replied indifferently, I don't know. Sometimes I have to wait up to 30 minutes. It looked up and carefully looked at him, talking to him. You must have gone through a lot, right? Puppy still wanted to talk, so it looked at him. Can I ask one more question? Chan casually replied while waiting. Go ahead. However, Puppy's next question stunned him. What is castration? Chan covered his face, feeling helpless, as he listened to Puppy's explanation. I heard that I have a castration appointment next Monday. I heard my owner and his wife say that. It was still clueless, tilting its head. So what is it? Why do I have to have castration surgery? Puppy waited adorably, and he slowly stood up. Chan took out paper and a pencil and slammed them on the table. He stood up, clicked the pen, and looked down at Puppy with a serious expression. I'll draw it out to make it easier to explain, okay? Stay calm and listen carefully. Neutering is a major concern for pet owners, as the current generation tends to have pets. It prevents conditions like prostatic hypertrophy, testicular tumors, cystitis, breast cancer, cervical cancer, and ovarian failure. Many choose neutering for their pets to prevent diseases, but it's not necessary for every animal. Some owners see their pets as soulmates, choosing to live happily with them. It's a choice made for beloved pets. This makes owners consider it deeply. But what if pets could talk? Puppy, upon hearing Chan's explanation, was terrified, screaming, "I don't want to." He yelled repeatedly, making Chan helpless. "No, I won't do it even if I die. Why should I endure such cruelty?" The world seemed to collapse on Puppy. "I've never stolen another dog's bone, and I haven't even pooped or peed inappropriately." Seeing his distress, Chan reassured him, "It's not like that. It's just for your health." Puppy felt extremely wronged, tears welling up, shouting, "Don't be absurd. Even if it's good for me, I won't allow it to be removed." He then challenged Chan, "Would you undergo neutering for that reason?" Chan, angered, retorted, "Are you crazy? Why would I?" Puppy, fueled by his anger, exclaimed, "See? You wouldn't either. Why should a dog like me have surgery when a human wouldn't?" Chan covered his mouth, contemplating the situation with Puppy sad and trembling, feeling ashamed. Puppy cried loudly, his body shaking, utterly humiliated. "I haven't even met my destiny yet." Beautiful visions appeared in his mind. Puppy blissfully imagined a litter of puppies beside a fluffy, white dog. "I've just reached the age to have offspring." He then wailed desperately, "I don't want to become a eunuch. What karma did I create in my past life to deserve this?" Chan was dumbfounded, unable to speak. "Sorry, I shouldn't have explained." He offered Puppy a glass of water to soothe his aching soul. "Drink some water to calm down." Chan patted Puppy's back. "Do you feel better?" Though still crying, Puppy obediently drank the water. "I feel a bit better, sorry for overreacting. It's so frightening. I acted without thinking." Chan was also taken aback. "Ah, it's okay." Chan then devised a plan for Puppy to convince his owner. "By the way, Puppy, now that you know what neutering is, tell your owner you don't want it. Maybe he'll understand." However, Puppy refused, standing firm. "No, there's no need." His eyes were resolute, with a hint of sadness. "I'm not happy about the surgery, but I've been with my owner since birth. I've always vowed to be loyal, like all dogs. I thought I should live that way too, but that's not living." He then looked ahead, envisioning his future, and declared, "I want to live my own life. I'll leave my owner. Thank you. It's because of you that I made this decision." Chan was shocked. He knelt down, panicked, advising, "Wait, I just told you to talk to him." But Puppy was steadfast. "No, why bother? It's already decided." Outside, people bustled, while inside, Chan and Puppy continued their heartfelt conversation. "Think it over. I told you, living on the streets is much harder." Puppy responded indifferently, "I don't care. Living indoors or outdoors is equally tough." Puppy glared at Chan, asking, "Now my two balls are in danger. Are you saying I shouldn't leave?" Chan shrugged helplessly. "You have a point." Puppy then moved closer. "Anyway, I've decided. Please help me. Can you remove my collar?" Chan quickly unlocked it. "Ah, sure." Chan was still hesitant after freeing Puppy. "I'm not sure this is right." Puppy shook his head. His neck now relaxed. Puppy stretched his neck, feeling satisfied. "So refreshing." Chan was a bit confused. "Do you need anything else?" Puppy quickly replied, "Yes, before I go, I want to talk to my owner. Can you help?" Pufferfish was strolling along the street. Chan, puzzled, asked, "You want to say goodbye?" Puppy nodded. "Yes, even though he's not a good owner. It's a mix of hate and love. I want to clarify things." Chan listened, still confused, scratching his head. Finally, Chan agreed, "Okay, I'll help." Just then, Pufferfish pushed open the convenience store door. "I'm back." Seeing him, Chan stood up, still holding Puppy's leash. "You're back?" Pufferfish was bewildered. "Huh, what's going on?" Puppy glared at Pufferfish. He asked, puzzled, "Why the collar?" He then questioned Chan, "You took it off?" Chan sighed, admitting, "Yes sir." He continued as promised to Puppy, telling Pufferfish, "Your pet has something to say." Pufferfish, confused, asked, "My dog?" Everything was perplexing. "What's going on?" Suddenly, Puppy spoke. "Owner." He approached Pufferfish's feet, looking up. "I just want confirmation, so please answer my questions. Did you really go home to get your wallet while leaving me here?" He pressed on while Pufferfish was stunned. "You're planning to neuter me next week, right?" Pufferfish, incredulous, stammered, "Ah, yes." He confirmed. "That's right." Puppy's eyes drooped sadly. Then he turned to leave. "Thank you. From today on, I'll walk my own path." Pufferfish, still bewildered, watched him go. Puppy continued, "Don't ask why, and don't bother looking for me. Goodbye, and live well." Chan was surprised to see Puppy turn back, saying, Puppy leaned up, still looking back at Chan, asking, "Can I come by again later?" Chan, a bit flustered, scratched his head and agreed, "Ah, sure." Chan became very worried, and unsure how to proceed. Then he called out after him, "Feel free to drop by." Puppy finally broke into a joyful smile. "Thank you, and I wish you a prosperous business." Pufferfish watched Puppy's receding figure, dumbfounded. Pufferfish clenched his fists, trembling, looking at Chan. "What's going on?" Then, suddenly, he covered his mouth, crying out, "Puppy," alarming Chan. "Sir, are you all right?" Chan tied the bow on his back. "Okay, all done." He looked around the store and sighed. Finally, peace again. Chan wondered, did Puppy actually escape? After calming down, Pufferfish quickly chased after him, his face pale. At that moment, Chan opened the door, calling out, "Sir, you forgot your wallet." He continued running sadly, repeatedly calling for Puppy, unable to hear. Chan took out the trash, still pondering the situation. Even if he's not a good owner, he probably still loves his pet. Chan stretched, shivering slightly, relaxing, thinking, "I don't know. They'll figure it out." Suddenly, a noise from behind startled him. Achoo! Anna covered her mouth after sneezing, sitting on her adorable bicycle. Chan quickly recognized her. "Oh, it's the little girl who was making a gift for her mom earlier." The little dragon waved shyly. "Hello, sir." Chan reached for a paper cup from the neatly stacked pile. He placed it in the machine and poured hot water into it. Anna, slightly bewildered, tilted her head, watching Chan busily move back and forth. "Let's see. Maybe she left it here. Ah, here it is." He approached the girl with a cup of water and a red packet in his hand, gently calling, "Come here and take your medicine." He softly coaxed her. "After you take your medicine, you can have some cocoa." Anna stared at him for a long moment. Then she bowed her head, her hands constantly rubbing her clothes, anxiously saying, "Sir, I don't want to take medicine." Suddenly, Hana saw something and her eyes widened. She looked up at him, shaking her head continuously. "I can't drink it. I don't have money. I don't want to take medicine, sir. I didn't bring enough money." Chan glanced at her, understanding everything. "You don't want to take medicine, so you're making excuses, right?" He then decided to scare her. "If you don't take your medicine now, I'll have to give you an injection later." "You don't want to take medicine?" Thinking of the huge, terrifying needle, Hana teared up, wanting to cry. She quickly reached out for the cup of water and the medicine packet Chan offered. "Ah, I guess there's no other choice." Chan nodded in agreement. "Yeah." Chan approached Hana, asking, "By the way, little girl, why are you here today? Why didn't you come on Friday to prepare a gift for your mom?" The girl, sitting on the chair with her legs dangling, obediently replied, "Yes, I had a piano lesson yesterday. I have piano lessons every Friday morning." She recounted her enjoyable piano lessons to him. Chan complimented her. "You must wake up very early for your lessons. You're such a diligent girl." Anna, while taking her medicine, looked at him with wide eyes, explaining, "But I have a cold. I can't make a gift for my mom. What if I sneeze and burn the gift? I came today just to say hello to you, sir." Chan, while making cocoa, turned his head back in surprise. "Say hello to me?" The little dragon innocently exclaimed, "Yes. A convenience store is a place where you can buy everything in the world." Looking at the candy shelf, Hana naively expressed, "But I don't have much pocket money, so I decided to save up enough money before coming here." He curiously asked, "How much are you planning to save?" "Ah," quickly and happily replied, 2,001. "My mom gives me 501 every day." Chan spread out his hand, starting to calculate. "So she'll come every 4 days. Mother's Day is less than 2 weeks away." He then looked at the adorable girl, pouting while taking her medicine. "She's such a good girl. But if she does that, she won't have enough time to prepare a gift for her mom. And I don't want to force her to buy anything." Chan's heart was in turmoil. How can I get her to just come and hang out? Suddenly, he looked at the colorful candy shelf. He pulled out 2 lollipops, thinking, this might work. He turned around, handing the freshly made cocoa to Hana, praising her. "All right, this is your reward. You took your medicine so well." He also carefully advised, "It's still hot, so be careful." She obediently reached out to receive it. "Thank you." After giving the cocoa to the little dragon, Chan continued to ask, "How much money do you have now?" She pouted, blowing on the cup, and gently replied, "I have 501. He smiled, waving the 2 lollipops in front of her. "Great. Coincidentally, these 2 lollipops cost 501. He then looked at the colorful candy and snack shelves, telling Hana, "There are many other types here that cost 500 won. Let me show you." Chan happily invited her, "So if you're free, come and hang out here with 500 won." Anna looked up at him and reached out for the 2 candies. "Yes, I'd like to buy those 2 lollipops." He gently placed them in her hand. "Thank you." The little dragon held the 2 candies, staring at them and shaking them continuously. Seeing this, Chan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Do you want to change the flavor?" She quickly replied, "Which flavor do you like, sir?" This surprised Chan. "Are you giving them to me? Just keep them and eat them. I don't need them." Anna disagreed, shyly bowing her head and shaking it repeatedly. "But I drank your cocoa." She expressed her worries to him. "My mom says eating too many sweets will cause diabetes." Chan simply smiled indulgently at her. "Diabetes this time, huh?" Then the little dragon opened her eyes wide, offering the 2 candies to him, innocently saying, "Sharing food makes it taste better." Anna continuously invited him, "Have some with me, sir," making Chan flustered, scratching his ear. "I guess there's no other way." He bowed his head, asking her, "Which flavor do you like?" She quickly said, "I like sour flavors." He then reached out to take 1 lollipop from Hana's hand, waving it. "Then I'll take the chocolate flavor." After taking the lollipop, Chan felt a bit guilty, staring at it, thinking, "I'm eating a child's candy." Then he looked at Hana, who was casually sipping her cocoa. "Are all kids like this nowadays? When I was her age, I'm not sure I was this innocent and kind." He recalled standing next to his manager, listening to her instructions. "When I was her age, I'm not sure I was this innocent and kind." He remembered his manager saying that young dragons can distinguish between good and bad people based on color. The girl is a smart child. She probably wouldn't be tricked by strangers. While he was lost in thought, Hana put down her cup and hesitantly said, "Can I ask you something? Do you live nearby?" Chan rested his chin on his hand, thinking about how to explain it to her simply. "My house is about a 3-minute walk from here." Hana smiled happily. "Really? That's very close." He then chatted with her. "Yes, it's very close. Do you live nearby?" Anna obediently answered, "No, I have to take the subway for 30 minutes to get here." This surprised Chan. "That far? Is your school nearby?" The little dragon became enthusiastic about the topic and talked more. "Yes, I get off at the subway station and walk to school. My school is very big. There are many older girls and younger kids." Anna kept chattering about everything to Chan. "Kids my age, and my mom also works nearby." Chan rested his chin on his hand, looking at her thoughtfully. "That doesn't sound like a regular school. It must be a private school." He then absent-mindedly asked, "Ah, so you rode your bike here today?" The little dragon playfully jumped off the chair, spreading her arms. "Yes, my mom works nearby." Chan opened the door to see her off. Anna told him, "Today, I'm sleeping there." The 2 stood in front of the door, looking up at a tall building. Anna pointed up, saying, "Usually, after school, I go home with my mom." He looked, surprised and impressed. "That's a good company." She smiled happily at him. "Yes, I like my mom's company a lot. Today, I like it a little more." He looked down at Hana, puzzled. "Today?" She continued to smile brightly at him, explaining, "Yes, because it's close to your house." The little dragon's face was filled with joy and happiness, her eyes squinting with laughter. "Then I'll get to see you more often." "I'm so happy." Chan found her innocence amusing. "But I don't plan to work here for long." Meanwhile, he thought, "I need to get back to my own work. Actually, I initially planned to work here until I found a new job." But those words were like a thunderbolt, extinguishing Hana's joy. He started to sink into memories of his days working at the store. "Then I realized there were many new experiences here. Fireworks shooting out of a fake ID, dragon scale cleaning, being scolded by a chihuahua, and giving love advice to a succubus, even though I've never had any romantic experience." He looked at the girl, who was pouting sadly. "But I can't be a convenience store employee forever." He felt embarrassed, looking away and scratching his head. "I guess I was a bit too realistic." Then Chan reached out to pat her head, reassuring her, "But I'm not leaving yet. Don't be sad." Tears had fallen, but as soon as she heard him say that, she brightened up. "Really?" He gently stroked her head, comforting her. "Really?" He then added worriedly, "Oh, and there's something I want to tell you. Don't go near strangers." Anna asked indifferently, "Why?" He continued to explain in more detail. "Approaching someone you don't know is not a good idea. Has your mom told you? Never go with strangers." He then withdrew his hand from her head. "I'm just reminding you for your safety. Remember that." Anna's hair, which was a bit long, swayed continuously. She hesitated, "But, you helped me make a gift for my mom, gave me medicine to get better." Hearing those words, Chan turned away awkwardly. Anna looked down, feeling a bit wronged, explaining, "You've helped me many times. So to me, you're a good person." Chan was temporarily unsure how to respond, so he didn't dare face her. Then he awkwardly instructed, "Tomorrow, when you come, remember to buy coloring paper, okay?" While Chan was arranging drinks on the shelf, a voice called out, "Good morning, Chan." He quickly replied, "Good morning, manager." She entered, placing her bag down and surveying the surroundings. "Oh my. So the door was really broken? You had a rough night, Chan," he continued his work, not turning his head. "Thank you." Suddenly, her voice sounded a bit cheerful, making him curious. He turned to look. "Because you've been working so hard." Immediately, the gift the manager was holding surprised him. That's a smartphone." She happily held it up. "That's right. This is the tool I prepared for you." Chan was a bit flustered, looking at the manager's constant chatter. "I already have one at home, so I'm giving you this. I've registered an electronic account and completed all the procedures for you. Now I'll show you how to use it." He asked, seeing her pale and haggard face. "Manager, are you all right? You look tired." She also wearily narrowed her eyes. "No, I'm just sleepy." The manager pointed at the phone screen and began instructing Chan. "This app has already been approved, so you don't need to worry. The shield icon represents defensive magic. You don't need to press anything because it activates automatically." She pointed to a circling arrow icon and continued, "And this is restorative magic." The manager enthusiastically held up the phone, adjusting and guiding, making Chan slightly dumbfounded. "You can use it like a camera app. Aim it at what you want to fix and take a picture, then follow the app's instructions." After explaining all the apps on the phone, she anxiously asked, "Is there anything you don't understand?" Chan quickly replied, "Not at the moment." "Okay, let's try it out now." Although a bit hesitant, he raised the phone and aimed it as she instructed. "So, first, aim at what you want to fix." Seeing his timidity, the manager couldn't help but chuckle. "It's no different from a regular phone, so use it freely." He gradually became more comfortable. "Okay." The screen displayed a message. "Adjust the desired time by pressing the rewind button," which startled him slightly. Chan leaned down, wanting to show her, asking, "Manager, is it okay to press this?" The manager, panicked, pushed him upright, shouting, "Don't move, Chan. Just stay still." She pointed at the screen, urgently instructing again, "If you move while using restorative magic, it will cause an error. So don't move and just stay still, understand?" He was a bit confused but held the phone firmly. "Ah, I understand." The manager closely followed him, pointing at the screen. "Okay, now press the rewind button and wait until the door appears." He quickly followed her instructions. "Okay." Chan pressed the rewind button on the screen. Suddenly, an image of the werewolf pushing the door open in the snow appeared, making him a bit bewildered. "Huh?" The images flashed by continuously, and he still didn't understand what was happening. "Huh? What the?" Everything was rewound to the moment the door was still intact, and he pressed the stop button. "Okay, stop." Chan was still amazed by what he had just seen, thinking in astonishment, did everything that just happened rewind? Now press the stop button, and the door will be restored. He pressed the button again. Unbelievable. Can this really turn back time? A blindingly bright light suddenly flashed. Restorative magic was being performed on the door. It spun continuously, creating swirling air currents. The shattered glass fragments continuously converged. A smile appeared on the manager's face, while Chan could only stare in wide-eyed bewilderment. Finally, the door was restored to its original condition, without a single scratch. The manager approached to inspect the door. He stood behind, his eyes wide and mouth agape, exclaiming, "Oh my God." She continuously punched the door. "It's completely restored." Then the manager turned to him. "Chan, you think it's fixed too, right?" He still had some doubts and concerns, asking her, "Manager, is this function really okay?" The manager didn't understand his concern. "Huh? What problem? It seems to be magic that can turn back time." He worriedly expressed his thoughts, and the customers who appeared on the phone earlier. Images of both the werewolf and the minotaur appeared vividly in Chan's mind. He was terrified, asking again, "So, will this affect those customers?" Chan's face became extremely distressed, remembering the werewolf and the minotaur. If something happens, wouldn't those customers turn into babies? Seeing his growing distress, the manager waved her hand to reassure him. "Wait, Chan. You don't need to worry." She continuously explained to him, "It's true that this magic is related to time, but it won't affect living beings. No one in this world can do that." Only then did Chan calm down. "Oh, really?" Then Chan sighed in relief. "That's a relief, but I'm still a bit surprised." The manager smiled gently, saying comfortably, "Time magic is a difficult field to explain and is still being researched." She continued to explain the strange things to him. "Magicians all over the world have been researching it for decades, but there hasn't been any progress. I heard it's very expensive, so applying that magic to living beings is impossible." Knowing he would continue to be hesitant to use it, the manager reassured him again, "So you don't need to worry and just use it freely." Chan shyly scratched his head, replying, Okay, I guess I was worrying too much. Then he asked her, "Manager, can I really use this phone?" The manager gave a thumbs up, cheerfully saying, "Of course, I stayed up all night to make it for you." Hearing her say that, Chan was a bit confused, imagining, "What? You worked all night?" She also honestly recalled the moment she had struggled. "Hello, is this the magic office? I want to register a phone." That's right, there are a lot of things to do to reuse that phone, registering at the office and contacting a few related parties, so it was tiring. Chan continued to be curious. Is it unusual for phones there too? The manager also gently answered his questions. No, it's a special phone equipped with a magic stone. Although it's small, if you download magic apps, you can use many types of magic. But it will take up a lot of storage to download, so remember to connect to Wi-Fi. It's hard to register again, so use it carefully. Chan listened to her, looking bewilderedly at the phone. Then suddenly, he turned to the manager. "You're amazing, manager. Where did you get this phone?" She didn't expect him to ask that, so she was also startled. "Ah, an acquaintance gave it to me a year ago." The manager walked away. "I had put it aside for quite a while, so I took it out to give it to you." He looked at her, gratefully saying, "Thank you. I'll use it carefully." She asked him wearily, "Do you have any other questions?" Chan nodded honestly. "Ah, yes, remembering Puppy," he asked the manager, "do dogs in this world know how to talk?" This made her a bit confused. After a moment, the manager said, "Thinking about it, that dog is a mythical creature, right?" Chan took a long moment to think, then looked at her. "Mythical creature? Aren't those creatures with divine powers? Things that only appear in legends?" The manager rested her chin on her hand, starting to think. "It's similar, but also a bit different in our world. In this world, monsters with special powers are called mythical creatures, the very special animals she imagined. Regardless of what kind of monster it is, as long as it has special abilities, it's considered mythical. Most of these creatures are very intelligent, therefore, they can understand most languages. Perhaps Puppy is one of them." The two continued to chat. "It's been a long time since I've heard of a talking dog." He thought carefully for a moment and said, "But that dog doesn't seem to know he's a mythical creature." The manager also listened attentively. Usually, mythical creatures are very rare, because the descendants of mythical creatures becoming animals is also normal. Therefore, mythical creatures rarely meet each other. Besides intelligence, many creatures also have other abilities. They recognize their abilities through opportunities and begin to use them. After hearing her speak for a while, he also realized many things. "That's interesting." Puppy was playing in a nearby grassy area. The manager sighed. "But that dog said he would come back here, right? That makes me a little worried." He turned his head to look at her, confused. "Why? Will something bad happen?" The manager continued. "As I said, mythical creatures are very rare, so it's hard to see them." Then her face suddenly lit up, thinking, "And they're also very expensive. You'll earn at least 10 billion won, you know?" Hearing that, Chan was a bit bewildered. "That pufferfish guy will probably regret it." The manager sighed. "That's why I'm worried something very dangerous will happen." He turned back to look at her helplessly. "But for now, he said he would come back." She waved goodbye to Chan. "Oh, well, be sure to let me know if he comes back. The weather forecast says it will rain tonight. Be careful on your way home." He pushed the door open, looking back. "Okay, then I'll be going." Outside, it began to rain heavily. Chan approached the door and pressed the button. He looked outside the store. It's starting to rain. The rain kept pouring down, pounding on the glass windows. He thought wearily, "On days like this, I have to keep mopping the floor. It's also hard to go outside to throw away the trash." Suddenly, the phone behind him vibrated, surprising him. He took out his phone to check. There was a new message on the phone. The manager had sent him a message. "Hi, Chan. That phone has a translation app. Use it when you need it." She sent him a picture of her meal with 2 lines of text. "And I'm eating seafood and green onion pancakes with beer. Are you jealous?" He smiled faintly at her words. The manager really cared about him. As a part-time employee, you can't find a boss like this. What boss would stay up all night to make a magic phone for you? Chan watched the rain, thinking, "What should I do to thank the manager after I get paid?" Suddenly, the sound of someone opening the door made him turn his head. "Hello, customer." The person spoke rudely to him. "Hey, you daydreaming out there. Where are the umbrellas?" The chihuahua was completely soaked, glaring at Chan. "Hurry up and show me where they are. I won't step inside until you do." He pointed to a carton of fresh milk on the shelf and asked, "Hey, does this taste good?" Chan narrowed his eyes, replying indifferently, "I don't know." The chihuahua, annoyed, widened his eyes. "You brat, are you slacking off again today? What kind of person are you? Gluttonous and lazy." Chan just stood there, smiling comfortably. "If you don't like it, go to the department store, sir." The two of them walked to the checkout counter. "This is on a buy one get one free promotion. Do you want to try it?" He was annoyed. "I don't need 2 of them." Chan appeared indifferent, looking straight at him. But buying it won't hurt you. The Chihuahua helplessly picked up the carton. Well, alright, then he handed it to Chan. You keep one can and drink it. Chan was a bit bewildered. Huh? You're telling me to keep one can? He replied helplessly. Sir, I know you've given me many things. I wouldn't mind if it were daily necessities, but alcoholic beverages are not appropriate. The Chihuahua was a bit confused, looking up. Then he handed Chan a credit card to pay. Haven't you ever had beer during your work shift? Give me a bag. Chan took it with both hands. No sir. Even during the night shift, employees are not allowed to drink alcohol. The total is 2,901, he said lightly. I always drink. What's the problem? Chan was a bit surprised, his eyes widening as he looked at him. Huh? No. I mean, isn't that prohibited? The Chihuahua gritted his teeth, extremely annoyed. The company keeps forcing me to work overtime on weekends. His words were like a thunderbolt to Chan. Why should I sacrifice my precious weekend to work? How can I stay awake without drinking? If I keep doing this, I'll get fired. The night sky was extremely quiet. Above, Yuna was slowly descending. Her footsteps landed softly in front of the convenience store. She took each step, walking inside. Yuna turned to look at her horse. Wait for me a moment. She happily walked in, cheerfully greeting, Chan, Yuna's here. His face was extremely thoughtful. These past few days, huh? The beer can was placed on the table, and he kept staring at it. Seeing Chan in a daze, Yuna approached him, shouting, What's wrong? Are you going to drink beer? He immediately stood up and smiled wryly. No, a customer gave it to me. Welcome, Yuna. I was just thinking about how to handle it. I'm also a bit worried about that customer. Yuna was a bit confused, not understanding. Why? He's a kobold with a face quite similar to a Chihuahua. I'm afraid he'll get fired. At that time, he was extremely angry, shouting at me, What are you looking at, idiot? Yuna could only smile wryly. It's a strange relationship, huh? Then her words made him stunned for a long time. It seems you're suitable for this job. You care about customers like that. I used to be distressed because of them. Chan curiously asked her, Did you used to work here? Yuna nodded her head. I used to work here for a short time, but I quit very quickly after that. She recalled what had happened. Although that period wasn't long, I learned a lot, from people frequently cursing, an empty bag was placed on the table, or bringing empty snack bags, a person shouted at her, demanding compensation. Hey, I got a stomachache because of this. The manager helplessly smiled at him. I'm sorry, sir, but we can't give you a refund. At that time, Yuna was extremely angry. If it were only one or two people, I could endure it, but it kept happening continuously. Finally, I got into a fight with a customer. She punched an extremely angry goblin. You bastard! Try eating a punch and see if you're still poisoned. The manager had to quickly restrain her. Yuna, you can't do that. She recounted the story while holding her head wearily. Thanks to the manager stopping me, that guy didn't get beaten up. After that, I quit my job. Remembering those things still makes my head hurt. Chan empathized, sighing. I understand. Then he looked at her and asked, But what are you here for today? It's not delivery day. Yuna finally remembered. Right, I forgot about that. She put a bag on the ground. I didn't come to deliver today, but to ask for your help. He was extremely surprised, looking up at Yuna. Me? She quickly replied, Yes, take a look at this. Chan saw it and immediately froze. Yuna handed a purple fruit-like object to him. This is a demon core. Can you touch it? She smiled warmly at him. Help me. Chan immediately objected. No way. Yuna couldn't believe he would refuse her, exclaiming, Huh? Why? There's no danger this time. This has been purified. He shook his head firmly, refusing. Whether it's dangerous or not, I won't touch that disgusting thing. Chan was extremely determined. Why should I touch it? What exactly is a demon core? Yuna stammered a bit. Well, the monsters that come out of the gate are called demons. She began to explain it to him. A demon core is like their heart. Because it contains a large amount of magic, it's very expensive and is often used as fuel for airplanes or subways. Actually, it's related to the demonic artifact that my sister ordered. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised, thinking, Really, the manager? Then Chan pointed to the so-called demon core. The manager ordered it? Yuna brought it closer to him. No, my sister ordered something else. Do you remember the dragon scales I delivered last time? He thought for a moment and then said, The one that was still oozing pus? That's right. That time, my sister bought a stuffed demon. I left it at the dragon scale processing place. Stuffed demons also need to be purified. I really trust that company, so I came here to ask you. The horse outside was emitting a strange blue light. She continued to explain, This demon core was processed in the same place as the dragon scales last time. If it doesn't react to your anti-magic physique, then my sister's goods are also fine. Chan stared at it with a bit of judgment. That thing kept beating when he reached out to touch it. Then, a large explosion occurred, emitting thick purple smoke. Chan leaned on the railing, trembling continuously. He turned his head to glance at her. Countless purple fumes continuously shimmered, sparkling. Immediately, Chan turned to Yuna, angrily shouting, "You said it would be fine. You said there would be no danger. So what's this smelly smoke? This smell is really—" Before he could finish, another loud noise occurred. Yuna clenched her fists beside the bent railing. Those bastards! Her eyes were filled with murderous rage. They ruined my work once, and now they dare to lie? I'll destroy them all. Then Yuna turned and walked away. I'll call the seller for a moment, leaving him standing there alone. Chan looked at her receding figure, a bit frightened. She seems really angry. He leaned against the railing, confused, his heart racing. Something seems to have happened, but what should I do now? Chan looked inside the convenience store. A bit flustered. I don't dare go inside the store because the smell is too strong. But if I stay outside, I can't serve customers. Then someone approached while he was in a daze. Ah, yes, are there any other demon cores in the store? Chan looked at him and immediately remembered. Hello, you're the one who fell off your bike the other day, right? The robot smiled, raising 2 fingers to confirm. Thank you for remembering me. The smelly smoke only appears when purifying a demon core. It was still beating inside. The robot curiously asked, "Do you process demon cores at the convenience store?" That smell is precisely the problem. The demon core was still pulsating. The robot looked at him. Are you making a magic bomb in the convenience store? Chan helplessly rubbed his neck. Well, sort of. Then he looked helplessly at the robot. I'm sorry, customer, you probably have to go to another convenience store. Inside, the smoke continued to billow out thickly. We can't open right now due to the smell of chicken manure. While he was talking to him, Yuna's voice, extremely loud, drowned out everything. What are these scammers babbling about? The two of them looked helplessly towards the street corner. Hey, do you think ending the contract is enough? We demand compensation for damages. What? You don't have money, so you're just going to ignore it? Yuna walked towards the two, confused, pointing inside the store. These scoundrels say they did the right thing. It looks like this. Like this. She tried to appear as casual as possible, laughing. He said it was just a misunderstanding. It's so funny. Chan looked at her helplessly, speechless. Anyone can see that's a black company. Chan looked inside, confused, asking, but what about the smoke and the smell of chicken manure? She also had no other choice. Well, it's the weekend, so all the other companies are closed. The two continued to chat. Only my sister and I have to take the hit because of these sudden requests. At that moment, the robot turned to look intently. Chan continued to reply, it's okay, it's not your fault. Then he suddenly spoke up, interrupting the two's meaningless conversation. Let me take a look. Chan stared at the robot, wide-eyed. What? Take a look? He smiled reassuringly. That's right. If it were me, I could handle this situation immediately. Chan, not entirely convinced, stammered, but it's a bit. The robot reminded him of the past. I was extremely touched when you helped me with the bicycle last time. I've never been treated so kindly before. Thanks for fixing it. Amazing. Good job. So I really want to repay you. At that time, the three of them were very happy together. The robot tried to appear mature. Nothing unexpected will happen, so leave it to me. I'll handle it right away. Chan and Yuna stood outside, anxiously looking inside. The robot had very steadily entered the convenience store. Yuna hesitantly asked, is this really? I shamelessly asked for help, but is that robot a regular customer? He looked at him and replied, he's not a regular customer. A few days ago, his bicycle broke, and at that time, the boss and I helped him. The demon core kept pulsing, creating a thick cloud of smoke. The two people outside continued to chat casually. Really? Both you and my sister are so kind. The robot was standing inside, scanning it. The two people outside didn't understand what was happening. But what is he doing? Chan replied uncertainly, monster extermination. He said he's the factory director. Inside, he was reaching out to grab the demon core. Outside, Yuna curiously looked at Chan. So that's why he's so confident? Chan was a bit confused, asking, what do you mean? She quickly explained, a type of mechanical doll with advanced technological capabilities. If he's the director there, it means his abilities are excellent. So he's very reliable. The robot's finger touched it lightly. A stream of light emitted from the point of contact between his finger and the demon core. Gradually, that stream of light became more and more intense and dense. The two people standing outside also became panicked, their eyes widening. The robot slowly walked out from inside. He winked, smiling at the two, holding the demon core gently in his arms. Purification 100% complete. It's been handled, boss. Yuna clapped her hands in amazement. You're amazing. Chan was a bit worried, looking at him. Are you okay? There was a huge electric current, the robot calmly explained. It's a phenomenon that promotes purification. It's fine. He held the demon core delicately, offering it to the two. Chan was a bit puzzled. But the color has changed, hasn't it? He quickly explained. When purification is complete, this happens. Then he looked at Yuna. But after analyzing it, I've determined that it was done twice. I advise you not to deal with the company you called earlier. She was a bit confused. Huh? I thought so too. But why? The analysis results show that the first purification was 80% complete. If it hadn't been monitored by us, it would have definitely exploded. Those oaks were skimming off the product during preparation. Pure water is very expensive. We should use a little snot instead, got it? Recently, the price of pure water has increased dramatically. I think they did that to save money. What he said made Yuna suddenly realize. Her face became extremely scary. Those bastards. I'll definitely tear them to pieces. The robot sighed deeply. There are many things to do these days, but I can understand that feeling. Chan was surprised, looking at him and asking, is something wrong? He wearily confided, around May, the activation of the gate decreased, making it difficult to subsidize monsters. So the workload of the factory decreased significantly, and people resorted to those dangerous tricks. The robot looked down sadly at the demon core. The fact is, my factory hasn't received any work orders until last month, so I've been wandering around in a bad mood. Chan heard that and gently comforted him. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. He reached out to introduce Yuna. This girl is looking for new partners recently. Her eyes lit up as she reached out to him. Welcome, capable business partner Wan Young. We have a lot of requests, so there's a lot of work to do. Do you want to sign a contract with us, Mr. Robot Director? His eyes were extremely touched, more sparkling than ever. Of course, I'll sign it right away. The two quickly shook hands amidst Chan's applause. Great, then let's sign the contract quickly. Agreed. Then suddenly, the robot turned to him and asked, the second purification was done by the boss, right? Chan replied without hiding anything. That's right. He voiced his thoughts. There isn't even pure water in the convenience store, let alone equipment, so I'm curious how she purified it. This made Chan extremely flustered. Oh my god, maybe I shouldn't have revealed my anti-magic organization. From afar, Yuna heard the two's conversation and interrupted. Secret, she smiled, turning back to look at the two. It's a secret, so don't ask. Thanks to you, Mr. Mechanical Doll. Chan raised his phone to take a picture. He sighed deeply, extremely tired. It would be wrong if today passed quietly. Yuna had led her horse away. Thank you for today. I'll be back soon. If the day could pass quietly, I wouldn't wish for anything more. A message suddenly appeared on his phone. I'm Yuna. I got your number from my sister and contacted you. A series of notifications kept appearing. Thank you so much for today. He said you almost completed the purification. As expected of Chan, your physique is top-notch, off the charts. I'll send you the purification fee for today. Please help me in the future. That statement made him helplessly scratch his head. I really don't need money. Thank you very much. He started to feel confused when he thought about her. But Yuna, is she really a delivery person? Her cheerful face appeared in his mind. Earlier, she talked about monsters. And she's also very strong. She doesn't look like a normal delivery person. Her attitude is very arrogant and confident. Yuna's face and her murderous eyes also became clearer. The more Chan thought, the more confused he became. Could it be that among all the delivery people in this world, only the strong ones survive? Then he stretched, a bit tired. I don't know. I'll ask her next time. Has the smell in the store disappeared? Again, unsteady footsteps approached him. A voice spoke, somewhat urgently. What should I do? He approached the person and asked, Hey, are you okay? The person also replied gently, Yes, I'm fine. Then she suddenly asked him back, I'm sorry. You must be surprised, right? Ella turned around with an innocent, bewildered face. Her eyes were a bit distracted, looking away. I'm sorry for interrupting you while you were working, boss. Inside the store, Ella anxiously kept wringing her hands. I'm sorry for startling you earlier. She bowed her head in shame, explaining that she had gone to the club with her colleagues, but they ignored her and disappeared. Then, gradually, she began to cry loudly. Isn't that too much? How could they leave without waiting for me? Chan looked up in surprise. It's always like that. He stared at Ella, who was holding a glass of water and drinking. Is this the transformation of women that people often talk about? But after all that effort to get to the club, he couldn't understand, asking her, why did you come here? Suddenly, Ella was stunned when she heard him ask if she had come to the club to have fun. Then she put the glass of water on the table. Then you could have more fun alone, Chan continued his questions. Or did you come to find true love? Immediately after hearing this, Ella slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, It's not like that. She was a bit overly excited, yelling, What is true love? Today is the first time I've been to a club, even though I was forced by my seniors. She seemed extremely uncomfortable with this. I was dragged along. I want a date, so I asked for advice from my seniors. But they casually dragged me to the club. Those people had grabbed her and said, "If you want a date, you have to go to the club. We'll tell you everything." But when we got there, they said that practical experience is very important and left me alone. She was extremely bewildered, constantly looking around, not knowing what to do. While I was still dazed, a merman suddenly came and asked if I wanted to dance with him. I was so confused at that time. He kept getting closer and expressing, "This is the courtship dance of our species," which made Ella so scared that she wanted to cry. Meanwhile, her colleagues were busy dancing with people from other species and completely ignored her. She wanted to approach and ask for help, but they didn't care. "Oh my, you're so cute. Is this your first time at a club, sisters?" Finally, I was able to escape from that merman, but other men kept coming to me and starting to dance. Ella was terrified and huddled in the middle of the chaotic crowd. Back to the present, she began to sob and cry loudly. I thought I was going to die of embarrassment. I really hate those seniors. Hearing Ella's heartfelt words, Chan bowed his head, showing sympathy. She must have gone through a lot. He began to try to give her some advice. "Did they give you any other advice? It seems like you've had to endure a lot." Ella was extremely confused. They also suggested other things, but none of them were fun. He replied casually, "That approach of theirs is quite normal. My friends are like that too." Then he made a suggestion. "Why don't you try another way?" She sadly picked up her phone. Thinking about it, my seniors also suggested I use a dating app. This is my first time, so I don't know much about it. Chan reached out, wanting to take it. "Can you show me? Let me help." She also readily held it out. "Here." He opened the phone and said, "Let's see. First, you have to take a really nice picture." The phone also displayed the instructions. "Choose your best photo to put on your profile." Ella quickly agreed. "Okay." She sat very seriously, her eyes wide open, and a very awkward smile. Seeing her like that, he gently reminded her, "Customer." Chan began to guide her. "This isn't a job application photo, so just smile comfortably." Ella was a bit embarrassed, blushing and covering her ears. "Ah, it's not like that. I know. It's just that taking pictures makes me a bit nervous." He glanced at her. "My makeup looks terrible now. And I'm also afraid of taking pictures, so I don't dare to take selfies." He quickly interrupted, praising, "You're very beautiful," which made her a bit surprised, her eyes widening. Chan slowly complimented her, his hand still raised to take a picture. "You were beautiful before, and today you're even more beautiful. So just smile." Ella was stunned for a long moment when she heard that. Then she smiled very comfortably, her face lighting up with indescribable joy. "Really?" He quickly took a picture of her and returned the phone. "Okay, now fill in your greeting information here. The system will automatically find a suitable match for you." Ella happily reached out to take it. "Thank you very much." Then she stared intently at the phone in her hand, constantly swiping. "Let me see, let's click on this." The screen displayed a notification, "Your lover has been found." She also exclaimed in surprise, "It says we matched." Ella excitedly turned the phone to face him. "He's also a succubus like me. What do you think of this person?" His picture was very polished. Ella commented, "Unlike me, he seems to be a lively person. Should I message him?" But responding to her excitement was a not-so-happy expression from Chan. Chan thought to himself, "He doesn't look good." Then he looked at the picture again. "Wait, why is he covered in gold? Everything is completely gold-plated." He also noticed the small details. Whose hand is that with the red nail polish? Did he crop a picture with another woman and upload it? Chan took the phone, constantly tapping the screen to zoom in and observe. "What's this? A greeting?" Ella looked at it radiantly, smiling. "That's an ancient word. This is that person's name, pronounced Ensure, meaning true love." She quickly smiled, her eyes squinting happily. "That's a nice name, isn't it?" But he quickly snatched the phone from her hand. His killing intent gradually radiated, constantly tapping the phone, making Ella extremely confused. "Boss?" He quickly pressed the reject button, making her helpless. "Why did you do that?" Chan quickly returned the phone to Ella. "Customer, the seniors who suggested this app to you, do they often tease you?" She reached out to take it back, a bit surprised. "Oh my, how did you know?" She began to tell him about her situation. "Yes, they always tease me. Every time I get angry, they say I'm cute and don't listen to me. If you lead again, I won't play with you anymore." "You won't play with me anymore? How cute." She was extremely naive, not understanding, continuing to speak. "This person is also one of the seniors who came to the club that day." "Why?" He suddenly understood everything. "So that's it. It seems like the club incident that day was also a joke." Then Chan quickly thought to himself, changed the subject to something else. He tapped his hand on the table, attracting Ella's attention, asking, "So what kind of person do you like?" She didn't understand anything, asking back, huh? Why are you asking? He sighed helplessly. I'm trying to find a suitable partner for a customer without knowing their ideal type. I feel like I'm going in the wrong direction. Chan slowly explained to Ella, if I know what kind of person you like, it will be easier to find someone. Ella bowed her head, thinking a bit, hesitantly replying, I like. An ideal model gradually appeared in her mind. Someone who can easily make me express my feelings. It would be nice to have someone to rely on. She was extremely happy and blissful, holding that person's hand, laughing and joking. And that person can also listen to my silly stories. Even if I'm tired and pathetic, that person will still smile and accept me. Someone like that. Ella painted an extremely romantic pink scene, making him unable to help but smile. Ella also became dazed for a long moment. Night fell. At night, rustling sounds were continuously made in front of the store. Chan was standing, sweeping the area in front, lost in thought. He hesitantly recalled that moment. I wonder if she got home safely. Ella had hesitantly waved goodbye to him. I'm leaving. She suddenly became absent-minded and said she wanted to go home, which made me a bit worried. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply, full of thoughts. Did I say something wrong? Actually, someone who has never known love like me giving love advice to others is ridiculous. Suddenly, a sweet voice interrupted his train of thought. Sir. Anna approached again with an extremely happy face. Hello, kid. He looked in surprise at the girl who was constantly waving happily. Did you bring paper? She happily replied, yes. The little dragon was skipping and running towards him, showing off. Today I drew a lot. Then she suddenly tripped and fell. Anna smashed her face on the ground, in a lot of pain. Chan was stunned and bewildered by the fall, exclaiming in astonishment, Kid! He quickly approached to help her up, worriedly asking, Are you okay? Are you hurt? She obediently replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, from afar, a rabbit lady came. Oh my, are you okay? She approached, offering, I have medicine. Do you need it to apply to your daughter? He carried Hana, who was crying, in his arms, surprised, turning his head. Chan looked down at the girl in his arms, thinking, Daughter? A while later, inside the convenience store, a beautiful bird person was paying when she accidentally saw Hana and was very fond of her. You're so cute, little one. Do you like cookies? Soon after, another customer, a dog person, saw the girl at the counter, smiled brightly, and complimented, Your daughter is so cute. Even the old turtle couldn't help but adore the little girl. Seeing the little dragon, he became happier. So well behaved, following your dad to work. Here, for you. Li Chan's expression, however, was a bit apathetic to everyone's words. Today, I'm also very happy because my daughter is good. Then he glanced at the adorable little dragon hugging a pile of sweets and thought, everyone seems to misunderstand that I'm her father. Then he turned back to the counter to pay for the customer, but in his mind, he couldn't stop thinking, well, if I had married early, I probably would have a child like this, but that would be a bit. Suddenly, Hana spoke up. Sir, I'm sorry, making him slightly startled and surprised, turning to look at her. He immediately asked, Sorry? Why are you apologizing? The girl's face was sad, saying, Because I disturbed you while you were busy. He heard her continue, I'm sorry for coming too early, and his expression became thoughtful. It's nothing. Then he reached out to pat Hana's head, comforting her. On the contrary, thanks to you, I'm doing good business, making her slightly surprised and bewildered. Ah! Li Chan continued to try to explain to her. Of course, because of the Monday blues, everyone turns into zombies. Everyone who comes here will complain, Monday, where's my Sunday? Hearing that, she was a bit curious and asked, What are the Monday blues? In his mind, he pictured a person bending over, struggling to lift the second stone on their shoulder, and explained to her, This is a terrible disease that only adults suffer from. Every Monday, people feel sluggish, and their bodies ache. Then he looked at the adorable girl hugging a pile of snacks and continued, But today, when everyone saw you, that disease was reduced. Everyone became more enthusiastic. He put his hand to his mouth, making a smile, and then said to her, If you can you greet the customers? Greeting them with a smile is even better. Like this. She was also very obedient, saying, Yes, I'll be very diligent. While he was talking to Hana, Thank you. I'll put this in a bag for you. A customer, a merman with a heavy, sullen face, pushed the door open. Shopkeeper. She strolled in and asked, Where's the hangover cure? Li Chan saw a customer asking and immediately guided her. Right in front of you, go straight. The merman customer wandered around for a while, searching. Where is it? Then she suddenly noticed the little dragon sitting inside the counter. Huh? She was also very polite, smiling brightly and greeting the customer. Hello ma'am. This adorable scene immediately made the customer melt. She no longer looked drunk and sullen, but instead, she was hopelessly infatuated, holding her face and constantly complimenting, "Oh my god, so cute. How can there be someone so cute in this world? Little one, you've melted my heart." The customer's infatuated voice continued to ring out. "Having such a lovely daughter, you must be very happy." But Li Chan, standing beside her, showed no expression, just standing there silently, not saying a word. A while later, after paying, the merman sister was still very happy, looking at the girl and smiling radiantly. "Thank you, little one. Thanks to you, I feel much better." She left with a very good mood and didn't forget to say goodbye. "See you next time." He also quickly said goodbye to the customer. "See you again." Looking up at the little dragon in the counter, Li Chan thought, she not only makes customers happy but also increases sales. Looking at the girl hugging a big gift package, looking extremely adorable, the effect is real. Immediately after, he grabbed a bag, went to the girl, and asked, "Okay, let's wrap the gift again. Do you have colored pencils?" Anna also politely replied, "Yes." She took out colored pencils, and at the same time, he also took out paper and placed it on the table. "Okay, let's draw the surrounding scenery first." Then he asked the little dragon, "What scenery do you want to draw?" In her mind, a beautiful and peaceful scene immediately appeared. "A wide field under a blue sky, sir." Hearing that, he also kindly instructed, "Then draw it on the paper. When you're done drawing, we'll add the paper flowers we made earlier." Anna diligently drew while replying, "Yes." Suddenly, at this moment, a customer pushed the door open, startling Li Chan. Seeing the customer entering was a cat, he immediately greeted, "Hello, customer." He looked around for a while and then asked, "Where are the snacks?" Li Chan immediately pointed. "Ah, in the corner over there, sir. Just go straight and then turn left." He didn't ask anything else and turned to go in the direction Li Chan had pointed. "Thank you." Turning back to look at Hana, he happily thought, "Today, everything seems to be going smoothly. Maybe it's thanks to the kid that customer service is easier." But the girl's movements caught his attention. "Huh?" The girl with big round eyes was staring at the newly arrived customer. Her expression wasn't very good either. He asked with some suspicion, "Kid, what's wrong?" Immediately after, her answer made him even more suspicious. "Sir, that cat over there is black from head to toe." He didn't understand, so he looked at the brown-furred cat customer and asked, "Black? Do you mean that customer with brown fur?" Then he added, "Do you mean that person's clothes are black?" But Hana kept shaking her head. "No, not the clothes," she said very decisively. "It's the heart that's black." Immediately after, the two, one big and one small, hid behind the checkout counter, secretly observing him. Looking at the customer casually choosing items on the other side, Li Chan couldn't help but ask, "Do you mean that customer is not good?" She also immediately replied, "Yes. If they're planning to do something bad, their hearts will turn black." His eyes didn't leave him, and he continued to ask, "How do you know?" Anna hid behind him, pointing her head out to look. "Sometimes I see women and men changing their minds like that." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "You're really special." Standing and observing the customer, he still casually walked back and forth in the store, nothing unusual, making Li Chan think, "But what do we do now?" He doesn't seem suspicious at all. But when he saw the little dragon's adorable face, he also felt a bit more confident. But they say dragons can see magic. I trust the words of an innocent dragon child more. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart. Okay. Then he stood up, went to the corner, and grabbed a broom. He also didn't forget to tell the girl, "You wait here for a moment." He took the broom and walked closer, starting to sweep the floor. But Li Chan's eyes were fixed on the brown-furred cat customer. He was still casually choosing items on the shelf, not caring. Seeing him like that, Li Chan thought, "Okay, try to do something bad." He observed him from top to bottom. Try to steal something and run. Li Chan's expression gradually changed. His hand tightened on the broom, and his gaze towards him was full of murderous intent. At that moment, "I'll let you taste the justice from this broom." Just then, the cat walked to the counter, placed a pack of candy on the table, and said, "I'll pay for this." He stared at the candy on the table, making the cat a bit confused. "Huh?" His voice also became a bit irritated. "Hey, check me out." But Li Chan still stood there, his face blank, thinking, "Huh? Why is he paying? Wasn't he going to steal something? No?" But very quickly, he regained his composure. "Ah, yes, I'll check you out." The cat, at this moment, was rummaging for something. Li Chan, while processing the payment, looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. "What? He's not doing anything suspicious?" Anna also peeked out from inside the counter to observe him. Or is he planning to do something bad somewhere else? Looking at the cat in front of him, still calm as if nothing had happened, he felt a bit anxious. If that's the case, what should I do? But as soon as he saw something strange in the wallet in the cat's hand, he immediately grabbed the cat's arm, making him startle and look down. Realizing he was being a bit rude, Li Chan was a bit flustered, hastily making amends. Customer, I'm sorry, but can I see your wallet?" His hand, gripping the cat's arm, gradually trembled. Just for a moment, he continued to plead. Really, just 1 minute. 30 seconds is enough, ignoring the brown-furred cat's expression, which had become a bit panicked and suspicious. His hand still firmly gripped the catman's arm, making him even more suspicious. Why? My wallet. Looking intently at the wallet, which was radiating some kind of energy, he realized, there's something suspicious. Lee Chan immediately recalled a past incident. I've seen something similar to that vampire kid's ID card before. At that time, his hand touching the vampire's card had caused it to emit a surge of energy. He became more certain of his suspicion. My wallet must also be a magic item. If I touch it, it'll be like last time. Just then, the catman jerked his hand away and shouted, "Hey, my hand!" pulling Lee Chan back to reality. He pointed at him angrily, yelling, "Don't touch my hand!" But his reaction confirmed Chan's suspicion that there was something wrong with the wallet. I have to find a way to touch that wallet. Do you speak baby English? Facing him, the catman continued to shout, "What's wrong with you?" Inside the counter, Hana peeked up at him. Chan quickly spoke up to calm him down. "It's just that your wallet looks cool, sir." Although a bit flustered, he continued, "I also want to buy a wallet like yours. What brand is it?" Even though the catman's face was a bit panicked and angry, he ignored it. "Hey, can I see your wallet?" Hearing his request, the catman immediately refused. "What? No?" Then, angrily, he yelled, "Are you crazy? Call the police." But not wanting to escalate the situation and not yet having confirmed anything, he relented a bit. Don't call the police. I just want you to show me that wallet." Anna, meanwhile, watched the two arguing, bewildered. But immediately, she spoke up. "Sir," making the two men look at her, confused. The little dragon, with sparkling eyes, put on an adorable act, her voice also sweet. "I also want to see your wallet, sir. Can you show me for a bit?" The brown-furred catman was immediately affected by her cuteness. Her sweet voice echoed in his ears. "Really? It's just..." Immediately after, the wallet fell from his hand. "How come?" Lee Chan, standing on one side, quickly noticed the wallet falling. He seized the opportunity, reaching out quickly and grabbing the wallet. He quickly managed to touch it, thinking smugly, "Great." But there seemed to be something wrong with the wallet. Noticing the abnormality, he startled and pulled his hand back. It immediately fell to the ground and began to transform, making the catman suspicious. What the hell? The wallet kept expanding rapidly. He witnessed this scene and was terrified, screaming, "Wait, what is this?" Immediately after, his face turned pale, filled with extreme fear. The wallet grew bigger and bigger, along with a surge of power. The catman was so scared he was sweating profusely. Why is it suddenly so huge? Then, a massive explosion occurred right in the store. Lee Chan quickly reacted, hugging the little dragon and hiding behind the checkout counter. After a while, everything seemed to have stopped. Hearing some clinking sounds, he curiously looked over. Next to him were some boxes of cookies that had fallen on the ground. Huh? These items. Holding Hana tightly, he looked at the mess around him and wondered, they're all things my store sells. Why did they explode inside that wallet and shoot out? To find answers to his thoughts, Lee Chan, with an unfriendly gaze, glanced at the brown-furred catman. Could it be? He was now terrified, holding his head and lying flat on the ground, his whole body trembling. Around him was a mess, along with the exploded wallet. That cat thief had been secretly stealing them and putting them in the magic wallet? To this extent, Lee Chan finally released the girl, letting her sit down. The little dragon opened her eyes, still not understanding what had happened, when she heard him say, "You sit here for a moment." Then he stood up, grabbed the mop, and quickly walked towards the brown-furred catman. The mop slammed down on the floor in front of him, startling him. He heard Chan say, "You seem to have good taste and also know how to talk. I'll say this briefly in Korean, sir." Anna also curiously peeked out to observe. Lee Chan, still holding the mop tightly, continued, "Get out of this store, and never come back here again." Ignoring the fact that the other man's face was pale and his whole body was trembling, he continued, "If you dare to come here again using that broken English." His face darkened, putting on a terrifying demeanor, and continued to warn, "Your face will become a doormat." The catman didn't hesitate for a second, rushing out of the store and running away. Looking at the mess in front of him, he sighed and muttered, "Ah, I have to clean up again. So early in the morning." At this time, Hana also ran to Lee Chan's side, asking, "Are you okay, sir?" He quickly replied to her, "Ah, no, are you hurt anywhere?" He gently patted her head, making her smile brightly. "No, sir." Hearing her answer, he also sighed in relief. "Good. Thank goodness. Thank you for helping me catch the thief." While she was saying, "It wasn't me. You defeated him," a noise from outside the door made the two turn to look. The manager pushed the door open, saw the mess in the store, and froze. Lee Chan saw her expression and was flustered, explaining, "Manager, as you can see, it was just an unavoidable accident, really." But she quickly regained her composure, smiling and saying, "Haha, okay, tell me what happened." After hearing him recount everything that had happened, the manager held the nearly destroyed wallet, curiously asking, "So all the stolen items were in this wallet?" He, along with Hana, cleaned up the fallen items on the ground while answering, "Yes, I don't know, but maybe every time I picked up an item, it was transferred into the wallet." The manager rubbed her chin, thinking. She examined the wallet for a while and then continued, It seems you're right. This wallet is a magic item, an illegally modified magic item." She then began to explain to him what she had observed about the wallet structure. It seems to have teleportation and space expansion magic. Moreover, it seems to have been modified to bypass the security spell. Then, with a bit of curiosity and suspicion, she turned to ask, "How did you know?" Lee Chan was slightly startled and replied vaguely, "Well, I just knew." Then he looked at Hana, who was helping to clean up in front of him. It's a bit hard to explain now, making the girl a bit confused. The manager seemed to understand his words. She smiled brightly and crouched down to talk to the girl. "You look special, huh? Thank you for helping the store clean up." But her actions made the girl a bit scared and retreat. Anna quickly ran to hide behind him, making him a bit flustered. The little dragon's actions truly broke the manager's heart. She slumped to the ground, dejected. "Come on, I'm really not a bad person." Lee Chan was flustered and comforted her. "It's okay, manager." Then, as if remembering, he turned to ask the girl, "Kid, isn't it time for class?" She also obediently replied, "Ah, yes sir." A while later, the manager stood looking at the two opposite each other. Lee Chan said to the girl, "Here, put on your backpack. I'm giving you snacks too. Make a gift for your mom next time, okay?" She also politely replied, "Okay sir." After leaving the store, she happily waved goodbye to the two. "See you later sir." He and the manager also went outside and waved goodbye to her. "Yeah, be careful on your way." As soon as she left, the manager turned to ask him, "Chan, did you discover that wallet because of your physical ability?" He also remembered when the Catman reached into his wallet to take out money and said, "Yes, as soon as I saw that wallet, I felt something was off. Before, I had to look really closely to tell, but this time it seemed so strong that I only needed to glance." He walked into the store, continuing, "That's why I noticed it right away." After hearing him, the manager rubbed her chin, thinking for a while, as if remembering something. She also spoke up, "Anyway, your physical strength is gradually improving." But this sentence surprised Lee Chan a bit. "Huh?" But she didn't care, continuing to talk while thinking of the mages. "Because the more mages use magic, the stronger they become. I think your physique is similar." She also thought about what he had been through since coming to this world. "Because you've been through a lot since you came to this world, maybe it's boosting your physical development." At this time, she took out her phone, quickly dialing 112, and said to him, We'll discuss this again tonight. Now we have to deal with today's theft." Lee Chan curiously turned to look at her and asked, "How? It's all over, and there's still no solution." But then, as if thinking of something, he stopped talking. "Huh? Oh, right." A while later, a police officer with blonde hair, wearing a formal uniform, entered the store. He adjusted his hat and said, "I'm here because I received a report regarding the illegal possession and use of magic items and theft. I'm Officer Irul. Can you two tell me the details of the incident?" Irul, while taking notes, confirmed the incident with the two. The incident occurred at 9 a.m. that day. The stolen items were mostly necessities and snacks. Pointing to the shattered wallet on the table, he asked, "Everything was transferred into the magic space of this wallet." Then, looking at the two, he confirmed, "Is that correct?" The manager happily replied, "Yes, that's exactly right. Thanks to our employees' timely detection, we were able to prevent major damage." Lee Chan, sitting beside her, looked at him a bit cautiously. She continued cheerfully, "Our employee is really amazing, isn't he?" Irul, while writing, replied, "Yes, you really have a wonderful employee." After taking notes on the content of the incident, he requested, "Can I see the CCTV footage and make a copy for evidence?" The manager didn't refuse. "Oh, of course. Do you need my help?" He turned to leave to check, replying, "I've done it once before, so I can do it myself." The manager was also very comfortable. "Okay, then please check it." Just then, the phone in her pocket rang, notifying her. She took out her phone, checked it, and said, "Oh, Chan, Yuna sent you money," making him quite surprised, questioning, "Ah, really?" She held the phone towards him while replying, "Yes, it's your reward for cleaning the demon core, right?" The phone displayed Yuna's message, "Sister, this is the reward I promised Chan. In the future, if needed, I'll ask for his help again. Please convey my thanks to him." But Lee Chan looked apologetic, saying, "Yes, I'm sorry for acting on my own without asking you." The manager didn't mind, happily replying, "Ah, it's okay, it's okay. It wasn't just anyone. It was a company requesting help." Lee Chan still stared at the manager and heard her continue. "Instead, if you're going somewhere else, can you let me know in advance?" His gaze made her a bit embarrassed, turning her face to the side and adding, "Actually, before Chan came to work, I had hired some other part-time employees for long-term operation, but it wasn't very effective. If Chan leaves now, I'm afraid it will happen again." The manager's face was slightly sad. "So please tell me in advance if you want to take a leave, okay? But just one sentence, I'm not going anywhere." From him made her a bit surprised and stunned. Immediately after, she turned her head, her eyes wide, looking at Lee Chan, and heard him continue, "Even if you do something different in this world, I can only come to this convenience store. I also need to explain my special circumstances." Lee Chan was a bit embarrassed, scratching his face. "Instead of elsewhere, I prefer working with the store manager here. It's really fun and great." His words touched the manager deeply. Her eyes became teary, her lips slightly smiling, and she heard him continue, "So, I'll continue working here. Don't worry." As soon as he finished, the manager was overjoyed, patting his shoulder and saying, "Ha, I'm better than other store managers? Then, please take good care of me in the future. I'll transfer the money to you right away." Her reaction surprised and flustered Lee Chan. Yes, thank you." He held his arm and rubbed the spot where the manager had just hit, looking confused as he heard her say, "So we need to prepare a solid strategy regarding Chan's physique?" Lee Chan curiously asked, "Yes, what is it?" Just then, Irul returned. Seeing him come out, the manager smiled and asked, "Ah, officer, have you checked everything?" Irul quickly replied, "Yes, thank you very much for your cooperation." Looking around the store, he continued, "We've confirmed the appearance and the weapon used by the suspect. It seems like the investigation will proceed quickly." Hearing him say that, she exclaimed, "That's a relief. Thank you for your help." Just then, Irul looked at Lee Chan and said, "Okay, and you, the employee?" Lee Chan's face was a bit surprised and confused, glancing at the wallet on the table, and Irul continued, "When I checked the situation on the CCTV, it was clear that the wallet contained a lot of magic. It seems like it has been upgraded a lot." He was still very cold, his eyes not leaving Lee Chan. "I saw you touch that wallet on the CCTV. Do you know what that means?" The manager standing beside him was also a bit surprised and looked at him. He added, "If so, I hope you'll answer honestly." But Lee Chan was now extremely worried and flustered, thinking, again, this situation. What should I say this time? Irul's gaze became even sharper, and he listened intently to Chan. "Ah, right, this is what happened." The manager heard him start to speak and signaled to him, "Don't lie." He continued to recount, "At that time, when the thief took out the wallet." As he spoke, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, and Lee Chan's mind also felt uncomfortable. "Ugh, I don't know." Lee Chan stood still, trying to recount everything. "I just touched it, and then it suddenly exploded." Hearing that, Irul was a bit suspicious and asked, "You said it suddenly exploded?" Making the other two a bit panicked and guilty. But Lee Chan explained, "Maybe. I'm not sure. I just felt a bit suspicious, so I touched the wallet, and suddenly it exploded." The manager standing beside him sighed in relief. Then she smiled and said to Irul, "It might have been designed to dispel all magic when touched by a third party. Such illegal tools were common in the past." Lee Chan also secretly relaxed and sighed. On the other side, the manager asked Irul, "You're a wizard, right?" She immediately received an answer from him. "Yes, I'll go and find out the details. In my opinion, that seems to be the case." Immediately after, Irul ended the questioning. "Okay, thank you for cooperating with the investigation. Now, does anyone want to ask anything?" Lee Chan was decisive. "I don't," but the manager was very enthusiastic and ran up. Me. Then she asked, "Officer, do you usually sleep well?" Irul's face was a bit suspicious, glancing at her, but he still answered, "Yes, I sleep very well." But his next sentence, "I always make sure to sleep 30 minutes a day," shocked Lee Chan. "That's called sleep." The store manager was also worried and said, "If you sleep like that, it will be dangerous when driving." She added caringly, "Next time you come to our store, I'll give you some medicine. Take it, and you'll sleep better." But Irul's face remained cold and replied, "Thank you for your concern. But," before he could finish, "that violates the anti-corruption law," the manager signaled and interrupted, "With an original price under 30,000 won, there's no problem, right?" Seeing her reaction, Irul was speechless, with question marks in his head. But she continued to chatter, "I'm telling you because I'm worried about you, officer. Please don't feel pressured and accept it comfortably." Her enthusiasm made him a bit awkward, glancing at Lee Chan with a pleading and somewhat suspicious look. Li Chan, on this side, caught his gaze and was a bit flustered, scratching his face. Ah, I've tried it, and it's really effective. Ignoring Arul's speechless emotions and expression, he continued. It has a strawberry flavor that's easy to eat. You can fall asleep immediately, so try it once. Hearing these two chatter, Arul didn't know what else to say and just sighed softly. Then he left immediately, but not without saying, I'll be back after the investigation results are in. As soon as the police car left, Li Chan asked, what would have happened if I had told the truth? The manager happily, half-jokingly, replied, maybe he would have asked you to try being a police officer once. Very few people have magic resistance, so they're welcome anywhere. But Chan said, no, I don't think that's likely. If you see how he talked about anti-corruption, he seems to be an upright police officer. Would he refuse because he feels burdened? Hearing his analysis, the manager also seemed to think a bit and then said, maybe, but, who knows, he might be cautious to avoid making mistakes. What reason would a patrol officer have to only sleep 30 minutes? Li Chan looked in the direction of the departing police car. That's just my opinion, but maybe he's under a lot of pressure at work. That's why I wanted to give him sleeping pills. In his mind, he also thought, they're criminals of the Warring States period, aren't they? He didn't notice that something was about to happen behind him. In his mind, he was still thinking, certainly, if you think about the past, you can understand why they're all goblins. But if you think correctly about their mistakes, Just then, a brown dog and a goblin walking in opposite directions on the street accidentally bumped into each other. I don't think training goblins to help other races is a good idea. The goblin held his arm and shouted, ah, what the? The brown dog also startled, turning around. Sorry, but the goblin didn't let it go and continued to shout, if apologizing is enough, why do we need police? Are they looking at me just because I'm a goblin? Seeing the argument, Chan turned to look but couldn't say a word. In his mind, he thought, are they discriminated against because they have strange personalities? At this time, the manager spoke up. Huh? Chan, I heard Yuna will be coming to see you tonight. He didn't understand what was going on, asking, why? Is there something to deliver? She was a bit flustered, scratching her face and continuing, actually, I talked to Yuna because of your physical condition. After that, Yuna said there's a good way. I'm a bit worried about that method. His face was full of confusion and suspicion as he heard her say, first, just listen to what Yuna says, okay? In the evening, at the store, Yuna smiled brightly, standing in front of the checkout counter, saying, get a magic resistance certificate, Chan. He was arranging the shelves. Hearing her voice, he was a bit startled, turning to look. She continued to chatter, if it's you, you'll definitely pass with a free ticket. Besides, it will be useful to you in many ways. So, I'll try it. But Li Chan still didn't understand what was going on. Magic resistance certificate? What's that? The manager, who was at the grocery store, said, a magic resistance certificate is one of the national qualifications. Simply put, it's the art of handling everything related to magic. What Yuna said was exactly relevant to his current situation. The shop assistant's voice was heard. The total is 20,001. Li Chan, his eyes glued to the computer screen, spoke into the phone. But aren't people from other worlds like me not allowed to have one? I don't even have an ID card for this place, nothing at all. Her voice replied, don't worry, I'll take care of that. He wondered, you? What are you going to do? The manager's face became excited. My best, she continued. I'll do my best to prepare everything, so you just sit and wait, okay? Li Chan was flustered. Okay. He thought, I shouldn't ask any more questions. Suddenly remembering Yuna, he asked, so Yuna doesn't know I'm from another world? The manager's voice on the other end of the line immediately replied, yeah, it's best not to let others know. She was sitting and playing games at the convenience store. She continued, so I told Yuna that Chan came from a place similar to a deserted island in the suburbs. She cheered, great, I'm in the top one. Li Chan half closed his eyes, helplessly resigned. Deserted island? I see. I'll try talking to Yuna later. The manager replied, okay, see you later. Seeing him suddenly appear, Yuna happily asked, did she summarize everything for you? He replied, yes, thank you for waiting. She looked at Li Chan and raised her hand, saying, now, let's sit down and have a serious talk, shall we? Yuna's voice echoed throughout the convenience store. Chan, you shouldn't hide your physique. She handed him an item. Your magic resistance physique isn't too special, but it can activate super magic resistance. That's what's special. You can purify many things and erase the effects of magic items. A stream of magic shone brightly. Even the thing that makes your physique so strong is an item they've been researching for years. My sister and I have met many magic resistance experts while working. No one dares to give us their cards when you're nearby. Li Chan smiled wryly. So my physique has been researched? Yuna laughed loudly. Just think of it as a good thing. It's special, after all. Anyway, other people will know about it. At that time, many places will ask for your help. Try to stop them." She winked, saying, "But if I have that certificate, everything will be resolved?" "Of course. She said you're just a student working part-time, right?" He wondered, so what? A scene of a series of other people asking the manager questions appeared. Yuna continued, "She not only has difficulty refusing other people's requests, but discussing everything with you will be quite troublesome." Those people's voices were heard. "Please help us. I heard he's just a part-time student. You can definitely help us." She was flustered. "Even so, he's still my employee." She spoke again. "She's lacking a title for you." An image of the manager holding a money gun appeared. "But if you have a certificate and sign a professional employment contract." She smirked. "Name your price." Lee Chan presented his work paper. "I already have a workplace, so don't ask for my help. If you want it, you have to offer a higher price than my salary." She continued. "You can stop those people from bothering you." Yuna pointed at him. "In short, you need an identity that makes it impossible for you to do both jobs." He sighed and said, "That's a good solution." She rested her chin on her hand, pondering. "Right? But she said there's a problem. Any race, as long as it belongs to this world, can participate in this exam." Una's voice was heard again. Lee Chan turned his head away. "So what exactly is the problem?" He thought, "That's the problem here." Lee Chan looked outside. "I entered this world without knowing anything about it. Except for working here, I haven't gone more than 30 steps from the store. The intersection was full of people passing by." He pondered, "If I do that, it will be the first time I officially integrate into this world." A series of people passed by. "I need to find a bus or take the subway to get to the test site and sit for the exam with other races of this world. But to this world, I'm a stranger. Is that really okay?" Lee Chan's hand lightly tapped on the table, full of thoughts. "Even if I'm lucky enough to get the certificate, no one knows if changing jobs with a different employer will bring me luck. Moreover, I don't know what will happen after I get the certificate. Can I do it?" He was suddenly stunned when he heard Yuna say, "She's worried about you." She looked at him intently, saying, "Ever since you came here, she's always been talking about you. Especially this morning. She was even more worried than before." People were passing by busily. Yuna continued, "There must be something that makes her hesitate to suggest getting the certificate for you. So, I did it for her." The manager smiled, walking on the street. She spoke again. "I've never seen her like this before." Lee Chan was silent at Una's question. "So, do you want to try?" The manager carried a bag from outside and said, "The chicken's here, you two." She was excited. "I'm so happy. You saved my dragon's stomach." Yuna wondered, "But are you sure you can stay up all night?" She raised 2 fingers and smiled. "Hey, it would be a waste to sleep on nights like this." She asked, "So where now?" Chan interrupted, making the manager pause. "Manager, I'll take the test." He smiled, saying, "With the experience of facing countless types of customers here, I'm sure I can complete the test and get the certificate." He reassured her, making the manager smile slightly. "So you don't need to worry about me." She pulled out her backpack. All three were surprised to look down. Looking at the items on the table, Lee Chan and Una asked, "What are all these things?" She replied, "Lucky charms to help you pass the test. I didn't know if I should buy them, but I was in a hurry, so I decided to take them all." She exclaimed, "They're all expensive. Amazing." The manager rested her hand on the table, saying, "Chan, starting today, you'll be on leave." She continued, "You don't need to come to work until you finish the test. Instead, you'll prepare with me." Lee Chan was stunned. "Really? Is that really okay? I'm a part-time student." The manager crossed her arms and smiled. "Of course, the most special person in the world has to take the test." Lee Chan smiled lightly when he heard her voice. "And I, the manager, have to help as much as I can. So let's both do our best." Yuna suddenly spoke up, attracting their attention. "But, preparing for the test, the two of you can't do it." She held up her phone, anxiously announcing, "The test starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow." The two were petrified when they heard Una's question, "Are you planning to register for that test?" A vast city with many tall buildings. Lee Chan pressed his face against the window and asked, "Is this place near the Academy's subway station?" The manager was searching for something in her bag and said, "Yeah, they're preparing to open a branch here. Luckily, I equipped the teleportation device beforehand." An image of the largest building appeared. The manager continued, "Each building looks very different, like an amusement park, but it's actually the opposite. The largest building in the Middle East was built by many races many years ago. An ancient building was illuminated by sunlight." The manager continued, "That's the only building left after the war and became a symbol of peace. It was renovated into an educational center with the latest equipment." A blurry image of the city under the sunlight. Chan wondered, "So where will I take the test?" The manager approached him, put her hand on his head, and replied, "Over there." She teleported both of them closer to that building and pointed. He exclaimed, "Manager, You're amazing. You can teleport us to a location near the test building, she said. This is Chan's first time taking a test in this world. Of course, I have to help him. The two returned to the convenience store. The manager looked at him and asked, "It's time to go. How do you feel?" Chan was a bit flustered. "It feels a bit strange, like going back to school." She smiled. "I understand that feeling." Chan stepped out of the store. The manager said, "When you're done, call me. I'll pick you up." He replied, "Okay." He turned his head to look back when he heard the manager call, "Chan." She stood behind him, encouraging him. "Don't put pressure on yourself." The manager encouraged, "Do your best." He happily raised his hand to say goodbye to her. "Yeah, I'll be back soon." The manager's cheerful voice said, "Thank you, customer. See you again." She looked at something. The manager looked at the message on her phone. "Sis, has Chan arrived at the exam room safely?" She pondered. "The exam will start soon." An image of Lee Chan saying goodbye yesterday appeared. The manager wondered, "Will it be okay? I told him to see it as experience." She sighed anxiously. "Surely nothing will happen in the exam room, right?" Oak glanced at Lee Chan when he heard him ask, "Excuse me, Mr. Oak. I'm sorry, but could I take a picture of your collection of past exam papers with my phone?" He held up his phone, saying, "I was in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Please help me, Mr. Oak." He adjusted his glasses. Oak agreed. "Sure, go ahead. It won't wear out." Lee Chan replied, "Thank you. Eat this and do well on the exam." He thought, "Okay, I've prepared quite a bit." Lee Chan glanced around, thinking, there are also a few people here for the exam. Each creature sat at a desk, diligently studying. He scanned the room. "It seems like there are many different species taking the exam, but there are no humans besides me?" Lee Sin looked at his phone, thinking, "Okay, let's look at some exam questions. If I use a translation app." He looked at the question on his phone, bewildered. "Great, it's all translated. What's this? The agent of imbalance. What is the agent of moisture imbalance in the Arachnio species, an A-class demonic beast, during the breeding season? What are the ways to solve the above problem?" He said softly, "Next question." Chan became increasingly confused. The question appeared, "What should you do first to defuse a magic bomb set by a bank robber?" He replied, "Of course, you should scream and run." The question displayed, "A city with an area of about 515.5 square kilometers is frozen by ice magic. How much magic power is needed to break this spell?" He held the phone helplessly. "My exam is over." The manager cried without tears. "Welcome to retaking the exam." Chan, worried, pondered, "How am I supposed to solve this exam? Seriously, do magic resistance experts work in so many fields?" He saw a red-haired guy walking back and forth and suddenly thought, "Now I know why Yuna had to retake this certificate exam." Chan looked dazed. He scratched his ear. The red-haired guy stopped. He announced, "There are 5 minutes left before the exam starts. Please turn off all electronic devices and put them in your bags." The red-haired guy seriously introduced himself. "I am the Invigilator, D'accord. From now on, I will inform you of the necessary information for the exam." Lee Chan listened attentively to him. The exam starts at exactly 9 a.m. and lasts for a total of 60 minutes. The exam consists of 1 listening comprehension question and 79 multiple-choice questions, totaling 200 points. The red-haired guy's eyes narrowed dangerously. "If you are caught cheating during the exam, you will not only be suspended from this exam but also from similar certificate exams. This rule also applies to other certificate exams. I hope everyone remembers this." The clock on the wall showed nearly 9 o'clock. The red-haired guy's voice was heard. "Please write your listening comprehension answers on the answer sheet." Lee Chan looked at the answer sheets on his desk and then listened to him explain. "If you have any questions about the exam, please raise your hand silently." The red-haired guy snapped his fingers and said, "If there are no other questions, let's start the exam." He picked up the answer sheet. He said, "First is the listening comprehension assessment." Chan was stunned. He was bewildered when he heard a children's song playing. "This is a children's song? The Oak family in a house. Daddy Oak, Mommy Oak, Baby Oak." Each member of the Oak family appeared with different characteristics. Daddy Oak was muscular. Mommy Oak was also muscular. Baby Oak was weak. Strong, mighty, happy Oak family. In the exam room, only the rustling of paper could be heard. A creature with a black face before the questions. "What is the name of this children's song? Please write it down on the answer sheet." Chan filled in the answer on the paper, thinking, "This is listening comprehension? It's just a giveaway question, right?" He looked intently at the questions on the exam paper. "Because the previous exam was too difficult, of course, the questions in my exam are more difficult." Chan suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized a bewildering equation, thinking, "No, this is..." Chan couldn't believe it and raised his hand. "I don't think it's real." The red-haired guy approached him and asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at him blankly, replying, The thing is, the question is a bit strange. Chan was flustered. The question, is it okay like this? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem right. He affirmed, there's nothing strange about the question. The red-haired guy glared at him and growled, if there's anything wrong, isn't it with the examinee? Many question marks appeared in his head. He left and reminded him, now, please focus and work quietly. Chan looked up at the red-haired guy, wondering, what's wrong with that invigilator? Why is he sticking to me? He looked at his back and wondered, so are these ridiculous questions really normal? Chan frowned. If so. After finishing the exam, he stood in front of the tall building, looking at his phone. It's 9:15 now. He held the phone to his ear, muttering, it only took me 15 minutes to finish the exam. On the other end of the line, the manager's voice was heard. Chan, did you leave the room after finishing the entire exam? Chan asked, puzzled, is the level of the certificate exam in this world equivalent to elementary school students? Her voice screamed through his phone. My world's intellectual level is quite high. From the other end of the phone came, well, the Oak Family song is used as a listening test question. The other questions, even a 5-year-old could answer, right? Chan replied on the other end of the phone, that's right. So I asked the invigilator if they had given me the wrong test paper. He continued, after that, I was treated completely differently. Chan sat restlessly. Beside him were 2 children engrossed in a tablet. He worriedly said, but I still managed to complete the entire exam. I wonder if everyone's test paper is the same. The other end was silent, making Chan suspicious and bewildered. Suddenly, a frantic laugh came from the phone, making Lee Chan helpless and also startling the 2 children beside him. On the other end of Lee Chan's phone, he felt helpless. Manager? Responding to him was the manager, laughing until she cried, sorry, I got a bit carried away. The person who set the questions this time is very thoughtful. The manager asked Chan, did you notice anything strange on the exam paper? He replied, yes, so what? The manager continued, I have a thought. Maybe they cast some kind of magic on the entire room. She described it to Lee Chan from the other end of the phone. Perhaps it's a magic that can distort perception, reducing the intelligence of those affected. Did you notice the expressions of the other candidates in the room? He recalled his time in the exam room, answering, they looked kind of struggling. The manager heard that and said, so for them, elementary school math is a difficult problem. As usual, you might have to study for a whole year to be able to solve those problems. She continued to talk to Lee Chan. If you try to complete those meaningless questions, you won't even reach the minimum passing score. But if you can detect that magic and dispel it, you'll pass the exam easily. Lee Chan's phone rang with the manager's voice. I admire the people who set the questions this time, he stammered in response. But if that's really the case, then its essence is a practical exam, isn't it? The manager was arranging cookie boxes in a basket while answering Lee Chan. The candidates will strongly protest this, right? She continued, right, but you've reviewed both written exams, haven't you? The manager presented her argument. Moreover, you only need to achieve the minimum score. Nobody cares how many points you get. They're willing to add extra points, even waive the practical exam for those who discover this. Or if no one passes, they can know and lower the requirements of the practical exam next time. The 2 children were still engrossed in the tablet. Chan's phone still emitted a steady voice. Haven't you all reviewed the categories beforehand? He thought, that's a given, she continued. But what if the candidate isn't capable of participating in the practical exam? The burden of the magic used is too great and could endanger the candidates. On this side, Chan pondered as he heard the manager say, magic is miraculous. No one knows in advance if any incidents will occur or not. On the other side, the manager, while arranging items, continued, so I have to proceed very carefully. But Chan, when are you free for me to pick you up? Chan replied, you can come now. The manager immediately replied, okay, then. But before she could finish, a notification sound made her change her tone. Welcome to the store, sir. The manager said to Chan, a customer has arrived. I'll call you back later, okay? He replied, you go ahead and work first. Beside Chan, a voice suddenly spoke, catching his attention. I heard that the sea otters in your class had a fight with another class yesterday. The little rabbit said, that's right. They argued with the class next door. The little fox asked the little rabbit, what did they argue about? The little rabbit replied, to be precise, it wasn't an argument but a competition. The little fox wondered, a competition? What did they compete about? Lee Chan heard that and pondered, it sounds like the conversations that often took place when I was young. The little rabbit's voice rang out again, startling him. They were competing to see which species is cuter. The little rabbit said, the otters were showing off their cuteness, then the red pandas from the next class chimed in, showing off their innocent charm. The little rabbit's words continued. The 2 of them kept confronting each other non-stop. They didn't even bother to eat lunch. Chan sat listening, bewildered. The little fox's voice, cheerful and gossipy. Oh really? So who won in the end? Tell me. The little rabbit replied, it was a tie because a dragon from another class stopped them. The little fox was disappointed. That sounds boring. Lee Chan was still deep in thought when the voice of one of the two children was heard. There's a dragon in our class too. The other child also said, I don't even remember what he looks like. The two children exclaimed, really hard to get close to. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. If he plays with other friends, he'll talk to them. But every time that happens, everyone goes silent, creating a very awkward atmosphere. That voice continued, startling the little rabbit and fox. Different from other dragon kids, huh? Beside the two frightened children was Lee Chan, crouching with one hand raised. He clenched his raised hand. One child said, hey, that uncle is eavesdropping on our conversation. The other child continued, oh, I've noticed him for a while. Lee's phone suddenly emitted a voice. Chan, where are you? I'm here. Chan ran away in a panic. Sorry for eavesdropping on your conversation, kids. Be careful going to school. He thought, oh my, I almost got caught up in the kid's story. In Chan's mind, he was still thinking, but the story about that dragon friend. I mean, if it continues like this. He walked down the street, saying to himself, it's uncomfortable. He only plays with those he talks to. A beautiful little dragon appeared in Chan's mind. I wonder if all little dragons are like that. The night sky was full of stars, with tall buildings brightly lit, close together. Chan stretched his arms while walking and asked, Manager, are you okay? You've been working continuously for 2 days. The manager replied, stunning him, I'm fine. I work in the morning. You just finished the exam. Why are you going to work already? Go home and rest. Chan happily opened the door and stepped in. At times like this, you see how kind the manager really is. Confetti of all colors was shot out with the words, congratulations, Chan. Chan bewilderedly asked the manager, who was smiling brightly, congratulations for what? The manager showed him her phone. Here, see for yourself. Chan was surprised, asking her, this is my score sheet? She enthusiastically replied, you not only passed the exam, but you even got a perfect score. Chan couldn't believe it was real. Really? I thought I must have missed at least a few questions because it seemed quite new to me. The manager smiled brightly, replying, I'm even more surprised than you are. The manager's voice told Chan, the schedule for the upcoming practical exam will be very dense. Chan thought helplessly, how is that possible? He replied to her, where will I find the time to review? The manager happily snapped her fingers. Why not? You can review right now. Her hand appeared with a yellow light surrounding a red ball. She replied, here it is. The manager asked Chan, do you want to try it now? He anxiously replied, okay. The red ball was moving in a straight line in the palm of her hand. The light from the ball shone like a bright red jewel. The ball moved in all directions, making Lee Chan and the manager stare in amazement. Chan yelled, what's this, manager? She was equally panicked. Chan, catch the ball. He asked in confusion. What? The manager replied, follow the direction of its movement. Hurry up, Chan hurriedly replied, okay. He followed the direction of the red ball's movement. It moved in all directions, making Lee Chan break out in a cold sweat. Finally, he caught the ball. Lee Chan called out, manager. He thought, it's quiet now. So this is its original form? The manager approached, replying, this is a normal rubber ball, but I've imbued it with a lot of magic. She happily said, from now on, I'll help you review for the practical exam. The manager spoke thoughtfully, saying that indeed, he could still remove the shield. She continued, saying it was fortunate that she had prepared another as a precaution. Chan was bewildered, wondering what this ball was all about. A red ball appeared in her hand, and she explained that it was an item to help him train for the practical exam. This ball carried 3 types of magic: self-propulsion magic, sound magic, and color-changing magic. The manager smiled and said that among them, he only needed to neutralize the self-propulsion and sound magic. She asked if he could do it. Chan thought to himself, well, I'm not sure. He asked her, but is this really related to tomorrow's exam? The manager, holding the ball cheerfully, replied, of course. A master of anti-magic knows how to neutralize magic, but they may not be able to do it with all types of spells. She recalled the electric trams, trains, and machines in this world, which also possessed a bit of magic, for example, subways or trains that ran on electricity or oil, but they all had magic engines installed to control speed and prevent overheating. What would happen if he neutralized all those magical devices inside the trams and trains? The manager continued, causing Lee Chan to become confused. Those trains wouldn't function, and it would take a lot of time and money to reapply the magic. Naturally, they would fine him for the damages caused, and he wouldn't be able to work as a master of anti-magic anywhere. Chan responded thoughtfully, then, I have no chance of passing the practical exam. I've neutralized all sorts of spells before. The manager poked the ball and replied, well, you don't need to, she continued. I've told you already, it seems you can control your physical strength at will, and even if your physique has already unconditionally neutralized all magic. Chan's silhouette was lost among the buildings. She said, you won't be able to cleanse the dragon scales and return home. The manager said, so what you need to practice is actively controlling your body and only neutralizing one type of spell at a time. Do you understand? Chan replied, yes, I'll do my best. The manager said happily, very good. I've created these balls and stored them in the cupboard. She told him, it's the drawer below where the cigarettes are displayed, so whenever you want to practice, just take them. Looking at a jar filled with colorful balls, Chan asked, manager, did you prepare these today? She patted him on the back and replied, yes, I told you I would fully support you. The manager said confidently, if it's about magic, I can help you in many ways, but for now, this is all I can do. I'm sorry. She encouraged him, it's okay, Chan. You can do it. A pair of skilled hands were manipulating the colorful balls. Chan looked helplessly at the balls. The balls moved continuously. His eyes became sharp. His hand grabbed a ball. Here it is. He looked thoughtfully at his hand. In his palm was a black ball. Another failure. Chan felt helpless. This is the 50th time. Numerous black balls piled up. He thought to himself, I think neutralizing only the self-propulsion and sound magic isn't feasible. The balls moved, overlapping each other, with only 3 balls remaining. There weren't many chances left. Li Chan pondered, controlling my body with willpower means my mentality must be strong, huh? A customer entered the store, and he was still thinking, there must be a way. The customer entered, and he immediately said, welcome, please wait a moment. The person who entered was Wolf the werewolf. He said, long time no see. Li Chan replied in surprise, ah, Mr. Wolf, how are you? He said happily, I didn't expect you to remember me. Li Chan replied, how could I forget a customer who left such a strong impression? He was checking out Wolf the werewolf. He asked him, do you still work here? That will be 4,501. He replied, a colleague told me to try different positions, and thanks to that, I've improved quite a bit. Wolf the werewolf took his items and said, but it's not very convenient, so I don't come here often. How have you been? He stammered, that. Chan sighed and said, it's a long story. A hand forcefully opened the door, startling both of them. A girl entered, her entire body as white as snow. The snow girl, in tears, asked, excuse me, she continued, where are the tissues? Li Chan and Wolf the werewolf looked at her in confusion. He pointed in a direction and said, oh, in the far corner. The snow girl turned and walked in the direction Li Chan pointed, softly saying, thank you. He asked Wolf the werewolf, hey, is that customer a ghost? He looked at her and replied, I couldn't see her face clearly. Wolf the werewolf recalled her image and said, but she's probably a snow girl. Chan was bewildered. But do snow girls cry so much? The snow girl sat cross-legged in the middle of the store and cried. Her crying made everything feel cold. Chan's eyes widened in surprise. Everything is freezing over. Wolf the werewolf replied, snow girls usually emit cold air, and the level of frost increases with their emotions. He thoughtfully said, that means she's very sad, so we have to calm her down first. Chan worried, but, how do I say it? I'm not good at comforting others. Wolf the werewolf kindly said, if you don't mind, just leave it to me. He was surprised. You? Thank you for your kindness, but we can't bother customers. He replied cheerfully, it's okay, I'm also curious about her. Wolf the werewolf continued, besides, talking to more people might solve things faster. Chan thought to himself, that's true, he's more experienced. He looked towards the snow girl and thought, he's probably better at communicating than I am too. Wolf the werewolf spoke up, startling the snow girl. Excuse me, miss. The two men looked at her. He said, I know you're upset, but it's getting colder and colder here, which might affect our business. Seeing her still sobbing, Li Chan said, so, please don't do that here. The snow girl sadly said, I'm truly sorry, but could I stay a little longer? Li Chan felt helpless. Yes, but for how long, specifically? She stammered, about 3 more minutes. The two men looked at her. The snow girl said, in 3 minutes, I'll leave. Wolf the werewolf bowed and offered a handkerchief to the snow girl, saying, Miss, please forgive me, but may I ask what problem you're facing? Chan was bewildered when he called her miss. Wolf the werewolf continued, no matter how difficult it is, sharing with others can make it easier, miss. His gentle voice continued, so, please share it with us. Hesitating for a moment, the snow girl finally replied, well, I have a boyfriend. Her words were like a bomb, and he cheated on me with a colleague. Li Chan was bewildered and shocked. Cheated? The snow girl, still crying, said that today her boyfriend told her he had to work overtime. So she went to see a movie alone, but then she met him coming out of the cinema with another woman. She continued, saying that it turned out he and her colleague were cheating on her. Chan was surprised to hear this, saying it sounded like a movie. He asked, "Did you have a cat fight right away?" The snow girl sadly replied, "We did fight and pull each other's hair, but it hurt so much that I ran away first." The snow girl wiped her tears and said, "She's really terrible. I was running, and she even threatened me, saying, 'He's mine. I'll tear you apart.'" Lee Chan was bewildered. "This isn't a romantic comedy, it's a horror thriller," she said in a low voice. "It's ridiculous. I'm angry too." She clenched the tissue tightly. "She stole my boyfriend, and yet she has the nerve to say that." The snow girl was indignant. "She's still causing trouble for me." The snow girl continued, "And now this." Lee Chan worried, "Oh Miss Wolf." The werewolf took over. "Miss, I can't say I completely understand your feelings," he continued, "but do you still love that man? Don't you want to talk to that other woman?" The snow girl stammered, "Ah, no," she said. "Why should I get involved with those disgusting people?" Wolf the werewolf smiled and said, "I understand, but for me, it seems like you still have some unresolved issues." The scene faded to nighttime at the store. He continued, "Regret is not something you should bury in your heart. If you don't deal with it now, it will still be there, both the regret and the heavy emotions, and it will follow you for the rest of your life." Wolf the werewolf smiled kindly, "So even though it's very painful and difficult now, I think you should deal with those emotions, even just a little." The snow girl was pondering when he said again, "Then you'll be able to smile later." She replied in surprise, "You're right." The snow girl, making Chan look at her attentively, said, "If I keep avoiding it, I'll definitely regret it later. I don't want to waste my precious time like that." She grabbed the doorknob and said, "I know we'll fight and pull each other's hair again." The snow girl smiled and turned her head, "But this time, I won't run away. I'll talk properly and resolve everything." She looked at him and the man and said, "Thank you for comforting me. Oh, and you too." The sound of a car rushing by was heard in her words, "It's nothing. I didn't really do anything for you." Chan opened the door, looked at the snow girl, and asked, "Should I call the police for you?" She replied, "Ah, no, it's okay." Chan and the snow girl looked in one direction with bewilderment. "What is that?" A voice spoke up. "Did you run off to find someone from another tribe for help?" The person who spoke was a girl whose whole body was fiery red. She swaggered, "Or are you looking for a new target to flirt with?" "Honestly," she laughed mockingly, "you always look so pathetic." The snow girl angrily shouted, "How dare you show your face in front of me?" She flipped her hair and said, "Have you no shame?" "Oh, come on, I didn't come to hear your boring words. Your boyfriend is mine now," she said arrogantly. "But that's how love is. You have to fight for it yourself." The snow girl looked at her angrily. The other girl said again, "So you should give up while I'm still being nice." The snow girl stomped her foot hard on the ground. Around her feet, ice began to appear. Seeing this, Chan was horrified. "What the hell is this?" He stared at the ice in shock, thinking to himself, "No way, are they going to fight here?" Lee Chan thought, they should talk and resolve things peacefully. But outwardly he said, "Ah, I'm sorry, but you can't park here." He bowed and continued, "So please move your car somewhere else." The fiery girl angrily shouted, "Shut up, if you're an outsider, stay away if you don't want to end up in the hospital." Lee Chan was worried. "No, it's just that there's CCTV here." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted, "I won't let you steal him." Large ice shards appeared around the snow girl. She said, "I don't know about others, but even if I die, I'll never let him fall into the hands of a bitch like you." The snow girl's anger made Lee Chan scared and run away. She shouted, "You won't have him." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Calm down." A hand supported the snow girl. "Like this, you'll only be angry with yourself." Wolf the werewolf had supported the snow girl. A startled voice rang out, "Oh my God." The fiery girl's eyes widened in surprise and asked, "Who are you?" He supported her. The fiery girl asked again, "Where did you come from all of a sudden?" She asked Chan, who was kneeling behind the door, "Hey, human, is this old man your friend? Why do you people keep sticking your noses into other people's business?" She shouted, "Both of you need to be burned to learn your lesson." She made him gasp. Wolf the werewolf knocked the fiery girl unconscious, then said softly, "I apologize if I offended you." Chan was surprised to hear him say, "I was watching to see if your hatred could be resolved, but because you wanted to harm others, I had to intervene." Wolf the werewolf smiled and carried the red-haired girl, asking him, "Are you okay?" Chan stammered, "Ah, yes, but do you have to be able to handle these kinds of situations to be a driver?" Looking at the two girls, he said, "Of course, because whenever there's a call, I have to answer it immediately, so being quick is essential." Wolf the werewolf continued, Otherwise, it's hard to survive. Chan was suspicious. Is he really just a driver? He seems more like a messenger. He looked at the ice blocks in the store and said, but, those ice blocks are troublesome. Li Chan also looked and asked, will they melt if we just leave them? Wolf the werewolf educated him. Objects created by magic don't disappear easily. Ordinary ice melts quickly and is easily broken. Magic ice, as long as there's magic power, won't melt easily and is harder than most minerals. Magic ice carries magic power, so it doesn't melt easily and is much harder than ordinary ice. Looking at the ice shards, he said, all magical items have that characteristic in common, so when we encounter such things, we need a master of anti-magic. Chan thought to himself, that means I can break the ice myself? He tried to touch the ice with his finger, thinking, well, since I just need to remove it all. Li Chan's finger touched the ice shard, and surprisingly, he exclaimed, oh, it's melting. Wolf the werewolf beside him was also surprised. Oh, that's amazing. He asked, do you know how to dispel magic? Li Chan pondered, just a little. He asked Wolf the werewolf, but you can tell just by looking that it's anti-magic? He replied, somewhat. I often go to the hospital in the second week of every month. Wolf the werewolf continued, I'm probably used to it because I often meet a master of anti-magic there. Li Chan thought in surprise, there's a master of anti-magic in the hospital? He suggested, if possible, could you tell me about those hospital visits? He was surprised. Why do you ask? Li Chan replied, well, I'm studying to get my anti-magic certification. I passed the theory test, but I'm still struggling with the practical part. Chan continued, I thought hearing your stories might give me some ideas. Wolf the werewolf was surprised. That's unexpected. He said to him, from what I just saw, you seem very proficient. I didn't even realize you were just learning. Li Chan replied modestly, no, these things are normal. Wolf the werewolf rolled up his sleeves and said, and could I ask for your help? He stammered, that. He showed him his arm. It's faster to show you. Chan was shocked to see a shape like an old clock chained to his wrist. What is this? A hand clenched tightly. Inside was a magic circle with a six-pointed star, sealed by large cold chains. A voice introduced, this is suppression magic. A person in white gently raised their hand to the werewolf's eyes. Golden lights surrounded them. The voice continued to explain, it's mainly for those with sensitive senses or a strong urge to look at the full moon. It suppresses the werewolf's instincts. I receive a dose of werewolf instinct suppressant every month. At this time, the most necessary ability for a master of anti-magic is to cast magic gently. Li Chan, after hearing this, curiously asked, cast magic gently? Wolf the werewolf continued, yes, otherwise, the senses will become sluggish, leading to a vegetative state, or only looking down at the ground during the full moon. He thought of the image of a werewolf painfully clutching their head, kneeling on the ground on a full moon night. He continued, in short, it weakens the strong characteristics of the race. Wolf the werewolf retracted his hand and said, it helps me cast anti-magic to a certain extent so that it doesn't affect my daily life. Chan rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully pondering, that means you also need to know some magic to suppress it, right? This is troublesome. My physique doesn't allow anti-magic to work, and I can't use magic because I was born without magic power. He was still immersed in thought. Are there no countermeasures? Wolf the werewolf was perplexed and asked him, how can you use your power? He replied instinctively, I just use it as I wish. He started to get flustered again, scratching his head and saying, but to put it that way, it's a part of my physique. It's been like that since I was born. Hearing this, he understood and replied, I see. He held out his hand, clenched it, and said, so your physique is similar to mine. He relaxed his hand, and it transformed into a werewolf hand, full of fur and sharp claws. He was startled, thinking, what's this? He immediately explained, if I don't wave my hand, it's fine. He looked at his furry, sharp-clawed hand and recounted, thanks to today's technology, I don't have to worry anymore, but in the past, we had to restrain ourselves a lot to avoid being swallowed by our werewolf instincts. He extended his hand towards him and continued, the result is as it is now. He looked at him and asked, so, through hard work, you were able to control your physique as you wished? He replied softly, yes. Hearing this, he curiously asked, what kind of hard work did you do? He wanted to know, could you be more specific? The question made him instinctively look up at the sky. He began to tell him, the most common method is to place a piece of meat in front of you while you are tied up. If you try to move, the chains will cut into your flesh. When you feel pain, you regain consciousness and gradually develop patience. The werewolf looked straight at him and continued, also, in the dark. He interrupted him, cows, chains, raw meat, what about me? Understanding his intention, he asked, what do you want to do with your physique? He replied, I want to get a Master of Anti-Magic certificate. He immediately countered, that's what you have to do, not what you want to do. Chan, hearing this, curiously asked, are those two different? He felt, they sound the same. Hearing him say that, he lowered his sleeve slightly, his hand having returned to its human form, and said, let me tell you more about myself. He began to drift into memories of when he was a werewolf looking up at the high, powerful full moon. He recounted, I was a veteran who served in a special unit during the Great War. Back then, everyone had to struggle and fight, and the werewolf's strength on the full moon night was the most superior, so there was no need to suppress our instincts. Everyone lived that way. However, when the war ended and peace was restored, my comrades and I had to struggle to adapt to the new era. Seeing this, he remembered the image of himself having to shrink back among the crowd on a clear sunny day. He didn't stop there, he continued, especially me, because my instincts were much stronger than other werewolves, so I had to try even harder. The werewolf slowly buttoned his cuff and said, ironically, the more I tried to control it, the harder it became. To the point where I hurt both my mind and my body. Hearing this, he broke out in a slight sweat but still asked him, but, you found a way, right? You're okay now? His wolf tail wagged slightly, and he replied, well, it was more of an opportunity than a way. He closed his eyes contentedly and happily told him, my daughter was born. She completely changed my life. Remembering holding his daughter, he happily recounted, my thought when I held her in my arms. I must always hold this baby gently, not like a werewolf. With that thought, on the first full moon after my daughter was born, I successfully maintained my human form, at least the upper part. Wolf the werewolf calmly told him, that was the turning point in my life. I wanted to and I had to succeed, so I did. He began to advise him, so, if you want the same thing, you also have to think you can do it. Hearing Wolf the werewolf's words, his eyes drooped slightly, and he thought to himself, the turning point of my life, the desire to do it. Chan raised his head, looked at him, and decisively said, I understand, thank you. Then he turned to look at the two girls nearby and asked him, so what should we do with these ladies? He also seemed to realize something, turned to look at the two girls, and said, ah, right, when will they wake up? Wolf the werewolf replied, probably in about 20 minutes. Do you want to report this to the police? He was confused and asked back, report it to the police? He explained to him, even though it's settled now, intentionally harming others with magic is a serious crime. According to the law, both of these people will be held responsible. Looking at them leaning against each other, he continued, anyway, they broke the law. Wolf the werewolf turned to look at him and asked, what do you want to do with them? Hearing this, he analyzed to himself, well, I don't want to hurt them, and thanks to him, we also avoided a serious incident. He understood better, no one was hurt. He scratched his face in confusion and said, just leave it alone, but if they want to fight again, I don't know what to do. Wolf the werewolf also calmly closed his eyes. Standing on the street, he reminded him, these young ladies will appreciate your decision. Then he greeted him and turned to leave. Well then, I'm going. He also replied instinctively, ah, yes. He said to him, thank you very much, and sorry for making you unable to work all night because you had to watch over them. He took a step to leave but didn't forget to be polite to him. It's nothing, although it was quite strange, I also enjoyed it. He seemed to remember something and said to him, ah, before I go. Wolf the werewolf looked back at him and wished, I wish you will soon receive your anti-magic certificate. You can do it, he emphasized, the turning point of your life is not far away. Li Chan suddenly fell into thought. He instinctively put his hand on his chin and sighed silently, in the end, I still don't know how. This is bad. The practical exam will be held tonight. The little dragon girl with bright, round eyes was coloring. Looking at him. The little girl sitting next to him asked, are you okay? You look sleep-deprived. Her question brought him back to reality. He replied, I'm fine. Just thinking about a few things. Looking at him calmly resting his chin beside her, the little girl said, I haven't seen you lately, so I was very worried. You're not sick, are you? Hearing that, he instinctively rubbed her head and said, no, thank you for your concern. This action made the little girl blush with delight. He looked down at the picture she was coloring and complimented. By the way, you draw beautifully. Is that your mom and dad? The little girl also innocently replied, yes. Chan looked at the little girl attentively and encouraged, it's beautiful. Your mom will love it, I'm sure. Anna told him, I'll draw you too. Hearing that, he was startled and stammered, huh? No, don't draw me. The little girl was confused and asked, why? I want to draw you. He replied helplessly, it's just, being drawn by someone else is a bit embarrassing. Seeing that she was still focused on coloring and didn't respond, he asked her, so don't draw me, okay? Are you listening? The little girl hesitated. Then, I'll draw you as a butterfly. That sentence made him bewildered. The little dragon girl then showed her sparkling eyes, her hands clasped together holding a pen, earnestly pleading, "Please, I really want to draw you." Around the little girl were shimmering pink lights and hearts floating in the air. Lee Chan suddenly frowned, sweating profusely. Chan seemed unable to withstand the little girl's intense emotions. Naive to his reaction, the little girl asked him, "Huh? What's wrong?" From inside the store came his silently complaining inner voice, "Why am I always attacked like this?" Anna, her eyes glistening with tears, looked up at him. "I'll draw it really small, okay?" She used her cuteness to persuade Lee Chan, who could only cover his head, avoiding her gaze in helplessness. Chan also gave in. "All right, draw it." The little girl continued to draw happily. Yes. He watched contentedly, admiring Hana's cheerful demeanor as she focused on her drawing. She held a small rose petal and stuck it high up. Anna pressed the petal onto the picture. "I'll attach a paper flower here." The little girl looked happily at her accomplishment. A picture of her and her mother holding hands, strolling through a field of flowers. "It's done." Lee Chan praised her, clapping. "Wow, you draw so well." Anna looked at the picture and turned to ask him, "Do you think my mom will like it?" Lee Chan was stirring something. "Of course, your mom will like it." Anna, looking expectantly and excitedly at her creation, heard Lee Chan's reply, "I worked really hard to draw it." His expression changed, his face falling slightly. "Luckily, you finished it before Mother's Day, right? Now, wrap it up so it doesn't get damaged." Chan noticed the girl's odd behavior and glanced at Hana. "Yes, I'm done drawing." The little girl was sad and dejected, no longer as excited as before. "Now I have no reason to come here anymore." Hearing this, he looked at her affectionately, smiling gently, listening to Hana sadly say, "What should I do now?" Anna was gloomy. He suddenly brought up a past event. "Kid, do you remember the thief we caught together?" The little girl remembered how panicked the thief was when he stood in front of a shimmering, sparkling thing in the sky. "Yes, I remember," Lee Chan continued. "At that time, he was trying to steal something worth 50,000 won. Do you know how much 50,000 won is?" He thought of an easy-to-understand example. Let's say you're allowed to spend 500 won each day. 1 day, 2 days. You have to save for 100 days to have 50,000 won. Anna was startled by this number. 100 days? He smiled gently and revealed his main purpose. "Because you helped me stop that thief, I'll help you for 100 days. The little girl looked up at Lee Chan with wide eyes. "Whether it's schoolwork or something you find difficult, just ask me." Anna was surprised and wanted to be sure, asking again, "Really? You'll help me with everything?" Lee Chan replied confidently and surely, "Yes, as long as it's something I can do." "What? Is there nothing you need help with?" Anna immediately pulled out a piece of paper from a box. "Yes, it's this." She showed it to him. "This is homework, but I have to do it while I'm sleeping." He glanced at it and interrupted Hana. "Wait a minute." Lee Chan took out his phone and used a translation tool on the text on the paper. "Let's see, if I use the translation tool. According to the content written on the paper, what is your dream? Talk about it with your parents." He seemed to understand the assignment. "It's due the day after tomorrow?" Anna seemed to still not understand the requirement, looking at him blankly. "Yes, but I don't understand anything." The little girl said innocently, "You have to sleep to have a dream, right?" Lee Chan tried to explain to her, Dream here means what you want to do in the future, not the kind of dream you have when you sleep." Anna, hearing that he couldn't help her do this, "You can't do it with me?" She opened her eyes wide in panic. "Yes, why?" Lee Chan explained the assignment. "The assignment requires you to do it with your parents, so you can't do it with me." The little girl was a little sad. "But I can't do it with my mom. My mom is away on a business trip." He asked with concern, "When will your mom be back?" Anna, dejected and sad, said, "My mom said she won't be back until 11 o'clock tomorrow night." Lee Chan scratched his head, hearing the little girl say, "My mom is often late because she's busy." He thought to himself, we can't do anything else." Lee Chan comforted her, patting her head. "Then let's start writing down your dream." "What is your dream?" Anna smiled brightly. She picked up a pen and started writing. Anna, while writing, asked, "What about your dream?" Lee Chan had never really thought about things like this, so he wasn't sure. "This is your homework. Why are you asking about my dream?" Anna was a little confused, not knowing what to do and unable to think of anything. I don't know either." He rested his chin on his hand and gave her advice, "You don't need to think too much." The little girl listened to him somberly. "Just imagine what you want to do but can't do right now." The little girl swayed the pen in her hand, thinking, "Something I want to do but can't?" Lee Chan explained to her, "Most dreams are like that." The pen in her hand remained still, without any movement. Anna remained silent, listening to him. "You can dream of anything. So think carefully." "So," the little girl thought slowly. Then, Anna was a little sad and emotional. I want to make friends, and I want to play with friends. Is that considered a dream? She remembered a scene from the past. In the playground, several groups of children were playing together. This time, I'll throw it perfectly. Go ahead, I'll block every ball. The other children were happily playing together. It's your fault. I missed it because of you. Suddenly, the ball rolled to the feet of a child. The children were still playing and blaming each other. Don't blame me. The little girl reached out to grab the ball. But, hey, throw the ball back here. Saying this, the other children turned to look at the little girl and stopped. That little girl was Hana back then. She held the ball, wanting to join in with everyone. You can have the ball back. The other children, seeing her, all slowed down and wanted to avoid her. But, I'm also good at dodgeball. Can I play with you? Anna still remembered that at that time, everyone in her eyes emitted a black aura. Every time I asked to play with them, their hearts turned black. Lee Chan, hearing this, suddenly looked at the little girl again. You think it's because they don't want to play with you? He asked seriously. Did the other children bully you? Anna shook her head vigorously. No, they never bullied me. The little girl was a little confused and flustered. So, it's just that they don't play with me. Lee Chan broke out in a sweat and continued to ask, does your mom know about this? Anna bowed her head sadly. Yes, so my mom asked if I wanted to go to another kindergarten. The little girl had a reason for not wanting to switch, but if I go too far, I won't be able to see you again, so I said I didn't want to. Lee Chan immediately covered his face, feeling guilty, thinking, oh my god, He looked at Hana. Her head bowed sadly, thinking to himself, why doesn't this child have anyone to play with? Lee Chan pondered thoughtfully. In a world where many species live together, the children don't want to play with her. It can't be because of her appearance. So why? Anna trembled and expressed, I'm afraid to talk to my friends. The little girl couldn't hold back her tears and was embarrassed. I've asked a few times why they don't want to play with me, but every time I look into their eyes, their color changes. Lee Chan, hearing the little girl say this, clenched his hand, trying to control his own emotions. It feels like it's all my fault, and I'm too scared to ask them. He finally spoke. Anna glanced at him. Kid, Lee Chan said seriously and surely, if I could make it so you couldn't see that color anymore, would you be able to ask them? The little girl looked at him blankly. You have a very special talent, and I want to try it with you. What do you think? Anna didn't believe what he said. The doctor said. Lee Chan stared at the little girl. It can't be cured. According to the information written about dragons are a rare species, and their appearance in movies is real, so they use shape-shifting magic to transform into half-human, half-monster forms to live without any disadvantages in their daily lives. However, young dragons are not yet proficient in using that type of magic. From this information, he had also asked and received an answer. So the little girl had to go to the university hospital every 2 weeks to use shape-shifting magic. When he asked the doctor about it, the fire was growing larger. With current technology, we can't do anything. It's a blessing. Cherish it, that's what they said. Back to the present, the two of them had changed the subject and were talking. Anna asked curiously, my mom is very happy and said she feels relieved. Is that not good? Chan rubbed his neck, not knowing what to say. No, it's not bad at all. He was still concerned about the other issue, thinking to himself, it's a special ability that ensures no one can deceive her. Lee Chan thought back to the events that had happened, like catching the thief. With that ability, you were able to catch a thief. I completely understand what your mom means. At that time, Hana easily made the thief cover his head and expose himself. That means you can live without worrying about being deceived for the rest of your life. The little girl had helped others, but that ability also makes it difficult for you to approach others. What should I do now? Childhood only happens once, and it goes by very quickly. Chan looked at the little girl and remembered his own childhood. He was also pointed at and talked about by many people. This shouldn't happen. Never. He wanted to say this to the little girl, but he didn't seem to dare to say it yet. Don't think about your mom and the doctor. Focus on yourself. Lee Chan wanted to get an opinion from the little girl herself. What do you want to do? Hana was still vague about this. Me? He also knew that it was very difficult for a girl her age to think about that. It's very difficult, right? Your opinion is more important. You said you want to make friends. Anna's eyes were still teary, attentively listening to him speak. I can make the black color disappear for a while, but to be able to make friends, you have to approach them first. How about it? Can you do it? Anna was motionless, her head bowed in thought. Lee Chan, sitting beside her, asked, how is it? He looked at the flustered, stammering little girl. You. Anna wiggled her fingers and agreed. I can do it. Her face lit up, her eyes filled with anticipation as she turned to look at Lee Chan. If I can't see the colors, I think I can talk to them. Anna was excited and wanted to try it immediately. Do it please. Chan twirled his finger in a circle. All right, can you turn your head towards me? The little girl jumped up and turned her head. Yes. Lee Chan asked permission. And, Can I touch you? Chan had no bad intentions. Yes, I have to touch it to be able to use my power. Anna was happy and unconcerned. My horns? Oh, okay. Yes, it's okay. The little girl smiled sweetly, radiating cuteness and trusting him 100%. It's you. So it's okay. There's no problem at all. Chan was defeated by her cuteness, clenching his fist in determination. I must succeed at all costs, absolutely. He started to get serious, remembering the steps. Alright, the important thing is, first, to maintain the magic that the kid does at the hospital. It can still erase the power of the horns. Chan tapped his hand lightly on the table, thinking. Hana looked at him blankly. Second, don't completely erase the power of the horns, just make it stop working while she's at school. He could already imagine the scenario if he damaged the horns. How dare you damage my daughter's horns? You'll pay with your entire fortune. And he would be sued by the girl's mother. Chan held one hand tightly with the other, noting the crucial condition, the most important thing, just like this, be careful. He looked at his hands anxiously, worried, if I fail, I'll put this ability aside. Do it properly. Chan grabbed the little girl's two horns and began to activate his power. I'm starting, kid. After a few seconds passed very quickly, he announced that he was done. Anna slowly opened her eyes. It's done? She touched the horns on her head to check, asking blankly, it's done? Chan was anxious, afraid he had done something wrong or that there was a problem. Does it feel strange? Anna felt that nothing unusual had happened. It was still the same as before. No, not at all. The little girl hopped to her feet. Anna went outside, grabbed the door handle, and gently pushed the store door open. Anna closed her eyes tightly, so tense that she was sweating. She slowly stepped outside. In front of Hana was a bustling street, with people coming and going. She didn't see any colors, no black, green, red, or anything. It was just the sunlight shining down. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming with delight. Anna's dragon tail wagged, showing her joy and excitement. It's amazing. She clutched her chest excitedly. I've never felt anything so clean. Everything is new to me. It's so wonderful. Anna was so happy that she turned around and asked, how did you do that? Li Chan, seeing her happy, was also happy and shyly turned away. It's just, we used our willpower to do it. He pondered, a little relieved. Maybe I overthought it. Li Chan thought of someone. The turning point in the driver's life was definitely his daughter. It wasn't something big like a dream or the future. The scene of a father holding his child in his warm, loving arms filled his head. Maybe it was just, I want to comfort my newborn daughter in my arms. Li Chan's gaze turned towards Hana in front of him. Maybe it was because he simply wanted to be happy? Suddenly, the little girl's voice brought him back to reality. You know, what if I talk to my friends, and they still don't want to play with me? He replied with a cold expression immediately. Then bring them here. Anna looked up, hearing him say, we'll prepare lots of snacks and toys and help you make friends, so don't worry and try to approach them. Chan moved closer to the little girl and slowly knelt down. Of course, it will be a little difficult at first, but once you've tried, you'll find it easier than you thought. He gave a gentle, encouraging smile. So don't be afraid, just be confident. Anna was moved, wiping away her tears, happy again, feeling comforted by his words. I'm sure you can do it. The little girl, full of determination, clenched her fist and shouted, yes, I'll talk to them. Li Chan clapped his hands in encouragement. That's right. Inside the quiet store, empty of people, it felt like a small home for the two of them. Yes, but you have to pay attention to your condition. If you can, could you give me your home phone number? Or you can call me later. Anna immediately pulled out her phone. I have a phone. They exchanged phone numbers. Let's exchange numbers. My number is, here. Okay. Li Chan was surprised, thinking, kids these days have phones from kindergarten? The little girl suddenly asked his name. By the way, uncle, what's your name? Chan was bewildered. Huh? It's Li Chan. He looked curiously at Hana smiling in front of him. Why do you want to know my name? The little girl didn't say anything, just reintroduced herself. My name is Hana. The scene changed. The next morning, the manager was happily skipping along the street. Good morning, Chan. Did you practice well last night? She suddenly screamed. In front of her appeared Li Chan, his eyes bloodshot. His body slumped on the counter. Chan, are you okay? The manager rushed over, helped him up, and asked, why do you look so weak? Li Chan was tired. You're here. The manager asked worriedly, was the exercise too difficult? He was tired and weary. Yes. The bouncing balls. Li Chan held the box of balls and continued to shake it. Now I'll continue practicing. The manager was horrified. What? No? You can barely stand, and you want to practice? He was stubborn and still wanted to do it. It's okay. Just one more time on the left. She broke out in a sweat, asking tentatively, so you failed with the other balls? Li Chan, somewhat disappointed in himself, clutched the ball. I'm sorry, You tried so hard to help me. The manager was flustered and didn't pay much attention to it. No, it's not that. The purpose was just to get used to it first. But how was it? Did you understand? He was dreamy, his eyes closed tightly. Well, there were a lot of distractions. I think I understood a little. I'm a fast learner. Chan handed her the ball. That's good. But let's put these away until tonight. I'm a little exhausted. The manager wholeheartedly agreed. Okay, get ready to go home. He thanked her wearily. Thank you. I'll go get ready to go home. The door opened, and only the manager remained in the store. Standing blankly. It seems like things didn't go very smoothly. She looked at the pile of black bouncing balls. Even experienced professionals find it difficult. The manager thought hard, trying to figure out where the problem was. I should have prepared an easier exercise. Is the time too short? She sighed, holding the ball in her hand, thinking, Chan shouldn't lose confidence when taking the exam. Suddenly, something shined brightly in the manager's eyes. Huh? The ball Chan had just given her was glowing with a beautiful purple light. After a while, Chan succeeded. Peeking out from behind the small window was a dreamy sunset scene, with golden rays of sunlight covering the glamorous city. Lee Chan's voice softly echoed, It's so pleasant. He stepped out of the bathroom, holding a yellow towel to dry his dripping hair. After a nap, my mind is completely clear. At that moment, with a tired face, thoughts suddenly flashed through Lee Chan's mind. But since I started working part-time, I've never felt this tired. Why am I so weary? Suddenly, Chan remembered. And that ball. Right after, his and the manager's text messages appeared. With the messages, Chan, look, the color-changing magic is still there. Then she sent him a picture of the ball that had turned a vibrant blue, along with an encouraging message, as expected of Chan, don't lose confidence. He thought again, I succeeded right before I lost consciousness. Chan sat down on the bed, crossed his arms, and pondered, I really don't understand anything. That's right, after all, I'm just someone born with a special physique. How would I know about that? Putting those thoughts aside, he grabbed the phone next to him. Forget it, I'll ask the manager. As he scrolled through his phone, he wondered, I wonder if that little girl is okay. Then he sent a message to Hana. Hi kid, how are you feeling today? Are you okay? And then he received a reply from Hana. Hi uncle, yes, I'm fine. Chan quickly replied, that's good to hear. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, call me immediately, okay? The obedient Hana replied, yes, I know. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself, she's still not good at texting. Next, on the message screen, Chan suddenly gave the little girl some advice. Remember to keep your mom's gift carefully hidden until Mother's Day. That's how you'll surprise her. Anna also replied, yes, I'll keep it safe. He thought, I hope this will be a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, another message was sent from Yoon Hyuk with the content, Lee Chan, are you okay? Seeing this, he was bewildered. Huh? Chan frantically tapped on the phone, exclaiming, what's going on that he's contacting me? We haven't been able to call each other since last December. He vaguely said to himself, if I tell him about my situation, it's like I'm crazy. Then, Lee Chan suddenly fell silent. His hand had also finished composing the message, yes, I'm fine. Time passed quickly. The next morning, Lee Chan, with a refreshed spirit, entered the store to work. It seemed that something appeared before his eyes. It made him open his eyes and mouth wide, exclaiming, welcome, huh? Oh my god. What made him so surprised and bewildered was the hustle and bustle of customers inside the store. While the manager was busy calculating, with stacks of merchandise piled up, a voice spoke up, Manager. Chan approached and offered, let me help you check out the remaining customers. Hearing this, the girl suddenly refused. Huh? No, it's okay. He hesitantly asked, why? Then the manager gently explained, it's always busy at this hour. This is still boring. And Yuna will be here soon. I asked Yuna to take you to the exam site, 48,601. She looked at him and continued, you can't be late for the exam. Just stand there. Although she had said that, he still wanted to help. Then let me help you until Yuna arrives. At the same time, Yuna had also arrived. She stood outside the door, peeking her head in and calling, I'm here. Hi. Lee Chan turned around in surprise, a little stunned, asking, so early? Suddenly speaking up startled me. Yuna laughed cheerfully and replied, haha, it's better to be early. The manager handed him 2 items and carefully instructed, here, this is the energy recovery potion I made and a transportation card. I've also loaded 20,000 won onto it, so you can buy drinks. Lee Chan was very grateful. Thank you, manager. I'll go then. She smiled at him, her hands still busy with calculations. Yes, go carefully. Finally, Lee Chan gradually opened the door and walked outside. As soon as she saw him, Yuna quickly approached and teased, oh my god, Witnessing the appearance of the test taker who achieved a perfect score makes me feel so moved. In response, he looked bored and bluntly said, if you're so surprised, then go home. Yuna covered her mouth and laughed. What's wrong? This is something to brag about everywhere. On the deserted street, the sunlight gradually faded into every corner of the city. Yuna's voice spoke up, so let me escort the perfect scoring test taker to the exam site. A long time later, on a bus, Lee Chan vaguely looked into the distance. He suddenly realized, Then he thought to himself, this atmosphere is similar to my world. He raised his hand, stroked it a few times, and complained, the people going to work at this hour are also similar. If I had known this, I would have gone alone. Seeing that he was a little different, Yuna quickly looked over and asked, but is this your first time on a train? He was startled and stammered, huh? She continued to ramble. She said so. She said you're not familiar with trains. You're like you just came from some remote countryside. That's why she asked me to go with you. Turning around, she saw Chan gently rubbing the back of his neck. His face was a little tired. Well, that's true. Next, he suddenly said shyly, maybe I shouldn't have bothered you like this. Now that I'm here, it seems like I can find my way. Finishing the sentence, Yuna rested her hand on her face, looked at him, and confidently replied, no, you won't be able to get to the exam site by yourself. Along with that, she also explained why. The train here is called the Hell Magic Machine. The routes are many and complicated, so people call it a magic machine. That's why every day, commuters experience hell. Yuna excitedly burst out laughing. Then she put her arm around his shoulder and reassured him, so don't worry, just relax. Anyway, I'm free today. Hearing those words, Chan suddenly became a bewildered deer. Suddenly I feel like a commuter. The Hell Magic Machine? The next second, Chan held in his hand the potion that the manager had given him, and then said, but I haven't talked to the manager yet. I have a lot of questions. Saying this, Yuna interrupted and asked, what questions do you have? He looked down with a puzzled expression, gently unscrewing the bottle cap, and softly said, I tried some of the exercises that the manager prepared for me and researched my physique. In the morning, I used a little magic, and also used my strength to help a little girl who is a regular customer at the convenience store. Then, when it was time to leave work, I felt exhausted. Yuna listened attentively, observing every word he said. She suddenly spoke up. So, did the practice and research yield any results? Lee Chan, while gulping it down, said, it's okay. Now I can control my physique according to my will, but the problem is that I feel so tired. Why is that? Yuna pointed at him and laughed, explaining, I know. It's because you used more strength than usual. Hearing that, Chan glanced over and asked again, overexertion? Yuna continued, experts in anti-magic often experience the same thing. Some people find it extremely difficult to do certain things. Among the things you're doing, which one do you find the most difficult? Immediately, faced with her question, he suddenly remembered the little girl Hana at that time, answering hesitantly, helping that little girl, perhaps? I had to pay attention to a lot of things. Yuna sat cross-legged, speaking in a calm tone. Well, although I don't know if it's related to that, but maybe it's because of that your physique has changed. Over time, you've been unconsciously using your power, haven't you? Lee Chan looked up at her as soon as he heard those words. That's right. The train had also arrived at the station. People got off and on, but Yuna continued to ramble. This time, you must have been very tired from using your power consciously, and you had to use more power than usual. She asked softly, Chan, you're not doing any other work, are you? Lee Chan was somewhat surprised by the question. Why do you ask? Then Yuna explained, I think your night shift work is also affecting you a lot. Having to use unfamiliar power. Your body is stressed, so of course, you're tired. Lee Chan listened silently to every word she said, his gaze fixed on the potion in his hand. Yuna's words kept echoing in his ears. Now I know why she prepared that. Sometime later, the sunset also painted the entire city, pink rays of sunlight shining down on the tall buildings. Below, Chan and Yuna were talking to each other. We're finally here. Seeing this, she quickly asked, what's wrong? Are you nervous? He looked up, naively replying, I feel more nervous than I expected. It's really as you predicted. Yuna crossed her arms, looked at him, chuckled, and reassured, come on, just relax. You said you just treat it as gaining experience. Prepare well. See you later. Not stopping there, Yuna suddenly said, I'll help you too. Then, Lee Chan also waved goodbye to her and entered the exam site. Thank you, Yuna. She turned to leave but didn't forget to wave back at him. Yes, when you're done, come to the cafe nearby. Coming to his position at that time, Lee Chan placed his hand on the door and gently pulled it open, thinking to himself, all right, there's no need to be overly stressed. The exam room sign gradually appeared. He was still immersed in thought, reassuring himself, I'll just perform like I did on the theory test. Like the theory test. Suddenly, when he thought of this, Lee Chan softly stepped into the exam room and encountered Decord inside. He was holding something that was shining brightly. In front of everyone present, he spoke up, "Everyone arrived on time. Before we start, I will temporarily collect everyone's personal belongings." Faced with these words, Chan just stood there, frozen. Decord, in a serious manner, spoke in a calm tone, "I will explain more about the practical exam after collecting personal belongings." Chan stood and listened to the other person speak. "Now, let me explain the practical exam." Decord calmly raised the index finger of his left hand and said, "In this exam, we will assess whether the candidates have the practical ability to possess a national anti-magic certificate. So." He paused slightly. Glowing pink circles appeared at the tip of his short finger. Chan's face showed surprise as he looked at the tablet in front of him. The silver tablet suddenly lit up with fantastical patterns, creating a radiant glow around it. Decord said to him, "We have prepared the practical exam." On the tablet screen, the words appeared, "Which exam do you want to receive? List, close." Everyone looked up in astonishment, thoughts echoing, "Prepared what?" The explanation was given, "There are a total of 6 candidates for this practical exam." He raised his head and said, "Therefore, we have prepared a total of 18 exams." Technological symbols surrounding the tablet announced the 2 words, "Success." At that time, he explained further, "The scope of the exams is the urban area of the academy." After completing 3 exams, Dillard stood solemnly before everyone and instructed, "Please return here." He reminded everyone, "The details and difficulty level of the exams will be kept confidential until you receive them, to avoid disputes among the candidates." Lee Chan, hearing this, looked dejected. He lamented silently in his head, "This is crazy." He continued to announce, "Next, I will announce the notes. All violent acts and acts considered violations during the exam. Contact with strangers or members of the same race, except for the proctor, including contact between candidates. Use of unauthorized magical tools, cheating, taking the exam for someone else, leaving the exam site during the exam, etc. is prohibited." Looking at the attentive candidates below, he emphasized, "Anyone who violates these rules will be immediately disqualified and banned from taking all national certification exams for 3 years. Violations of the notes will be assessed by the function installed on the distributed tablet. You can use any means as long as you do not violate these 7 rules." Lee Chan, hearing this sentence, looked down at the tablet in his hand and pondered thoughtfully. "Any means? That sounds a bit vague." Decord finished announcing and said to everyone, "If there are any other questions, please raise your hand and ask." Hearing this, a candidate from the Sloth family raised their hand and spoke, "Excuse me, those exams, can we do them?" He, after receiving the question, also confidently answered, "These exams are built on the abilities of the candidates, so you don't need to worry about that. Are there any other questions?" Decord didn't see anyone else with questions, so he looked up at the clock. Looking at the hands moving on the clock face, he announced, "It is currently 7:08. Please complete the exam and return here before 10:10. Very quickly, he stood before all the candidates and declared, "So let's begin." Everyone immediately left. Decord's eyes moved slightly. Seeing Lee Chan still sitting there, he asked, "Aren't you going?" He calmly replied, "I have a question, but the candidates have already started the exam." Looking at his serious face, he boldly asked, "Can I ask a question?" He didn't object and said, "What do you want to ask?" He placed his hand on the tablet placed on the table and said, "About this tablet." He held it firmly and turned the screen towards him, asking, "Is the installed function magic?" Hearing his question, he was silent for a moment. He still stood upright, his hands clasped behind his back, looking at him and the tablet. At this time, Lee Chan was sitting alone outside. He looked down at the computer screen, seeing the locations appear. He pondered, everyone has already started choosing exams. On the computer screen, the words were clearly displayed. Anma yuka, ala so po ru hi he ru rie ru. He silently exclaimed, "Luckily, the place names are displayed in Korean." Suddenly, he sighed tiredly, bowing his head and lamenting, "Knowing the names is useless when I don't know anything about this world. I have absolutely no idea where this is." He looked up at the main road. He had come up with a new idea in his head. How about I pray to the gods and choose one at random? But very quickly, he returned to being stuck. He dejectedly rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "No, in 29 years of life, the gods have never answered my prayers. I have to think carefully." He remembered when the rules were announced, Decord had said, "Violations of the rules will be assessed by the function installed on the distributed tablet. You can use any means as long as you do not violate these rules." He began to sit attentively looking at the tablet and analyze to himself. The proctor clearly stated that the detection of cheating would be done by this tablet, and also said that anything could be done as long as it didn't violate the rules, but they didn't say anything about not touching this tablet. Analyzing this, he reached out and lifted the tablet, thinking, if it wasn't allowed, the proctor would have said something. He thought, looking at the tablet, for candidates who come to obtain an anti-magic certificate, there's no reason not to say anything. His eyes suddenly lit up. From within his pupils, a bright purple color shone. He looked at the tablet, which was covered in gloomy purple light bands, and calmly said, there is indeed magic installed in this. Thinking of Dakord's calm expression, he analyzed, perhaps most of the functions installed here are magic, which is why the proctor didn't answer. Chan placed his hand on the tablet. He silently felt and thought, and silence is also a way of tacitly agreeing. He slowly closed his eyes and said to himself, I just need to remove the cheating detection magic. His hand seemed to have exerted some kind of power on the tablet screen. He gently lifted his hand from the screen. He looked at it and happily exclaimed in his mind, all right, next. He placed his feet on the ground. Chan held the tablet and ran, thinking to himself, I have to check it directly. At a certain place, he said. So, let's try touching this tablet. Let's check if the cheating detection magic has been completely removed. Yuna sat opposite him, looking dejected. She held a glass of water, looking bored and speechless. But very quickly, she curiously asked him, how did you come up with this trick in such a short time? Li Chan also frankly replied, who knows? It was the only idea I could think of at the time. He complained to her, this exam is too disadvantageous for me. Someone who knows absolutely nothing about the geography here. Yuna gently picked up the tablet and said to him, that's right, this area is very easy to get lost in. Her eyes looked at the tablet and she said softly, let's see. Yuna informed him, the tablet seems to be fine. What do you think? He also calmly replied briefly, Yuna was still holding the tablet firmly in her hand. She felt something and told him, there seems to be other magic, but when I touch it, there's no reaction. Perhaps the cheating detection magic has been successfully removed. She smiled happily and gave him a thumbs up, not forgetting to praise him. So the first step is successful. Li Chan, hearing this, was further motivated. He exclaimed happily, that's great. Then he asked her, so, Yuna, among the exam locations there, is there any place where I can do it? Yuna thought and replied, first of all, there are 3 places I know well. She slid her index finger across the tablet screen and told him, if it were me, I wouldn't choose number 4 and number 8. He heard this and curiously asked, why? She explained to him, number 4 is a funeral home, and there's only one reason to call an anti-magic expert here, to remove the residual magic power in the corpse at the funeral home. Would you dare to touch a corpse? And number 8 is probably a construction site. It takes too long just to meet the supervisor as requested, and even if you meet them, it's too busy there to pay attention to you alone, Yuna continued. Currently, the exam content is like this. She paused slightly. Seeing Li Chan's dejected expression, she felt quite apologetic and wanted to say, I'm sorry. She asked him, did I say something too negative? He heard this and said, no, you've already ruled out 2 places that are definitely unsuitable. He looked at Yuna and asked, now, among the remaining places, which one would you choose? But Yuna gave him a suggestion that surprised him a little. She said, if possible, try going to a place you're not sure about. He asked blankly, where? Yuna happily handed him the tablet. In front of the building gate, someone said, number 17 moved 5 minutes ago. If it's this place, you can do it too. A young man happily said to a skeleton walking in, great-grandfather, I hope we find the right bones today. The voice echoed from outside to inside where Li Chan and Yuna were, making him curiously turn around. The young man said, oh my god, great-grandfather, you'll dislocate your jaw like that. Seeing him dawdling behind, Yuna urged him, Chan, what are you doing? Hurry up. His hand was still holding the tablet firmly. He asked in confusion, Yuna, is this place really number 17? Yuna, hearing this, turned around and replied, that's right, number 17 is the Hall of Passing. The Hall of Passing, or also call it Columbarium, a place storing bones of the deads. The tablet screen displayed the message, you are required to check the mixed-up skeletons in this Hall of Passing. Seeing this message, he thought to himself, I understand the scary feeling of seeing skeletons. Chan looked up and encouraged himself in his heart, but it's still better than having to touch a corpse, right? A voice called from the building, Chan, over here. He immediately replied, ah, okay. Yuna confidently strode forward. Chan, timidly holding the tablet, walked behind her, constantly looking around. In his head, he was thinking, but this place, after all. Suddenly, there were 2 people talking to each other. A brown-furred dog person was crying and hugging a small skeleton, saying, there will definitely be bones that fit our choco, right? A more mature-looking golden-furred dog replied, of course, I've checked carefully. Chan silently wondered, Why is the atmosphere so lively? In another corner, he saw a skeleton looking in the mirror, admiring itself, hoping, I hope this time my face will be formed from a small bone frame. A green-haired girl sitting with her hand on her chin happily said to him, Ah, I understand what you want. Chan stood frozen in one place, silently wondering, the columbarium in my world is a very quiet and solemn place. Is this world different from mine? Yuna saw him standing and asked, Chan, what are you doing? Why are you standing there? She reminded him, hurry up and get to the point. You said there wasn't much time. He was startled by her reminder and looked at the beast person in front of him, saying, Ah, sorry. He stood in front of the goat receptionist. Ao Yuna stood behind him with her arms crossed. He said to the goat, I came here because of the anti-magic certification. I confirm that the person in charge is the director of this place. Chan asked for her help. Could you please contact him for me? The receptionist, hearing this, not only did not refuse but also warmly said to him, Ah, if it's for that, I'll take you there right away. She invited him, Please follow me. Li Chan glanced at the stack of papers on the table and replied, Thank you. Seeing Co Yuna's attitude beside him, he curiously asked, What? Why are you smiling? Yuna was trying to hold back her laughter, tilting and swaying. Her hands and feet seemed unable to stand still anymore. She happily said to him, Ah, it's nothing. Do you know that you look completely different now from how you look when you serve customers at the convenience store? At this moment, she couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. She burst out laughing, tears streaming down her face, saying, Both your words and your tone are exactly like a civil servant. Hearing this, he was dejected, embarrassed, and instinctively raised his hand to touch his neck, saying, But this situation requires speaking like that. His feet walked along the corridor. He explained to her, At my old company, I needed to maintain etiquette like that and work hard to survive peacefully. She was surprised to hear that. Oh, so you were really a civil servant before? He turned around and denied it. No, just a low-level employee. The two were talking to each other when the receptionist's voice interrupted them. She said to him, Please wait inside. I'll call him right away. He turned around and replied, Ah, yes, I understand. Yuna didn't forget to say, Thank you for guiding us. He looked at the closed door, suspicion flashing in his heart. He asked Yuna, But, Yuna, is this place really a columbarium? Yuna sat on the chair, relaxing, and said to him, It definitely is. Is this your first time seeing a columbarium? He stood near her and explained, It's not that, but the atmosphere here is too lively. It seems like everyone is looking for some kind of bones. She listened to his explanation without much surprise, her head tilted back slightly, looking towards him. He continued to wonder, I wonder what they bring ashes here for. She was bewildered and asked, Ashes? She looked at him and explained, This place is where bones are preserved intact. He was stunned and started to sweat profusely. Yuna, thinking of the skeletons containing blue spiritual power, explained in detail for him to understand better, the lifespan of bones isn't that long, at most 2 weeks. The reason is that the bones contain an unsuitable soul, so they have to change the bones periodically. She raised her index finger and pointed, continuing, And this place is where they provide that. They preserve bones that have been excavated or bones that have been donated with legal permission. Saying this, she excitedly asked him, Do you preserve ashes where you live? How? He helplessly ignored her question. He just vaguely replied, Ah, no, I must have misunderstood. He remembered the goat receptionist and thought about Yuna's words in his head. Preserve bones intact? When I was little, I saw a lot of models in the science room. I wonder if bones look better than corpses. While immersed in thought, he and Yuna both turned towards the door. The columbarium director appeared in the form of a white skeleton, wearing a black robe, looking quite creepy. He politely said, Thank you for waiting for me. You are the candidate taking the National Anti-Magic Certification exam, right? Green, sinister light emitted from his eye sockets. He introduced himself, I am the director of this columbarium. Every word he spoke was very slow but no less sinister. He said, And now, I will explain the details of this request. He sat down properly in the chair opposite the two of them and slowly recounted, The day before yesterday, I received several sets of bones in fairly good condition, but 2 problems occurred. The first problem is that the company informed me that there was an error in the use of preservatives. During the process, they accidentally used too much preservative. The second problem is that the corresponding bone list records have been lost. He was serious, his eyes emitting a sinister look, saying to the two of them, It will take about a week to recompile the records. The problem is that during that time, the bones will decompose and become unusable. So I want to entrust this to you. He bluntly asked him, In short, you want me to find the bones with those problems? He didn't deny it. He analyzed, That's right. If we look for each set of bones one by one, the number of coffins is quite large. If we want to directly open the coffins to check each set one by one, we have to mobilize the internal magic team, so it will take time and incur additional costs. He looked at Lee Chan, hesitantly asking, "Can I ask you for this favor?" He immediately replied without thinking, "Yes, I came here to do this. Where are the coffins you mentioned?" He said with satisfaction, "I'll take you there." Yuna, sitting beside him, poked his shoulder with her finger and asked, Chan. He turned around. She asked him, "Are you really okay?" She covered her mouth and whispered in his ear, "Although I suggested it to you, isn't this request a bit vague? Can you really not look inside the coffin and find the bones with problems?" He looked vaguely and softly replied to her, "I probably can." He told her, there was a similar situation at the convenience store. Yuna, hearing this, put her hand down on the table, stood up quickly, and praised him. "Oh, your ability is indeed extraordinary." The two stood behind the director's back. Yuna continued to happily encourage him. "Then you can complete this task well." Words of praise and joy rang out. "That's great." After entering the door, a bright light shone out. Their eyes instinctively closed. Chan opened his eyes and was surprised. He was bewildered. Huh? He was stunned, looking at the long rows of shelves in front of him, lamenting in his heart, how many are there in total? Each shelf had about 3 coffins. He looked at the coffins stretching throughout the room. The director understood his inner thoughts and raised his hand to introduce, "There are a total of 384 coffins. Among these, there is only one coffin containing the bones with problems." Yuna, hearing this, was surprised and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She whispered, "You're in big trouble." He wondered, looking closer at the coffin. His hand unconsciously curled up and he raised it to his chin, expressing his hesitation. Finally, he knelt down on the floor. His mind was dark, saying to Yuna, "I don't know what to do anymore." Yuna stood beside him, seriously saying, "This is bad. 10 minutes have passed, and you've only checked 7 coffins," she lamented. "At this rate, we'll run out of time." In this chaotic situation, he seemed to realize something. He raised his hand to his chin, thinking, "I underestimated this too much." Looking at the rows of shelves covered in purple magic light, he silently calculated, "I thought I could just do it like usual and find it right away. All the coffins are enchanted, so everything is all jumbled up." He dejectedly raised his hand to scratch his head and then rested his hand on his face. His eyes were fixed, thinking, "Moreover, it's been 10 minutes, and I've only looked at 7. So there are 377 more coffins waiting for me," he lamented. "My eyes will pop out." He quickly regained his spirit. His head kept looking around, thinking, "This can't go on. I have to find another way." Seeing this, Yuna, standing behind him, also began to look around. Chan thought determinedly, a more efficient way. He looked around and saw a ladder. He thought happily, "There it is." He looked at Yuna and called, "Yuna, help me move that ladder." She heard this and curiously asked, "Why? But what for?" He answered decisively, "I'm going to look at all of these coffins." Chan stood next to the ladder, hearing him say, "There's no time to look at each one individually." She held the ladder firmly for Lee Chan to climb up. He climbed up, saying to her, "So, I'll look at all of them at once and find the coffin with the problem." Yuna, holding the base of the ladder, seemed a little worried about him. She asked again, "That sounds reasonable. Are you sure you can do it?" Chan pulled himself to the top and looked out, saying firmly, "I have to be able to." He said resolutely, "I definitely have to be able to." But when he looked at the coffins from above, he was blinded by the purple magic lights. They made it difficult for him. He thought to himself, "They're all distorted." Chan began to analyze, "But if my guess is correct, there will be one coffin that is the most distorted. Although I don't know the composition of the preservative, it's still a component related to magic." He opened his eyes wide, covering his mouth with his hand, thinking, "So that coffin will definitely be very different. Then I can find it." Yuna, holding the ladder below, saw him stunned and silent, and worriedly asked, "Are you okay, Chan?" She encouraged him, "Hey, don't push yourself too hard." He held onto the ladder firmly and replied, "Don't worry." His eyes suddenly widened. Among the wooden coffins, he saw one emitting light. Chan looked up and down at that coffin. Then he saw a few others that were also emitting light, scattered around. He quickly said to Yuna, "Hey, can you go get the director?" Lee Chan looked at everything overall and clearly stated the situation. "There are many strange coffins here." The bone director happily pressed confirm. "You have completed the commission." He exclaimed, "You solved the problem so quickly, thank you very much." But suddenly he realized something. Is there still another set of bones with problems? He praised, "Thanks to you, everything was resolved more quickly and smoothly." The bone director also asked with concern, "But are you okay?" Yuna laughed happily and replied, He said that he just needs to rest for a while and he'll be fine." She proactively asked, "But director, we don't have much time left for the exam. Is there any location on the list near here? The bone director searched for a while and then asked, then how about number 11? It only takes 5 minutes to get there. Yuna turned around and asked Chan, what do you think? Let's go there and accept the commission. Lee Chan's face still didn't look very good. It was extremely pale. Yuna didn't wait for Chan to reply and nodded, yes, we'll go there. Thank you for letting us know. The bone director replied, I hope everything goes smoothly for you two. Lee Chan grabbed a can of water and drank it all. He exclaimed, I feel like I'm alive again. Yuna asked with concern, that's good, but are you okay if you keep doing this? Her face showed concern. If you keep pushing yourself, you'll faint. Lee Chan denied, it won't come to that. My stamina is still very abundant. He asserted. Chan's face was a little tired. It's probably just temporary. While walking, Lee Chan realized something, huh? He asked again, hey, is this the bank the director was talking about? Yuna nodded, yes, that's right, it's this one. Lee Chan thought to himself, we got here really fast, thank you, Mr. Director. Lee Chan went up and asked a goblin standing guard there, excuse me, may I be impolite and ask, are you a bank employee? Lee Chan explained the reason. We came here to confirm the commission for the practical exam. The goblin, seeing the two of them say this, also urged, no need for introductions, just go in quickly and solve it. Lee Chan asked back, yes, but you have to explain the content to me first. The goblin quickly pushed Lee Chan inside. The commission letter has already been submitted. What's there to explain? Lee Chan tried to say, no, but was cut off by the goblin. I told you there's no need to explain. He opened the bank door and threw out a sentence, you can use any means to solve it. Do whatever you want. The two of them, Lee Chan and Yuna, were pushed into the bank too quickly. Lee Chan still hadn't recovered. Yuna asked with concern, are you okay? The goblin finished and ran out. Lee Chan was speechless. Really? What? That goblin? Lee Chan looked back. Why didn't he explain anything to me? How am I supposed to work like this? He turned his head and asked Yuna, hey, are all goblins like that? But suddenly there was a loud noise. A trash can fell with a clang. Lee Chan's face turned pale, his voice stammering, trash can. Yuna reminded, Chan, look ahead. The ATM growled, give me your money, you trash. Cleaning tools like trash cans and mops flew up as if threatening the two of them. It added, cash or card is fine, just hand over the money. If not, I'll tear this place apart. Lee Chan's face froze. What is that? A monster? Yuna was also quite surprised. I also know roughly what it is, but, Yuna suggested, Chan, can I see the content of the commission? We were in a hurry earlier, so I didn't have time to read it. Chan took it out of his pocket. Wait a minute. The content of commission number 11. The ATM, seeing that the two of them hadn't coughed up any money, got angry. Give me the money, hurry up and give me the money. It ordered all the tools present, deal with the ATM robber at the bank. Lee Chan took out the tablet, his face bewildered. Bank robber? He curiously asked Yuna, is it possessed by a demon? Yuna nodded. Yuna explained, all those living things emit a small amount of magical power and are floating in the air. When the remnants of magical power gather, they are called demons. Besides, it often possesses things like rocks on the road, or drawers that we often stub our pinky toes on. Those are all things that, when we stumble on them, make people curse. So it's just a more temperamental type of demon than others. It's not dangerous. Lee Chan OED. Lee Chan said, but those things threw a trash can at us because they weren't handled properly at first. They probably thought it was nothing serious, so they just left it alone, which led to this situation. The two of them sat down to discuss. Anyway, we can understand why they called you. The ATM yelled, the time limit has expired. Hurry up and give me the money. Lee Chan understood, so they want me to exorcise the demon possessing the ATM. The ATM also threatened, I'll smash this place to pieces for you to see. Lee Chan froze. To exorcise a demon, you have to touch it. These things are too aggressive to get close to. Yuna also said, should we pretend to comply with it and get closer? Lee Chan was confused. So we just have to talk nonsense with it? The ATM kept repeating, hurry up and give me all your cards and passbooks. Yuna hesitated. Actually, my colleague once said that it's possible to talk to demons. And it keeps demanding something. Seeing that the two of them still hadn't produced any money, the ATM started threatening, if not, then give me your bank card, you stupid huskies. Lee Chan froze. What do I do? I don't have anything on me. And the proctor said to hand in all personal belongings. Yuna took out a card and said, I'll use my card to attract its attention. Lee Chan was a little worried. Huh? Is that okay? Yuna assured, it's just to show it. It'll be fine. Yuna stepped forward. I'll stand in front of you. You try talking to it and then try to touch it. Lee Chan nodded. I understand. Lee Chan spoke up. "Hey, ATM." Before he could even finish, the trash cans and mops, hearing Lee Chan's voice, stood up ready to attack, but he managed to stop them in time. "Ah, wait. Look at this." Yuna took out a card. "Here, a card." Lee Chan began to negotiate. "I'll give you the card. Put down your weapons and let's talk and solve the problem calmly. If not, this card will turn into scrap." The ATM immediately flipped faster than a rice paper. "I love customers." It even emitted a cute voice. "Thank you for visiting our bank." That voice couldn't have been more ingratiating. "Please insert your card or cash into the card slot." Both of them were stunned by the machine's greed. "There's no machine that's this greedy." Yuna signaled, "Chan, now's the time." Lee Chan. Lee Chan asked again, "Hey, can you tell me again what I have to do?" The machine still said, "Please insert the card in the direction of the arrow." Lee Chan placed the card on it. "Alright," he thought to himself, "the second commission is complete." Lee Chan froze. "Huh? Why hasn't it left yet?" He started to panic. What's going on? Why can't I get rid of it? I just need to touch it." The ATM started threatening back. "Customer, what are you doing?" Yuna warned, "Chan, danger." Like a gust of wind, she rushed to block a blow from the machine for Lee Chan. Yuna began to lose strength. But very quickly after that, she pushed it away. "You're trying to act tough in front of me?" Lee Chan was panicked. "Yuna, are you okay?" Yuna reassured, "I'm fine." "What just happened?" Lee Chan stammered. The demon won't leave." Yuna was surprised. "Did it possess something else?" "No, it's definitely this place." Lee Chan felt confused. "But why can't I sense it? From before until now, whenever I touch something possessed by magic power or magic, all of its power would disappear." He was sure. It's definitely not because the exam is too difficult, because they said they only prepared commissioned tasks based on the ability of the examinee. Lee Chan thought, "So my ability needs another condition. The condition to activate the touch and cleanse ability." Lee Chan realized, "Wait, it's because I haven't touched it yet that I can't make it disappear." Lee Chan said to Yuna, "Hey, I have to touch the machinery inside the ATM." Yuna was curious. "Touch the machinery inside? Why?" He explained, "The demon is hiding inside the ATM, so my ability can't take effect." Lee Chan said, "If I can just touch the machinery inside, the demon will disappear." Yuna noticed the dustpan. "So that means I have to smash it open." Yuna asked again, "Chan, are you sure the demon is hiding inside the machine?" Lee Chan bet, "Yes, I'm sure, even though I don't know how many machines it has possessed." Yuna inserted her card into the machine. "If you're sure that the demon is hiding inside." Her face showed satisfaction. "Then I have enough reason to smash this machine open." Seeing Yuna's triumphant expression, Lee Chan felt a bit intimidated and quickly stopped her. "Wait, sister, is that even legal?" After the machine received Yuna's payment of 11,460,000 won, it showed great satisfaction, indicating the transaction was complete. It effectively thanked her. "Thank you for using our service." Although Yuna remained calm, Lee Chan was now in a state of panic. The crazy machine had taken all the money from the card. After draining the funds, the ATM spat out the card. "We hope you will continue to use our services." Lee Chan was confused. How did it take the money so easily? Yuna held the card in front of Lee Chan. "Chan, this card contains all the operating funds that our group has contributed, and this damn thing has stolen all of it." Lee Chan was surprised. "Huh?" Yuna remained calm. "I was tricked into losing money, which means from now on, everything I do is justifiable self-defense, right?" Without waiting for Chan's response, Yuna pulled out a knife. "Right? Everyone will think so." "Great, now both the witness and the evidence are all in place." Yuna's voice became dangerous. "Okay, now then." Yuna flipped the knife, a delighted smile spreading across her face. "It's time to get back my money." She relentlessly slashed at the ATM, then sighed, "It's hard to control my strength. I should have just ripped off the outer shell." Lee Chan stood frozen like a statue. At another ATM, Yuna asked, "Chan, do we need to destroy this one too?" Lee Chan stammered, "Yes, okay, but wait, I think this is enough." Suddenly, Lee Chan noticed something behind them. Yuna sensed it too and quickly smashed it to pieces. Her eyes were as sharp as knives. Lee Chan's jaw dropped, while the demon could only question them. "You bastards, what are you doing?" It roared, "How dare you commit such illegal acts?" It controlled all the surrounding objects to move and attack the two, its tone growing impatient. "You've got some nerve." Lee Chan was so scared that he could only hide behind Yuna. The demon went crazy and threatened, "I will make you regret daring to touch me." But before it could do anything, Yuna scared it away. She said calmly, "If you want to show off your power, you should at least be able to withstand this weight." She challenged, "What are you doing? Hurry up and lift it." Yuna scoffed, "You can't even lift these things and you dare to mess with me? Unbelievable." The demon hiding behind the ATM was so scared that it fell silent. Yuna woke Chan from his daze. Chan. She smiled. It's okay, purify this thing and let's move on. We have other practical exams to do. After looking around at the wrecked scene in the bank, the elf asked, did you two have to make such a mess? Lee Chan cowered. Yes, it kept attacking us. Moreover, the demons are now hiding inside machines, so we have no other choice. The elf replied, if I had known it would be like this, I would have handed over all the documents to the branch manager. But the elf still confirmed the completion of the task and praised them. Anyway, thanks to you two, I can go home now. You've worked hard. Lee Chan took the tablet and politely replied, thank you. Yuna saw him step out and asked, is everything done? Lee Chan nodded, yes, thanks to you. He also didn't forget to ask her, but, Sister Yuna, are you okay? Because of me, all the money in the card is gone. Lee Chan worried. You'll get scolded. But contrary to Lee Chan's excessive worry, Yuna just smiled. Maybe. Maybe I'll have to write a report tomorrow. She reassured the drooping him, but you don't need to worry too much. Lee Chan felt he had made a serious mistake and kept saying, I'm really sorry. Yuna flicked Lee Chan's forehead to snap him out of it. You just need to thank me. You're too kind. Yuna explained. I did it because I wanted to repay what I owed. I can still handle this much. Her voice suddenly became sterner. So you must pass the exam, okay? Understand? Chan rubbed his forehead and smiled. Yes, I know, thank you. Chan also exclaimed, but you're really amazing. Are all delivery people like you? Yuna was surprised. Delivery people? Now she remembered. I haven't told you what I do, have I? Yuna proudly revealed, I'm a hunter. I may look like this, but I'm a part-time contract worker. She added, as you can see, I use magic to manipulate weight. Just now, I controlled objects weighing about a ton, and now this knife in my hand weighs only about 100 grams. Yuna smiled brightly. I've been so busy that I haven't introduced myself properly. Lee Chan remembered that day when Yuna ran like the wind to him. Yuna suddenly exclaimed, oh, Chan. It's a call from my sister. Yuna answered, cheerfully, hello sister. The manager was very anxious. Hello Yuna, have you taken Chan to the exam location? She was so worried that she called, but the news she received surprised the manager. Huh? Looking at the phone screen, she saw Lee Chan standing behind her and exclaimed, Chan, why are you there? She asked, did you run away because you didn't want to retake the exam? Lee Chan quickly denied, no, I'm doing the practical exam outside. I just finished the second exam, so I'm talking to Sister Yuna for a bit. He added, now I have to choose the final exam. But which one to choose is the problem. Yuna proudly boasted, Chan can see everything. The manager was curious. Can you show me? Lee Chan quickly held out the tablet. Here. The manager was a bit surprised. The location is written in ancient script? What about the time? Lee Chan replied, before 10 p.m. The manager advised, there's not much time left, Chan. Choose location number 6. Chan obediently followed. He looked at the screen. This place is? He asked again, manager. The location shown here is also the location for the magic resistance exam, right? The manager replied, to explain the name of this place clearly, it's called the starting point, so it shows up as the exam location. She also reminded Lee Chan, the client for this exam seems to be the proctor for this exam as well. Chan, just trust me and go there. Although this is just my intuition, the proctor won't fail you. At the final exam location, Lee Chan had to face Deckard. He gave the task, from now on, you just need to assemble this practical tool. He explained, every square of the Rubik's Cube has been assigned a different type of magic, but I won't tell you what those types of magic are. He added, if you've studied in high school, you'll definitely understand. Deckard said, you just need to dispel the magic and arrange the Rubik's Cube correctly on all 6 sides, and you pass the exam. Deckard started the timer. The time is 40 minutes. When the sand in this hourglass runs out, the exam time is over. Do you have any questions about the exam? Chan held out the completed Rubik's Cube in front of Deckard. I do have some questions, but I've already solved the Rubik's Cube. He explained, although it may be a bit rude, I finished solving the Rubik's Cube while you were explaining. He innocently asked Deckard, can I go home now? After the exam ended, it was already night. He was truly grateful to Sister Yuna today. Thanks to her, the exam went smoothly. Yuna smiled and waved her hand. Oh, it's okay. That's enough greetings. You already thanked and apologized to me on the subway. She continued, let's leave it at that. Lee Chan still felt a bit guilty. But, Lee Chan couldn't help but point to the phone ringing in her hand. The company is calling you constantly. Yuna froze and said, what? It's a common occurrence. Don't worry about it. Then, she ignored the phone and looked at him. By the way, are you still planning to work part-time? If you take a day off today, she probably wouldn't say anything. Lee Chan rubbed his neck and replied, yes, I'll go. He thought of the manager. who was currently resting her chin on the counter, thinking, I wonder if letting him take the exam was a good idea. He then said, the manager has been working non-stop for the past few days since I started the exam. I don't want her to constantly worry about me. He looked at Yuna's gentle smile and continued, I'll ask her out to eat. I'll treat her. I'm really looking forward to it. The manager was sitting with her chin resting on her hand, deep in thought. She seriously opened her eyes and said, Chan. She looked at Lee Chan, who was zipping up his uniform, and asked, how did the exam go? He calmly replied, I passed. The manager immediately shouted, great. She clapped her hands, making him embarrassed. I'm very happy for you. You've worked hard during this time. She continued, the proctor of the final exam let you know the result, right? Did he say anything else? Lee Chan heard that and replied, yes. The proctor was about to say something else. He recalled the end of the exam and said, but at that time, another examinee entered, so the conversation was interrupted. Before leaving, he said he would come to see me soon. Decord, at that time, looked at him coldly and instructed, that's it for today. You can go home now. He emphasized, I will come to see you soon. Lee Chan remembered that sentence and wondered, is that related to the manager's participation in the proctor's exam? The manager seemed to understand and asked him, of course. Was the proctor who set the exam also a mage? Based on his performance on the written exam day, she said, according to my speculation, since the written exam results were announced, the proctor may have realized that you, Chan, are not an ordinary person. He must have been very curious to see what you would do. And after that, he was definitely very eager to discover your abilities, Chan. Mages have an occupational disease, curiosity. She smiled confidently and said, that's why I guessed that they would absolutely not fail you. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to understand you thoroughly. Lee Chan finally understood, I see, so the proctor said he would come to see me soon. He remembered Decard's arrogant expression when he said, if there's any problem, it's only from the candidate's side, right? He frowned uncomfortably and thought, anyway, it's better than not coming. I don't like this person very much. Just then, the manager put something on the table and said, good, now let's get to the main issue. She pointed to the stack of papers on the table and smiled, I will discuss the contract with you again, the person who has the magic resistance certificate. Before resigning the contract, I will give you a new job. She paused for a moment and continued, this job is managing the underground warehouse and checking for defective goods. He also remembered the previous incident and asked, the underground warehouse is the place where there were dragon scales before, right? The manager replied, that's right. Actually, there are not only dragon scales down there, but also many special goods, and those goods are always checked for abnormalities by magic resistance experts. He turned his head and looked around the counters and wondered, have the goods in the underground warehouse ever been displayed? I've never seen them. The manager smiled wryly and replied, no, they haven't, for some reason, although some customers still come here to ask to buy them. Moreover, I've also told them to only come in the morning, because you don't understand the goods there. That's why you've never seen those customers before. Lee Chan's face went blank and he whispered, I see. He curiously asked, but if there are already experts checking, do I still need to do it? When the manager mentioned this issue, she wanted to cry. Actually, the inspection of goods is also a bit vague. Every week, experts from different fields come, so sometimes I'm also a bit confused. Sometimes, it's a grumpy dwarf who comes to work, saying, what? Why do I have to do this? I'm a construction specialist. The manager rubbed her hands together and sighed, so, I'm planning to hire you as a magic resistance expert and assign the work of the previous experts to you. Then she looked up and asked for his opinion. Are you okay with that? Lee Chan didn't even think and calmly replied, let's do it. The manager was surprised and stared at him with wide eyes. Just like the first day, Chan made decisions very quickly. He said as if it were nothing, is there any reason to answer slowly? It's just like any other day. He looked at the manager and said, isn't that the purpose of me taking the exam to get the certificate? The manager didn't deny it. That's right. Ignoring this issue, the manager talked about the job again. Okay, let's go down to the warehouse again, and I'll give you detailed instructions on how to manage the warehouse. He replied, I understand. After the manager finished speaking, she pointed to a line on the contract. Next is the salary. The basic salary is 2001, plus night and holiday allowances, plus overtime pay, and everything you've done so far will be included in this month's salary. Lee Chan's face went blank as he listened to the list of benefits, imagining money falling all over his head. The manager was still talking. Checking the goods in the warehouse, because the quantity of goods will be different each month. It will be calculated separately, along with performance bonuses, and risk costs will be transferred directly to your account. Any further questions? After the manager finished speaking, he sweated and wondered, in this world, do people get so many allowances? I'm also a newbie with no experience. The manager tilted her head and asked coldly, then no bonus? Then she looked at Chan's confused expression and explained, even a newbie should receive proper benefits, right? He nodded and replied, that's right, there should be. The manager happily changed the subject, good, that's the salary done. Chan, should I make you the deputy manager? The two continued to discuss happily, no need. Just make me a regular employee. I should have a higher position anyway. I don't like that. It's too much pressure. Finally, he looked at the long contract in his hand. Although he didn't show it on his face, he still silently exclaimed, indeed, in my life, this is the first time I've been a regular employee, and a regular employee who receives all kinds of benefits. In his memories of the past, he only worked part-time and always met bad people. What? Night shift allowance? You're just a part-time worker? Ridiculous. Not just one, but others also criticized. If I give you a bonus, what will we live on? You're so young and you already think money is everything. Some even arrogantly provoked, if you don't like it, quit. Sometimes there was also cursing and insults. Don't you feel uneducated? Is there any place that pays a newly graduated high school student such a large amount of money? He could only bow his head and accept those words. If you're not here, there are plenty of people who want to work here. If you can't do it, quit. Even if his hands clenched the corner of his shirt tightly, people didn't care. If you're so good, try arguing. But now, the manager who was gently smiling brightly in front of him said, from now on, I will become an even better boss. Chan has also worked hard to achieve these certificates, so I have to work hard to be worthy of being a boss. You've worked hard today. Sleep well. As he drifted off to sleep, he kept muttering, I will become a good employee, I promise. In the evening, he rushed to the convenience store. He smiled apologetically and said, you've worked hard. I'll get ready and come. But when he saw the bustling scene inside, he was shocked. He looked at them and wondered, what's going on this time? Why is everyone wearing a mask? He looked at the manager and thought, could it be? The manager also saw him and said, Ah Chan, you're here. He quickly went to the counter and said, hello, manager. Let me help you with the checkout. She looked at him and refused, ah, no need. You just go get ready. Just then, a loud shout startled both of them. Store manager, where are my standard masks? The manager looked down at a green goblin and replied, a group of other goblins just bought them all, so there are none left now. The person got angry and cursed, those damn goblins. A kobold by the shelf also asked, store manager, are there no masks for kobolds here? Li Chan was busy calculating, your total is 14,501. The manager had to reply, ah, wait a moment. A long time later, the manager brought out a bag of masks. Here, Chan, put it on. He put it on and said, thank you. The manager sighed and looked outside the door anxiously. It's a big deal. Other places are probably also experiencing a surge in mask orders. I'm worried that the supplies won't reach us in time. Li Chan finally had a chance to ask, is there some kind of infectious disease spreading? Why is everyone searching for masks? The manager was shocked and looked at him. Ah, you haven't heard the news? She told him to take out his phone. Chan, take out your phone and check the news. He immediately did so. Yes. The news was saying, today at 2 p.m., at Futaba Park, a large amount of pollen is spreading everywhere. Li Chan listened to the news silently and awkwardly. Experts have analyzed that prolonged high temperatures due to climate change, along with air pollution, have caused the amount of pollen to increase rapidly. The scene of cherry blossoms spreading a thick layer of pink pollen throughout the park. This is a temporary abnormal phenomenon, but people who frequently suffer from sinusitis are advised to limit going outside, and to wear a mask if they have to go outside. Please be careful with pollen. The news reports continued relentlessly. The pollen from Futaba Park was still spreading and had reached other neighboring areas. Outside, the streets were also filled with pollen. The city government planned to implement an environmentally friendly preventative measure this week to address the issue soon, with the prevention period expected to last about a week. The news on the tablet reported that this pollen could cause an overdose of the polluted magic power mixed within it for people with low magic levels, and some races with innate magic would experience severe symptoms such as allergic rhinitis, conjunctivitis, and dermatitis. Although the likelihood of these symptoms developing into severe conditions was very low, magic resistance experts still advised people to limit going outside until the prevention measures were completed. Li Chan rested his chin on his hand, thinking worriedly, it's really serious. He looked at the masks hanging on the rack. This situation will probably make masks increasingly scarce in the near future. He looked down at the clock on the tablet. It's 10:20. The manager said that Sister Yuna would deliver masks at 12 o'clock. I'll just wait until then. Then he stared at the shiny tablet in front of him. This is almost brand new. Can I really use it? In the name of learning more about this world, I can't refuse. At that time, the manager gave me this and said, well, sometimes you can use this to watch the news and work. I still have one at home, so you don't have to worry. He heard that and took it very awkwardly. Thank you. The manager's demeanor at that time was also very enthusiastic. Do you want the store to improve any employee benefits? Just say it freely. He thought, she even offered to add more benefits. He looked at his reflection on the screen and thought, is what she said earlier about becoming a better manager like this? Because she provided smartphones and supported me in the certificate exam. That's already the best benefit. And she also arranged for me to have funds and extra allowances. While he was mumbling, someone pushed the door open. What should I say so that the manager doesn't feel too pressured? He was absent-mindedly halfway through speaking when his eyes widened at the person in front of him. Welcome. Hey? The other person's irritable voice rang out. Where are the masks? He saw a familiar person and asked, it's been a while since you last visited, customer. The person bared his teeth and said rudely, I'm not like you, going in and out of convenience stores all day. Stop talking nonsense. Where are the masks? He was already used to it, so he wasn't flustered and replied, we only have children's masks left. Then he looked at the red swimming goggles on Chihuahua's eyes and curiously asked, are those goggles a new test model? Chihuahua heard that and got angry. Damn it, what did you say? He angrily explained, it's because the pollen hurts my eyes that I'm wearing them. It's all because of that damn boss that I'm suffering like this. He curiously asked, what did he do? He heard that and angrily recounted, he kept saying it was stuffy and wanted to open the window. I told him not to open it. At that time, his boss went straight to the window. It's stuffy, open it to let some air in, even though he shouted, don't open the door. The boss stood there, enjoying the pollen, while the staff behind him felt like they were dying. That's why all the offices are in chaos. The staff with pollen allergies all took emergency leave. It's complete chaos. Chihuahua clenched his fists, his anger flaring up. That damn beagle, one day I'll punch him in the face. Lee Chan was stunned and thought, no matter where you are, bosses have problems, huh? I miss the old days. He looked at him again and asked, so now you're working alone in the office, with those glasses? Chihuahua calmed down, took off his glasses, and replied, yeah, if the work piles up, it will be even more tiring later. It's better to endure a little now to make it easier later. He looked at his serious expression and admired, what a great employee with that determination. Then he smiled apologetically and said, but we don't have any adult masks left. They're all sold out. The supplies will arrive around 12 o'clock, so you can come back here early tomorrow morning to buy them. But Chihuahua calmly said, then I'll wait until then. It's only about an hour and a half, it's nothing. Lee Chan was once again surprised and widened his eyes. What? He nervously said, why are you waiting? You can come tomorrow or go to another store to buy them. Chihuahua ignored him, turned his head away, and said, leave me alone, you idiot. Lee Chan found another reason and said, no, aren't you tired? I heard you just finished work. Chihuahua laughed and frowned at him. Look at you, I'm helping you increase the store's revenue, and you're still talking so much? Stop talking nonsense and recommend me a beer. Lee Chan didn't say anything else and thought angrily, he's so annoying. At 12:20, Lee Chan thought, it's been 2 hours and there haven't been any customers. Is it because of the pollen? Usually, people would come to buy alcohol. He stood with his arms crossed in the counter, thinking, Sister Yuna is also late. Could it be that she encountered something because of the pollen? Just then, Chihuahua called out to him, hey, you absent-minded kid, don't you play music for customers here? I've seen other places play idle music. He heard that and replied blankly, let's see, since I started working here, I've never seen music played. Chihuahua took another sip of beer and complained, oh my, that's why the store is so gloomy. You can suggest it to the manager. It's okay not to listen to music, but such small things affect sales. While he was talking, Yuna, carrying a box of goods, appeared outside the door. She barged in, bent over, and put her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Lee Chan was surprised and stared at her. Then he shouted happily, great, Sister Yuna. She heard that and proudly replied, right? I'm amazing, aren't I? She started to put down the box of goods and complained, oh my, I'm suffering because of this pollen. The pollen is flying everywhere to the point where I can't see anything in front of me. Chan, can you get me a broom? He replied from afar, maybe a broom won't be enough to clean it all up. Use this wet wipe, sister. Just as he was about to hand Yuna the wet wipes, Chihuahua came over and called out, attracting the attention of both of them. Hey, Yuna asked curiously, yes, are you calling me? He tilted his head arrogantly and questioned, yes, it's you. What kind of business delivers late? Then he looked at Yuna, covered in pollen, and said coldly, get me a mask. She wasn't one to back down, so she smirked and asked, hey, do you know me? Chihuahua replied indifferently, I'm buying a mask. Do I need to know you? Lee Chan was still holding the pack of wet wipes, staring at the two of them bickering. No, I mean, why have you been talking so bluntly since earlier? If you want a mask, just say it briefly. Why would I talk at length? Chihuahua suddenly pointed to the mask on Yuna's face and said, "Why does your mask look so messy? Can you even breathe with that? Let me buy you a new mask to use." Yuna heard this and was about to explode. What? Then she turned to Li Chan and shouted, "Chan, why does this Chihuahua have such a prejudice against me?" He had to try to smile and make peace. "Later, I'll explain later. Give me the masks first, sister." Chihuahua took the pack of masks and the empty beer can to the counter and asked, "Hey, how much are these masks?" Li Chan replied, 7,001. "I'll clean up, so just leave it there." Chihuahua calmly turned around and said, "Why should you clean up what I ate?" He looked surprised. "Ah, thank you." He also thought to himself, usually, customers don't clean up themselves, right? Chihuahua handed him a bill and said, "Hey, here's 10,001. Keep the change." He nervously replied, "That's a bit. You already gave me some last time." He snapped, "It's okay, just take it, you idiot. Or you can buy a drink with that girl." Yuna also chimed in uncomfortably, "I'm fine. Here's your mask." Chihuahua opened the mask and criticized, "Why are you talking back?" After putting on the mask, he turned and walked out the door. "All right, I don't care anymore. You guys take care of yourselves. I'm leaving." Li Chan bowed and said, "Yes, please be careful, customer." Yuna stood silently and watched him leave. Then she turned and took the pack of wet wipes that he still hadn't handed over and asked, "Why did you say not to take the change? Is that Chihuahua a regular customer?" He replied, "Yes, you could say that. Since the first day I came to work here, I've seen him come often. Here are the wet wipes." He continued, "But compared to other difficult customers, he's much better, really." Yuna wiped her face and complained, "I still don't like that kind of customer." She took off her glasses, sighed, and said to him, "You've had a hard time." Li Chan also politely replied, "You've had a harder time, sister. You had to go through the pollen to deliver the goods. It's also because of it that you were late today, right? Will you be okay when you go back?" Yuna looked at him in surprise. "Huh?" At this time, she remembered that she was late for the delivery. I'm sorry. I was so busy that I couldn't contact you. I was late because I had to help clean up the pollen in the park. The boss told me to assist the city committee." Li Chan curiously asked, "You said assist?" Yuna was still wiping off pollen and replied, "Yeah, it was originally someone else's turn, but suddenly the boss told me to go instead." He frowned slightly as he listened to her. "So I had to clean up the pollen in the park continuously from 6 a.m. until now. It took much longer than expected, so I was late." Yuna still didn't think anything of it and complained, "I heard we have to clean up for a few more days. I hate it." Li Chan suddenly interrupted her. "Wait a minute, sister. What do you mean the boss suddenly changed people?" Yuna looked over in surprise. He looked at the clock, which now showed 12:50. "Cleaning up pollen since 6 a.m.? Do hunters also have to clean up? Don't they usually just hunt? Moreover, what's this about being punished? Why did the boss send you?" Yuna realized she had blurted something out and covered her mouth. Li Chan broke out in a sweat and asked, "Could it be that you have to take all responsibility for using the company card? Sister Yuna once said this. Monsters that emerge from gates are called magical beasts. They are very ferocious and dangerous, but it's also said that if the parts of these creatures' bodies are processed, they become a great source of raw materials. Therefore, they hunted magical beasts to prevent them from causing any disturbances in the world. Hunting magical beasts and closing the gates was the hunter's duty, but this work was decreasing since May." He remembered his conversation with the robot, the reason being that according to statistics, gates rarely appeared in May, so hunters often did many other jobs during this time. Yuna scratched her head and said awkwardly, "We even do public service work in the districts. We are a high-quality workforce, so they really like this. Not to mention, thanks to that, even if we receive support from them, we feel more at ease. Monsters are very large, so sometimes when we work, we will affect the surroundings. We have to be recognized by the officials in the corresponding districts as an unavoidable case to receive support. Hunters usually have to explain to the officials, 'We didn't mean to. It's because the monster was too ferocious.' But what if the relationship between them is not good? Then, not only will they not receive support, but they will also have to compensate. Officials will not approve for hunters because of the reason, 'We don't like you, so there's no support. Goodbye.' Hunters can only silently curse. This crazy person is really..." Yuna stroked her hair and said, "In other words, this is also a way to increase goodwill, and this is also a part of our job. So don't look at me with that look, okay?" Li Chan sighed and said, "Yes, I know, but why did they make you do that job?" Yuna pouted and explained, "Firstly, because I'm the one who caused the trouble. I thought I just needed to write a report, but who knew?" She remembered the ferocious look of that bear. This time, the department head got angry again, so I have to work in the park as a self-reflection. After she finished speaking, She acted as if nothing had happened, put her hands behind her neck, and said casually, "Forget it, I can still handle this little thing, so I didn't mention your matter." "Don't ask why I didn't bring up your matter, done." He frowned and asked, "So, how long will you have to go out?" Yuna tied up her hair and replied, "I don't know yet. The exact date, I'm not sure, but it will probably end around the end of May." As soon as he heard this information, his face turned pale, thinking, she has to work at least 16 hours for 20 days? He silently screamed in his heart, "It's really hell." On the outside, he didn't hide it either and slammed his hand on the table, urgently saying, "Let me talk to your department head." Yuna was startled and turned her head to look at him. "Oh, you startled me." As soon as she heard him say that, she stopped him. Don't. I can take responsibility, okay? You don't need to do that." He also didn't give in and grumbled, "What are you thinking? Working 16 hours a day for the whole of May? You'll be exhausted before the month is over." Yuna also immediately retorted, "You're also working a 12-hour night shift every day, what's the difference?" Lee Chan justified, "I get paid to work, and the manager doesn't make me work unreasonably like that." Meanwhile, the manager was sound asleep, mumbling, "Guys, don't argue." He frowned and continued, "You said that hunters are a high-quality workforce, so districts and counties all like them. So why are they making you clean up pollen? They're definitely not planning to make you do other things too. Because they know that hunters are free in May, they will try to utilize the workforce as much as possible this month, right?" Yuna didn't care at all and replied, "It's nothing. Just do it. I have the strength." Although she said that, Lee Chan didn't back down. "Even if you try to endure it, deliveries will be delayed, like today." He looked down at the boxes and questioned, "Although it was a little late today, what if it's late for the whole month? What will you say to the manager then?" "If it's the manager, there will be no right or wrong." The two of them simultaneously fell silent, imagining the manager's pitiful expression saying, "Don't tell me. If I had known earlier, I would have helped." He dejectedly persuaded, "I don't want to see the manager's sad eyes. I also don't want to worry her." Yuna also dejectedly accepted, "Me neither." She slightly lowered her eyes sadly and listened to him continue. "So, sister, let me talk to the department head, okay? Before the manager finds out, let's deal with this issue, okay? It's not a difficult thing." Yuna looked back at his sincere expression and said, "I understand you, but, for example, you go talk to the department head, and then he also makes you work with me?" She remembered the day he took the exam. "When I helped you study, I really felt that your ability must be among the top magic resistance experts. The department head will definitely keep making things difficult for you because of the company card issue. Hiring outsiders is not just a one-time or two-time thing." But he had already made a decision. "Anyway, they will pay wages someday, right?" His fingers on the table curled slightly. "Then I'll work for as long as it takes. I just need to find another job that doesn't affect my work at the convenience store." He closed his eyes and accepted, saying, "At that time, I will assess the situation and report back to the manager. Anyway, I can take care of myself, so just talk about your own situation." He looked at Yuna's thoughtful expression. "I don't want you to work so hard." Yuna reached out and hooked the rope on the box, replying, "I know. Let me think." Lee Chan looked at her and asked, "Really? Are you serious?" Yuna carried the box and turned her head, smiling and replying, "Really, this kid. Now it's done." She smiled and glanced at him. Then she left only one sentence that made him stunned. "Anyway, being too kind is not good." The sky gradually brightened. He went outside and looked at the scene. "Oh, it's really like a world full of pink." He held a broom and dustpan, standing in the middle of a sky full of pink mist. At this level, it can't be called pollen anymore. Then he bent down and tried to sweep. It's no wonder that the masks ran out this morning. But no matter how much he swept, it didn't budge. "This can't be swept with a broom?" He tried to sweep a little more and mumbled, "It seems like it's stuck to the ground." Just then, the manager came and asked, "What are you doing outside, Chan?" He looked at her covered face and replied, "Ah, I was planning to clean up outside the store. Please come in." The manager's eyes curved into a bright smile. Even in this situation, Chan is still so diligent. "But cleaning up this pollen is not easy." She walked to his side and explained, "This pollen contains polluted magic power, so normal cleaning tools can't clean it. Don't clean anymore and prepare to work, okay?" He replied softly, Okay." But when he heard her say that, he still bowed his head thoughtfully. She means this pollen also contains magic power? He secretly wanted to confirm his thoughts and squatted down in front of the manager's surprised eyes. Then, he used magic resistance to touch the pollen. Immediately after, it flew all over the sky. "Oh, it's flying up to the sky." He knew how to clean it and said casually, "I have to clean it up right away." But the manager stopped him. "Chan, don't do that. It's not good for your body, so don't touch it." Lee Chan had cleaned a small area and turned to look at her, asking, "What? But I still feel fine." The manager nervously said, "Anyway, you can't say anything for sure yet." Then she ushered him inside and repeatedly instructed, "First, wash your hands 3 times and disinfect them. When you get home, you have to wash your clothes immediately and shower 3 times, okay?" He just walked in and took off his mask, blankly replying, "Yes, I know." The manager took off her hat and hurriedly pointed, "Over there, hand sanitizer." "Ah, right, Chan." She looked at him seriously and asked, "You mentioned a talking dog before, right? I don't know if it's a Pomeranian, is it?" He replied, "Yes, that's right. Why?" The manager recalled the moment she saw the dog. Around 6 p.m. yesterday, a white Pomeranian came to the store. It came to the door and just stared at our store. "So, I thought it might be the dog you mentioned before, so I went outside to check, but it ran away immediately." Then she showed him her phone. "Because I wasn't sure, I quickly took a picture. This is the dog, right? I think it's looking for you." He looked at the picture, which only showed a blurry image of the dog, and rubbed his chin, saying, "I don't know. I don't know much about dogs." He pondered for a moment and then mindlessly asked, "If it's that dog, why did it come here? I wonder what's wrong." The manager put her phone away and bowed her head, saying, "First of all, I told it to come in the evening. Maybe it didn't understand, but I'm also worried. It's chaotic outside because of the pollen." At the same time, a figure appeared outside, lurking behind a pillar. A white dog covered in pollen peeked out. From inside the store, a voice could be heard. "I hope it will come back here again." The manager sighed dejectedly, holding a piece of paper, and slumped at the counter. The atmosphere around her also became gloomy. He pulled up his uniform shirt and looked at the sales report in her hand, thinking, "Is that the sales report? Did this month's sales drop a lot?" He remembered the current situation. Right now, there was a sign outside the door that said, "Sold out of masks, we apologize to our customers." Sales were bound to decrease because customers were only interested in masks, not to mention being restricted from going outside. Lee Chan looked at the manager in front of him, who was sadly messing up her hair. For small businesses, just 1 week of unstable sales was a big blow. He was still thinking, at times like this, I should comfort the manager, when the manager sighed again and complained, "Why does that dog run away every time it sees me?" Lee Chan froze. "Ah, is that what it's about?" Then he asked her, "Did it come again? That Pomeranian?" She remembered chasing after it again and replied, "Yeah, but as soon as I went out, it ran away." She lay on the table, sadly shedding tears. "I even prepared snacks for it just to talk to it for a bit, but..." He also looked at her helplessly and comforted her. "That, next time it comes, I'll convince it to meet you, okay? Really? Really?" Outside, it was gradually getting dark. His phone also showed 009. "Why hasn't it come yet? I thought it would come back, considering the manager said it came today." He looked around and mumbled, "Maybe it will come tomorrow." Then he suddenly imagined a bad situation. What if it got into an accident? Just then, a bark rang out. Woof! A white dog approached him and barked 2 more times. Woof woof. He heard its barking and turned his head, smiling and saying, "I had to look closely to recognize you." After he finished speaking, he quickly invited Puppy, who was covered in pollen and dust, "Come in quickly, I have snacks for you." While he was petting its fur, it comfortably told him, "Oh, it's amazing. No matter how hard I shook, it wouldn't fall off. But you just brushed a few times and it all came off." Lee Chan brushed and wiped its white fur, saying, "It's probably because my constitution is a bit special. There's nothing magical about it." Puppy closed its eyes and enjoyed it, letting him do it. "Thank you very much. Thanks to you, my body feels much lighter now." He looked at its cute face and asked, "But it seems like you were abandoned by your owner, huh? I saw him chasing after you, so I was very worried." As soon as Puppy heard him mention that day, it sighed wearily. "Don't mention that day. It was chaos." It remembered the day it was chased by the pufferfish and recounted, "Suddenly my owner was crying and chasing after me. If I got caught, I would definitely be done for, so I ran for my life. I just kept running and soon reached the park. Luckily, I was able to get away from my owner, but since it was my first time outside, I was very confused. Because I ran so much, I was both hungry and thirsty, and of course, there was nowhere to relieve myself, so I was very uncomfortable. Moreover, while wandering around, I was constantly worried because everyone around me kept paying attention to me, afraid that someone would recognize me and take me back to my owner. So I still can't believe that I'm free now." He heard it say that and fell silent as if he had something on his mind. Finally, he turned around, took out a bunch of food, and asked it, "Eat while you talk. What do you like best?" Puppy replied, "I like meat-flavored gum, but I'll just accept your kindness." It looked at him sincerely and said, "I'm already too indebted to you." Lee Chan didn't care and replied, "It's okay. Just eat. This is what the manager prepared for you." Puppy innocently looked up at him and asked, "Manager? What's that?" He said, "I heard you've been here a few times. He told it about the manager. The person who was here at that time is the manager of this store. It also remembered and said apologetically, I didn't know it was that person. It drooped its fur sadly, its ears also drooping down. Because, I feel very sorry for my owner. He saw that and said, it's okay. The manager is not someone who cares about those things. It was still hesitant. Even so, he smiled and offered it a chew stick. If you feel sorry, then eat this. Then he instructed it, and come see the manager in the morning. She knows your situation, so you don't have to worry too much, okay? Puppy obediently replied, I know. I'll eat it well. He immediately gave it to him. Okay, eat. I'll go get you some water. It opened its mouth to receive it. Thank you very much. Lee Chan turned around and walked away, glancing back slightly. He looked at Puppy, who was happily gnawing on the stick, and thought, he must have had a hard time. Just eat your fill, and stay here and rest today. He went to the water cooler and thought, but if it's at the park, then, he immediately asked it, you said you were just at the park? Could it be Futaba Park? Puppy took out the stick and replied, that's right, I was there until 2 days ago. It added, that's also the territory of the Black Wind Gang. He asked curiously, Black Wind Gang? Puppy remembered the 3 big, aggressive dogs and said, it's a group of stray dogs that often appear around the park. Lately, they've started to invade the surrounding areas. The reason is that the park is closed. Suddenly, a group of strangers appeared and started cleaning diligently, making it very difficult for us. It said this and drooped its head sadly. Actually, at first, when I came to the park, I felt a bit stuffy, but gradually it was okay. Just sleep on the grass, and it's easy to drink water in places where plants are grown. He poured water and turned his head to listen to it. There's a lot of food because there's leftover food in the park, so there's no need to worry, but now the park is closed, and the Black Wind Gang is invading other areas. He went over and placed the cup of water at its feet, asking, so where are they now? It replied, they're probably at the nearby rice restaurant. Puppy continued, the owner there is a very kind person. She always shares leftover meat with us, so every stray dog knows her. Puppy and another dog used to come here together to beg for food. Although that place was actually for other stray dogs. But, at first, when I came, they couldn't chase me away and even let me eat with them. Puppy continued to droop. But now, today the Black Wind Gang appeared. The thing is, after the Black Wind Gang came to the rice restaurant, a battle broke out. Both sides were evenly matched, but because the Black Wind Gang had the numbers advantage, the group at the rice restaurant lost. The golden dog that used to eat with Puppy also left dejectedly. Then it showed him its injured ear. Actually, this ear of mine was also injured from that time. Lee Chan heard that and was shocked, shouting, wait, hey, did you also participate in the fight? Puppy sadly replied, that, I just wanted to help the old sapsel dog that I owed a debt to. But I didn't expect to be defeated by the Black Wind Gang in such a shameful way, having to look up at its arrogant face from below. So I thought this was the end for me and the sapsel dog, but, the Black Wind Gang dog looked down from above at Puppy, who was trampled under its feet, and said coldly, I don't like bullying old, weak dogs. Get lost. Puppy looked up at him. So I was spared. He heard this and raised his head helplessly, thinking, does that dog have royal blood? No matter how you look at it, it looks very thuggish. Puppy looked at its reflection in the cup of water. Actually, I came to find you for a reason. Everything that happened is because of the pollen. Do you know when it will end? He heard it ask that and said, that. I heard it's about a week. I don't know when it will end. Puppy sadly hung its head and said, I see. Maybe I'll have to sleep in the trash can for a while longer. Outside, a giant shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Inside the store, the voices of a person and a dog talking to each other could still be heard. Wait, just sleep here today. I don't want to keep bothering you. Just as Puppy was about to continue refusing, you've already helped me so much, I can't bother you anymore. A sky-shaking sound rang out. Both of them sitting inside the store were startled and fell silent, staring with wide eyes. Puppy, at some point, had crawled into his arms and asked, hey, did you hear that sound just now? He was still surprised and replied, what was that sound? Let's see. It sounded like a garbage truck passing by, but it's a bit different from the sound of a garbage truck that I've heard. Lee Chan put on a mask and carried Puppy outside. As soon as they stepped out, they widened their eyes and looked up at the sky. In front of them was a giant whale flying in the air, almost blocking the entire road. They exclaimed in surprise, a giant whale? They looked at the whale's slightly drooping eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, I never thought I'd see a whale flying in the sky one day. He held Puppy tightly, looked, and wondered, but why is it here? Suddenly, Puppy called out, hey, you? He looked at it in surprise. Huh? It continued, now that big thing. It paused for a moment and then looked up at the whale, is saying finish work quickly and rest. Why are they here? After repeating the whale's words, Puppy speculated, Maybe it was talking to us. But what is that thing? Lee Chan heard it say all this and looked down at the cute dog in his arms, asking in disbelief, "Hey, can you understand what that whale is saying?" Seeing the whale quickly leave, Chan felt that, I said, there's another pile here, the damn pollen, but he must have understood it differently. Because of the excessive pollen, Lee Chan had to wear a mask, owned Puppy in his arms and whispered, "If I could understand that mournful roar, I would have applied to Green X. It's a giant whale. But if you look closely," Puppy imagined the image of a small yellow fish and wondered, "It looks like a fish but much bigger. We live underwater, but, if it's a fish, shouldn't it live underwater?" The whale closed its eyes, ignoring the conversation between him and Puppy. "And that creature, isn't it flying in the sky?" "That's what I'm saying. Moreover, it's also standing still in one place." Chan was curious to learn about the special situation. "Try talking to it." Puppy was startled and turned his head to look at him. "Talk? Me?" He was very serious. "Yes." Seeing it about to leave, Chan gave arguments to convince it. "You can communicate with other species and that whale is flying in the sky. Maybe it has a similar situation to you." While Puppy was still hesitant, he was worried and urged him, "I believe in you. Try talking to it, quickly." It took all its courage and called out, unexpectedly. The whale really understood and opened its eyes as if to respond, "Okay, hey, giant whale friend." He lifted Puppy up to cover his face. It trembled with fear that the whale would attack. "Please calm down. Chan and I just went outside to get some fresh air." It was so scared that it was shaking, while explaining to the whale, "We didn't mean to disturb you." Before he could finish, Chan stopped him. "Hey." It flew to the two of them. He was worried about Puppy. "Are you okay? I'll bring you water." Puppy also replied, "I'm fine." Being held in Chan's arms, it was as if it was about to cry, while he couldn't hide his fear even through a mask. The whale's large mouth crashed into the wall when it moved to him, startling Chan. The time when the giant whale was still small, it was born normally, swimming in the deep blue water under the normal care of its mother whale, a normal whale no different from other whales. But in the year that whale turned 3 years old, the day it surfaced to breathe, its body suddenly floated in the sky. Before this strange event, the mother whale was extremely panicked. Although it struggled for hours, that whale still couldn't return to the sea. It decided to say goodbye to its homeland. "Mom, I'll be independent. Please take care of your health." Making the mother whale panic. "What? You're only 3 years old." That whale had to live independently while confused. Of course, how could there be food in the sky? Yet day after day, it floated in the sky with an empty stomach. After 3 weeks of floating in the sky, people witnessed the strange scene, discussed it excitedly, and took out their phones to take pictures. "Oh my God, what is that? Look, I told you." Finally, it reached the coast of a city. After that, it went through the days that we know. The whale's eyes showed a sad look, recounting the difficulties in the early days of coming here. "At the coast, strangers appeared and took me to a facility, and there, they conducted strange experiments on my body. Finally, it felt quite okay with its current life. Later, I was transferred to the city hall and nothing special happened anymore." Chan still had many doubts in his mind. "It seems like it's not nothing special." Puppy also agreed with his opinion. "I also think so." While it was praising the whale, "I don't know what the whale wants to say that it uses animal language, but the giant whale friend speaks calmly, doesn't it? I wonder what it said to Puppy." So, then what should I call it?" Chan couldn't understand the language of animals, so he wondered, what did the whale say? Puppy quickly translated its words. He said, "This is the first time someone understood my words." Its answer surprised him greatly, and he's only 25 years old, so don't call him old man. Chan couldn't believe his ears. Younger than me even. Somehow, Chan liked to tease the whale. Doesn't look his real age. Puppy became his translator. He said, "This guy talks so bluntly." He thought it could only communicate with Puppy. Now he knew the whale had a special ability, huh? "You can also understand what I'm saying? That's why you're dissatisfied." Chan felt regretful for speaking harshly to the whale. "Sorry, I didn't think you could understand what I was saying." However, he was still very concerned about it. But why is he here? Thanks to Puppy, the animal language was translated. He said he's currently working as assigned by the city hall. Apparently it's pollen prevention work. It not only described fluently but also showed friendliness. He said he's very busy because he has to clean up all this pollen alone within a week. Chan was surprised. Looking up at the whale. "You clean up pollen?" While he was still wondering, it closed its eyes. "How about it?" The whale's language seemed to give a warning to Puppy and Chan. He said to hold on tight to something. Only its nostrils flared, as if wanting to suck in pollen. At this time, he still didn't understand. "What do you mean?" The entire pile of pollen was now swept up by the wind. Tot vau mui ka voi, lam cho chan va pupi sok nang. Oh my God. He struggled to hold on to the railing, when the wind was as strong as a storm. What's going on again? After not hearing any more noise, Chan dared to open his eyes. The gentle breeze lifted them off the ground. Could it be pollen? Chan and it couldn't have imagined that the whale inhaled a breath of pollen, sucked it in, and cleaned it up. Oh, the scene had returned to normal. It was no different than a large vacuum cleaner. The road was spotless in the blink of an eye. It was satisfied with the results it had achieved. Puppy continued the translation work. He said if he now blows out the pollen he just inhaled, that place will not be sticky with pollen. The question in his heart was still not answered, inevitably wondering why they gave such a long time. Amazing, but why does cleaning take a week? You clean this quite wide road in less than 10 seconds. It opened its eyes and heard Chan say another thought. Or is the area to be cleaned much larger? So that's why? Puppy tried to summarize it briefly for him to understand. He said, first of all, cleaning alone doesn't take much time, but the problem is due to himself. Chan expressed concern for the whale's current condition. What, are you injured? Hawk! He had to exclaim when he saw a lot of pollen stuck tightly on its back. Oh my god! Why is his back like this? It looked up and felt even more sorry for the whale. Oh really? This is the pollen that stuck to his back when he was working and couldn't suck it all in. Not beyond Puppy's prediction, it rubbed its body against the city hall to scratch. If there's more pollen here, he'll probably be so itchy that he'll go crazy. The staff here had to help the whale when they had a headache because of the loud noise. Stop it, let me scrub your back. Therefore, every morning at the city hall, they have to scrub his back, so it takes so much time. Puppy explained the whole story to Chan in detail. If they used magic to scrub his back, the cleaning time would be reduced, but they never did that for him. He said that being scrubbed was just him rubbing his back continuously against the city hall, so that's how it was. It lay on its back, feeling tired of this life. It's really frustrating. Everywhere has a very harsh working environment. Its eyes always followed Puppy's figure. Since childhood, he has suffered a lot, and even now he still suffers like that. Chan let its two legs touch the ground and then let go. Now I understand why when he talked about himself, he was so calm. He left, leaving Puppy not understanding what was happening. Because he can't communicate, he can't express his suffering, so he has to try to endure. He didn't know what Chan was thinking when he climbed onto the railing and held onto the power pole. Because he's been living like this every day, his emotions have become numb. He must have thought carefully. He reached out to grab something as if to help the whale. It turned out that he was trying to clean up the remaining pollen on its back, like me, before. After so much effort with his not-so-outstanding height, Chan's hand reached the pollen. He didn't know what made the whale panic because he didn't see it in time. While Puppy spoke in animal language, woof woof. Removing the pollen on its back to the road, he also slipped his hand from the power pole. I didn't expect it to fall so easily. Are you okay? Puppy was almost buried in the pile of pollen. I'm fine. While his head was still spinning, Chan didn't understand what the whale wanted to say to him. Huh, what? Puppy couldn't understand his strange actions. What are you doing? Why did you drop all the pollen like that? Chan was confused and didn't know how to explain. It's nothing. Actually, it was a good intention. He was worried that the whale would be injured on its back if they weren't cleaned up. I'm just helping him clean the pollen. Tomorrow morning, if you have time, can you come here again? I'll help you again. Chan had been waiting for a long time, just waiting for the whale to arrive so he could start. I finished cleaning up. I came back right after work. Let me pick the pollen on your back again. Anyway, I have to clean this whole street. He couldn't understand what it was trying to say, but his kindness was clearly shown in his actions and words. Or do you want to leave it like that? Puppy stood beside Chan as a special translator. He asked why not clean up before you go. He said he wanted to repay you for helping him. He humbly waved his hand, just wanting everything to return to normal. It's nothing. I'm just doing what I should. I'm doing this because I want this pollen disaster to end quickly, so it's nothing too big. When he heard the whale's words, it glanced at Chan with a questioning look. Only daring to speak after a while, Puppy was obedient. Sorry for interrupting your conversation. Both he and it were stunned by Puppy's thoughts, so they listened attentively. But I want to ask this giant whale friend a question. That is, it turned out that it didn't want to bother Chan, so it took this opportunity to ask the whale's opinion. Can I find a job at the city hall? Puppy often imagined himself wearing a black suit and working hard. Lately, I've been struggling with housing, so I feel like I should have a stable career. It was also surprised by the question that went to the heart of the matter, temporarily not daring to answer. Can I do anything? There were many definitions that it couldn't understand immediately. After hearing the whale mention, mascot? What's that? The conversation between the whale and Puppy continued. It explained simply for Puppy to understand. You mean animals with special abilities like me and you? Puppy couldn't be confident in himself. Special ability? I don't have any special abilities like this whale friend. The whale also advised Puppy that, Being able to understand my words, maybe that's your ability. Give up the thought of working there. But Puppy thought differently. Why? Is the salary too low or something else? The whale's past made it imagine itself lying on a dissection table, being closely monitored by doctors. Before working at the city hall, I had to be a research subject for 7 years. Anyway, you might be like me. Its words were like knives stabbing into Puppy's heart, and, after the research is over, they will consider how to deal with you. 2 employees were discussing Puppy. There's nothing left to research. What should we do with it? Just release it. The whale frankly said all the harsh truths. If they see that we are no longer valuable, then they have no intention of keeping us. The street was now empty of people. It explained the reason why it was hired. Actually, my pollen processing ability also appeared because of this. I happened to hear the researchers talking about wanting to send me back to the sky. This time, I really thought I would starve to death. The whale had struggled so much that it cherished the results it had achieved even more. Thanks to my hard work in the past, I have my current job. It finally understood everything. So that's it. It could feel the sadness in Puppy's heart through the words. According to what the giant whale friend said, I probably can't work at the city hall. In many different aspects, still thinking that he wasn't capable enough to work, it replied to the whale with a sad voice, that's not a special ability. Anyway, only Chan listens to my story. Now, it regarded him as a friend. Its soul was also hurt no less than Puppy's, and I don't even have anyone to listen to. So, I thought I would live my whole life without talking to anyone. Although Chan couldn't understand the whale's words, he always looked at it affectionately. Today, when I know that's not true, I'm very happy. Before leaving, it felt grateful that he and Puppy cared. Thank you for listening to my story. Both of them looked at the whale's back. Puppy still didn't understand. Chan, earlier, you said that maybe I have a similar situation to the giant whale friend. Chan's face stiffened when he heard it mention special status. Did you know that I'm a mascot? So you did that, right? Turning away to avoid embarrassment, he scratched his head and admitted that it was true. I heard the manager say you were a mascot. Chan remembered the conversation with the manager. She said that basically, mascots are highly intelligent, and sometimes there are mascots with special abilities. So I told you to try talking to the whale because I thought, aren't you like that too? It bowed its head, not knowing what to do. I see. Chan couldn't say anything when Puppy expressed his feelings. I'm always indebted to you. Also realizing that he wasn't good enough, he always cared about it. Sorry, it's my fault that you have to struggle to find a job. Puppy didn't expect Chan to take all the blame. What are you talking about? You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you apologizing? The conversation in the quiet scene, he always felt remorse. But, it was my bad advice that made you run away from home, right? Making Puppy awkward, he hurriedly explained to express his point of view. No, it's not like that. It was my decision to protect the peanuts. I've never regretted that choice. Experiencing enough, it also learned many useful lessons. Of course, life outside is very difficult, but, there are times, I feel so happy that I forget all the hardships. Chan was a little curious, but Puppy didn't answer but looked up at the sky. When is that? Thousands of sparkling stars in the blue sky were shining together, helping it feel more comfortable. It's when I go for a walk at night. I really like walking at night. Hearing Puppy say that, he and it stopped on the sidewalk covered with a layer of pollen and looked at the night sky. In its eyes now were only stars. Therefore, every time I wander around freely and look at the stars, I feel so happy that all the previous hardships disappear. It seems that Chan also felt the relaxation when looking at the shimmering starlight in the high sky. Puppy clearly showed his joy and liveliness when he was with him. So, you don't need to apologize. Compared to my previous life, I'm much happier now. In the store where Chan worked, the manager had visited. So that's how it is. She couldn't help but be surprised that it really existed. You mean the giant whale came here this morning? The question made him a little flustered. Yes, compared to the first time I met him, he was covered in more pollen. Chan recounted everything, also worried about the whale's condition. So I helped him clean this street before I finished work. Oh my God, it's even more serious than working the night shift. He didn't know if she would blame him or not, but to be more reassured, he said, sorry, manager, I did some trivial things while working again. Contrary to Chan's worry, the manager felt happy. Oh, why are you apologizing? Thanks to you, I've answered my curiosity. She scrolled through her phone and saw the information. Now the news is buzzing about the prevention work. Turning the video sideways for him to see, the manager also constantly updated the news. People are very curious about why the prevention work ended earlier than expected. The focus of the interview was titled, Super Fast Anti-Epidemic Completion but Can't Explain Why. The spokesperson showed embarrassment. To quickly return the environment to normal, the pace of life, making the reporter also helpless. You can say that? She felt happy because she understood everything clearly. The city hall didn't answer clearly, so I was also very curious. It's all thanks to you. The manager also praised him. Our Chan is so good. Conversely, he didn't feel happy but worried. But, does anyone know that I'm the one who helped clean up the pollen? I have to hide the fact that I'm from another world very carefully. Chan felt confused, not knowing what to do now. I'm afraid I've made things complicated. But she had a simple thought. Maybe, no one knows about that. Witnessing the strange thing for the first time, the manager remembered when he touched the magic ball. Chan's constitution doesn't have any traces of magic at all. Originally, even magic resistance, when used, would leave traces like normal magic. But I don't understand why. Not only did you not leave traces, but it was also very clean. Returning the phone to the manager, she also encouraged him. On the contrary, not having traces is a good thing. There was nothing big going on anyway. She advised Chan not to think too much, because almost no one noticed it. So, don't worry anymore, okay? Of course, he also hoped it was like the manager said. Then, that's great. The manager seemed to really like Puppy. It was still sound asleep, so she couldn't bear to wake it up. Let's forget about that. This kid is really cute, huh? He's been sleeping since early morning without waking up? He also understood it somewhat, showing care through every action. Yes, he must have been very tired before. Ah, manager, is there a veterinary hospital nearby? She was surprised to hear Chan say that. A veterinary hospital? What for? He couldn't believe his eyes when he clearly knew the location of the wound. His ear is injured. Huh? She had checked but didn't find anything unusual. There's no wound. While Chan was sure he didn't see it wrong, the manager focused on her phone. There's clearly a wound on his right ear. But now, she didn't know what else had happened, making her a little worried. Chan, what's going on with you and Yuna? He froze at the manager's question. Yes, what is it? She of the present seemed to be hiding her identity by wearing a mask and sunglasses, and also asked the manager to relay a message to him. She said that a guest will come to see you later. Yuna also said not to be too surprised, just be prepared. She didn't say it, but she had a feeling when she looked at the message in her phone. Yuna has been acting strangely lately. It's clear that last week she said she would be free in May and would often visit the store. Chan didn't say anything. The manager could only ask, but suddenly she said she was busy, and I couldn't contact her either. Do you know what's going on? She and he were talking when suddenly someone stood in front of the store. Chan stuttered, Actually, I can't say. Making the manager even more worried? Huh? Why? What's going on? He hadn't finished his sentence when a loud noise made both of them freeze in place. During the practical magic exam, Bell opened the door and entered the store. Because of his somewhat bulky figure, he made a noise. Chan was wondering why someone would come at this hour. His face was filled with anger. As soon as he entered, he asked loudly, Who is Chan? He hadn't understood what was happening yet. His emotions froze because of Bell's accusation. Are you the one who caused damage to our company? When he was confused and didn't know what to do, he could only admit his mistake. Yes, it's me. The fire of anger in his heart burned even brighter. Then let me be straight with you. Chan sat on the ground, stunned, listening to him explain the reason for coming here. Last week, because you and Yuna messed with the company's card, the company suffered a great loss because it couldn't complete the assigned task. Bell seriously demanded that he compensate with a large sum of money. That damage includes a contract violation fee of 38,400,000 won and reputation with customers. You must help us remedy these damages. His eyes showed great displeasure. You must do that. The words that Bell said were not unreasonable. When you're grown up, you have to take responsibility for the damage you've caused to others, of course. Chan also felt regretful for the things he had done. I'm really sorry for causing trouble, but I have a reason for doing that. She suddenly spoke up. Well, the manager immediately spoke up to protect Chan, making him very surprised. Sorry for interrupting the conversation. Please don't call my employee this guy or that guy. Her affirmation also stunned him, and he didn't dare to shout anymore. He's a very important employee to me. Her gentle voice, along with her tenderness, was enough to soothe the anger of others. So, when you talk to him, please be as gentle as possible, okay? If you can do that, I will be very grateful, sir. Standing before Bell, without any fear, the manager emphasized, he is a very important employee to me. So please, when talking to him, could you be a little gentler? Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Bell asked, Ms. Yo, are you this young man's superior? She gently replied, Yes, that's correct. After hearing the answer, he understood. I see, my apologies for not introducing myself first. As he spoke, he handed over a business card. Beasts, portal summoning, and illegal magic. It simply showed the name of the office, Bell's position. He further explained, in addition, I also handle difficult to resolve troubles for others. I'm running a medium-sized hunter office, focusing on clients from the government to individuals hiring externally. As you know, People who use illegal magic often summon portals without any rules, and usually sporadically in a short time. Therefore, quickly handling it is our job. Otherwise, this situation will become more serious and cause damage to those around us. Bell suddenly changed his attitude. But, I'm wasting my time because of your employee, miss. Lee Chan was dejected, hearing his complaint. Because the account containing operating expenses was frozen, I couldn't proceed with 3 contracts that had been planned beforehand. Also because of this matter, my employees were complained about by clients. He questioned, is that reason not enough for me to call your employee this guy or that guy? But the manager still handled it professionally. I am truly very sorry that my employee has caused damage to your office. She gently suggested, if you want, I'm willing to compensate for the damages in that matter. As she spoke, the manager rubbed Lee Chan's shoulder reassuringly. Pausing, she repeated the request, it's just that if a boss like you has loved his employees so much, then I also cherish my employees like that. So once again, I hope you, she spoke in a determined voice, please speak gently to my employee, okay? His face showed a frown, but she still didn't hesitate to add, and please don't pressure him to work so harshly. Bell and the manager silently stared at each other for a moment. Lee Chan felt a chill run down his spine in this suffocating atmosphere, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Bell smirked. Then he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He seemed to really appreciate her attitude. It seems you're also quite decisive, aren't you? I also wish our employees could be like this. The manager replied without modesty. I've heard similar things many times. After making peace, he focused on his current problem. Let's get back to the main topic. How do we resolve this, Lee Chan? Can you come to my office for a short time? Hearing that, he hesitantly replied, ah yes, I can. Although he agreed, to protect his own interests, he continued, but I also have 2 conditions. Bell curiously asked, conditions? What conditions? He replied, I can't work from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m., because I have to look after the convenience store, and I want to be able to decide the work I will do. Lee Chan gave Bell no choice, saying, if you agree to these 2 conditions, I will come to work for you immediately. But he still wanted to negotiate. In the current situation, you don't have the right to set conditions, do you? He confidently assessed himself. That's right, but you also heard Miss Yuna say it, right? I'm very, very, very good at my job. Seeing Bell still skeptical, hesitating to decide, he pledged, if you can accept the above 2 conditions, I guarantee I will complete all assigned tasks. I promise. After pondering for a few seconds, Bell also agreed. You 2 are just as decisive as each other. Never mind. If the vice president has praised someone so highly, I think he's probably not an ordinary person. Hearing him say that, Lee Chan was startled. She's the vice president? Having reached an agreement, Bell quickly wanted to move to the final step. Okay, we will rewrite the contract and add your conditions. That way, the owner won't mind, right? The manager welcomed it, saying, if Chan has no problem with it, then of course I have no objection. She even suggested, that's good. From now on, the owner can just ask Yuna to assign work to the employee. Bell added the responsibilities and benefits that he would give Lee Chan. The assigned work is about twice, and of course, food and drink expenses will be fully covered by us. Quite thoughtful, he asked, do you have any other questions? Taking the opportunity, he asked, how long will Miss Yuna have to work overtime? Knowing he was worried, Bell explained, the pollen spraying was completed ahead of schedule, so today will be the last day. Although the punishment is a bit short, currently the city side says that besides pollen spraying, there is nothing else to do. Seeing him sigh in relief, he continued, tomorrow I plan to arrange for her to continue the previous work. Lee Chan exclaimed, that's great. Seeing that there was nothing else, Bell also picked up his things and went home. The manager curiously asked, Chan, while working with Mr. Bell, if there is urgent work at 10 p.m., what will you do? Without hesitation, he replied, of course, I won't accept it. I have to watch the store. Seeing that, she advised, don't do that, just change shifts. He quickly waved his hand and replied, huh? No need. It's not to that extent. The manager said helplessly, hey, listen to me for a bit. She explained, we have to finish that early so you can feel comfortable working here, right? So just do as I say. Now, get ready to clock out. Being persuaded, he could only obediently listen. The manager also kindly reassured, right, when that dog wakes up, I'll take good care of it, so don't worry. He sincerely said, I'm very sorry, manager, for not telling you about this matter in advance. The manager pretended to be annoyed, saying, that's right, you're so wrong. I almost ended up alone again. She also warned him, next time, you have to tell me everything, you know? I don't want to see you worried and suffering while I don't know anything, remember? Lee Chan bowed his head, clenched his fist, a look of knowing his mistake, saying, yes, I remember. The manager generously forgave. Good. Let's end this matter here. Closing the issue, she allowed him to clock out. Clock out, Chan. In the morning, Lee Chan was on his shift. Putting a sushi on the shelf, he asked, "That dog said he wanted to thank me?" It turned out that the manager wasn't at work today. She and Lee Chan were talking on the phone. "Yeah, he's been dwelling on that matter. He said he owes you a lot, but he doesn't know what to do to repay you." He drawled, "What? This matter? Just him being healthy is enough." As if guessing the answer, she laughed, "I also think so, but I still feel like it's not enough." She explained the dog's feelings. "Besides, that dog is a mascot, but he doesn't know if he has any special abilities." Lee Chan was surprised, listening to the voice coming from the headset. "As I see it, he has a very great ability, doesn't he?" He asked again, "Do you mean the ability to talk and translate whale language?" She confirmed, speaking fluently. "Yes, actually, translation magic is also very difficult. There are many variables in speech, including the root word, expression, dialect, and nuance. If you use translation magic without understanding these things, it's no different from a normal translation machine. But that dog can not only talk normally without any mistakes with the whale from the first time they met, but he also slept very soundly afterwards, right? I think he's very similar to mages who use translation magic. He must have translated very completely, so he slept so soundly." As if remembering something, he curiously asked, "What about the wound? I used to see a wound on his ear." She said uncertainly, It's very possible that's also his ability. Actually, mascots like phoenixes also have the same power." While the two were talking, there were suddenly footsteps outside. Lee Chan noticed. He turned his head to look and replied, "If it's a phoenix, is it the firebird that always flies and bursts into flames?" While still talking, he professionally greeted the customer, "Welcome, customer, huh? Mr. Proctor?" He was startled by the unexpected guest. "Why is the Proctor here?" Deckard didn't show any emotion, saying, "I just came to give you your certificate." After greeting, Lee Chan placed a can of water on the table. "Please." Deckard didn't drink it, asking, "How much is this?" He awkwardly replied, "No need. Just let me pay." "You don't need to pay." He timidly wondered, but, does the Proctor have to personally deliver the certificate? While opening his briefcase, Deckard replied, "No. We usually send it via delivery service. But, this time I have private matters to discuss with the passer, so I conveniently brought the certificate to meet you and talk." Placing a black and blue card on the table, on it was a hexagonal star, surrounded by circles. Deckard said with a cold face, "Congratulations, candidate Lee Chan. From now on, you officially become a magic resistance expert." After saying that, he started on the main topic. "Next, I will tell you the things to note and all related information. First, if you cause damage to races related to the use of authority and are convicted." He listened attentively. "Second, if you lend your certificate to other races. And finally, if you don't achieve the standard number of jobs required by the state each quarter, the certificate will be revoked or suspended for 1 year." Chan was quite concerned. "I have to work for the government too?" He reassured, "You can work as a magic resistance expert in any field, if the successful candidate is qualified and has no legal problems." Seeing that he understood, Deckard continued, "Then, according to common conceptions in society, people tend to prioritize experienced experts. Newly certified magic resistance experts often encounter some difficulties in the early stages of building their careers." Looking at him, Deckard comforted, "But there are some policies and incentives specifically for them, so you don't need to worry." Hearing that, he wanted to know more. "What are those incentive policies?" He said bluntly, without beating around the bush, "That policy is that someone who already has a certificate will take on the role of guiding a newly certified person, and your guide is me." Chan froze. "And about the incentives? Actually, the reason I came here personally is also because of this." Not caring about his attitude, Deckard still steadily talked about work. "Lee Chan, who achieved excellent results in both the theoretical and practical exams, I really want you to work with me as a teaching assistant. What do you think?" Continuous surprises. He lost the ability to process information. "If you perform well, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to the position of full professor in just 8 short years." Deckard sincerely expressed, "And if you have any other wishes regarding the benefits you think you should have, just tell me." He really wanted him to work for him, showing all his sincerity. "I will try to meet them within my ability." The scene shifts to a character, his hand lightly tapping repeatedly on a glass as he focuses on recalling memories. He remembers a time when he was drinking with a friend, one of whom suddenly burst into tears, saying that he could never become a graduate student. Absolutely not. Back in the present, a friend in front of him is in a similar situation. The friend, with disheveled hair and a haggard face from lack of sleep, sits wearily at the table, still holding a half-finished glass of alcohol. He scowls and grumbles, asking if he understands what it feels like to be a slave, waiting for contact from the professor 24/7. And then there are the personal research and damn thesis, and being busy grading papers for the underclassmen leaves him no time for anything else. Seeing his friend's helplessness now, he feels regret. When he first entered graduate school, his friend was full of enthusiasm for the field he was pursuing, but now, seeing him exhausted after only a few months, he can't help but feel sorry. Lee Chan sips his drink, recalling his own past experiences, remembering how he used to tell himself that he would never become a graduate student. It was ridiculous since there was nothing to get him into graduate school. As someone with only a high school diploma, he had no chance of getting into graduate school. Never in his life. The next morning, Chan goes to work as usual, sitting attentively and listening to the person in front of him assign tasks. The professor's main job is research in his specialty or administrative work at the academy, while teaching is only a supplementary job to receive additional support for research from the academy. The person also adds that he can fully carry out personal research or act as an anti-magic operative while working with him. Descartes, in a stylish suit, his face not revealing too much emotion, affirms decisively that he will not interfere too much in this matter, and if he encounters any difficulties during his research or activities, he should come and find him without hesitation. At the same time, he also gives Chan a chance to ask questions, asking if he has any further questions. Chan looks flustered and says that he does have a question, asking why he proposed the position of teaching assistant to him. Chan expresses his confusion. Seeing this, Descartes snaps his fingers. Instantly, a Rubik's Cube appears. He stares intently at Chan, asking if he can guess the purpose of the problem-solving task in the recent exam. Chan looks at the Rubik's Cube, puzzled, asking if it wasn't just to select the people who passed. Descartes quickly explains that the Rubik's Cube is actually a tool designed so that the test takers cannot solve it in 40 minutes. His eyes become sharp, stating that the purpose of giving it was to see if he could recognize his limits and how quickly he would give up. Descartes advises that nothing is more foolish than clinging to something impossible, and only by recognizing that can he avoid acting fruitlessly in his work. Chan thinks to himself that this vampire might be mentally ill. Descartes then reveals his thoughts, stating that Chan is different. In Descartes' eyes, he is a person with superior intelligence and talent. Less than 5 minutes after receiving the cube, he broke all the magic on it, something no one had ever done before. It was completely beyond his expectations, so he was truly impressed. The solved Rubik's Cube is held out by Chan. Descartes truly values him, and it is because of his outstanding talent that he made this proposal. Descartes asks again to confirm if he understands now. Chan scratches his head sheepishly and confirms that he does. Also, he doesn't want to hide his background, stating that he only has a high school diploma, so he can't become a professor. Descartes, hearing this, questions how he only has a high school diploma with his abilities. Chan tries to change the subject, saying it's a personal matter that he is not comfortable sharing, and that he is currently working at a convenience store. Chan bows humbly, saying that as his mentor, he hopes that Descartes will help him wholeheartedly. Descartes asks unhappily if he is rejecting his offer just because he works here. At the same time, a customer opens the door and enters, and Chan quickly jumps up to greet them, surprised to see his manager arrive at this hour. The manager smiles sheepishly and waves hello, saying she met Chan again. The manager quickly explains that she was going to order a late-night snack but couldn't find her wallet, asking if he saw it anywhere. Chan tries to search his memory, saying that he didn't pay much attention. The woman looks dejected, then she notices Descartes, who has been observing their conversation. The manager greets him, asking if he is looking for any products and that she is happy to help him. Chan whispers something to her, and she nods knowingly, saying she understands and will cover the counter for him. Chan is surprised by the manager's help and asks what's going on. She gets annoyed and tells him to listen to her for once and focus on the professor. She encourages him not to worry and to talk freely. Chan expresses his gratitude to the manager, and Descartes stares at them with much thought. Chan returns to the table with Descartes, who asks if the woman is his manager. Chan replies that she is and asks if there's a problem. Descartes continues to observe the woman and hesitates before saying that there isn't a problem but that she, in the end, Descartes chooses to remain silent, his eyes still fixed on the woman, and says never mind. Descartes returns to the main topic, saying that he'll continue to explain the requirements and asks to borrow Chan's phone. Chan quickly hands it over, and Descartes types something on it. Chan wonders what is happening and if his manager and Descartes know each other, but the manager doesn't seem to recognize him. After finishing, Descartes returns the phone to Chan, telling him to take a look. Chan receives it in confusion and sees a bunch of text on the screen, asking what the notice board is. Descartes explains calmly that it's a list of contract requests sent to his lab. Afraid that he doesn't understand the issue clearly, Descartes adds that he had mentioned the amount of work according to state standards required each quarter, and that at least 2 jobs that he has identified must be completed each month. The manager outside doesn't care what's happening inside. She is happily picking her late-night snack. In his view, this is a beneficial condition for Chan. If he can't find work, he can consider these requests as backups. Decord also uses a promise to build trust, stating that regardless of what work he does, he will not interfere. In addition, he seems to be showing excessive concern for Chan, and that if he doesn't want to run into any trouble later, he should contact him immediately when he gets a job. He asks if he has any more questions. Chan looks at Deckard, half believing and half doubting, feeling that Deckard is trying to keep him by his side, perhaps preparing every possible countermeasure in case he refuses to become his mentor. Chan gently places the phone down, also asking where he should report, whether by text or phone. Decord quickly replies that he should write a report on the bulletin board he saw earlier. Decord explains the tasks that Chan needs to do, adding that the work he does as an anti-magic operative will be automatically recorded on the back of his certificate. He also tells him what Chan will achieve after completing the mission. Also, the location, method, or working hours do not matter, as long as the number of jobs is completed, then he will be free, emphasizing that everything is fine except those involving crime. Chan's eyes light up and asks if the book can be used as an ID card, for example, when entering a bar. Decord looks helpless and says that it can, asking if he has any other questions. Chan thinks for a moment and says that he doesn't have anything more to ask for now. Decord then stands up, taking his leave. Before leaving, he pauses for a moment to remind Chan that he has left his phone number in his phone and to contact him if there are any problems. Decord emphasizes Chan's new role and tells him to start working as an official anti-magic operative and not to forget to always be vigilant. Finally, he leaves behind a vague statement with many implications, saying that he is looking forward to his future achievements. The manager is extremely excited as she holds the book, exclaiming that this is the certificate of an anti-magic specialist. She stares intently at the surface of the book, her eyes shining, constantly analyzing it. The magic symbol on the cover is engraved with silver containing magic. Each page has damage protection, and because it is connected to the Magic Bureau, no matter what Chan writes, it will automatically select, delete, or copy the content. The manager gets more and more excited, saying that it is thoughtful and that this world is amazing. Chan, standing beside her, doesn't seem to care much. He only focuses on his questions, asking if the professor from earlier has met her before. She stops when she hears the question, replying that she did not know. Chan confirms confidently that the professor definitely knows her. The woman says that she also felt like that, but she does not recall the professor. She says that she had worked with about 30 vampires before and maybe he wasn't a professor back then. After saying that, the manager happily hands the book back to Chan, assuring him that she'll remember eventually. She also places her trust in him, hoping that he will quickly complete the book, and that then, he will have a star engraved on the cover as a recognition of his achievements and be awarded a certificate, like an award. Chan takes the book reluctantly, saying that it's hard to choose a job. The manager encourages him, reminding him that she had offered to help him. She looks at the list of jobs on the screen and stops at one task, suggesting a job testing the efficacy of medicine, saying that it might be a job for him. Chan looks at the description, asking if the request is from a pharmaceutical company. The manager observes Chan's expression, stating that it is a pharmaceutical company specializing in special medicines, and asks if he doesn't like it. Chan talks about an issue he had previously encountered, asking if she remembers the customer who was a driver that he had told her about, the one who made the rainbow sherbet ice cream at their store. Chan does not deny it. The manager suddenly exclaims that she remembers that he had worked in a pharmaceutical company. Looking at the clock, she realizes it's 12:25 and exclaims that she has to hurry to catch the last train. The manager hurries out, saying goodbye. Chan calls after her, urging her not to give up and run fast. She waves back, telling him to do his best too. At the same time, Chan is surprised to hear someone talking behind him. An old man with white hair looks at Chan and asks if they have ramen, saying that he will buy everything they have. Chan is stunned, wondering if there are live streaming Taoists here, finding it strange. On the table were stacks of instant ramen boxes. Chan announced the total amount due to the old monk, 36,001. The old monk handed him the card with a disgruntled tone. "Goodness, I had to come all this way to find it, but don't you have any other kinds?" Chan politely explained, "The other kinds are out of stock, sir." He glanced at the phone next to him, making a guess. "Are you planning to film a mukbang?" The old monk looked surprised to be seen through. "Oh, you knew just by looking?" "That's right, the viewers are making a fuss wanting me to film a mukbang of this." The old man didn't hesitate to explain his work in detail. "Mukbang isn't my main content, but the response is very good. Don't let my appearance fool you. I can eat a lot." Chan looked at him with admiration. "That's amazing, sir." The old man's face showed concern. "But what do I do now? I already promised to eat something else." The old monk quickly asked, "I wonder if they deliver here?" He calmly replied, We only take orders through the delivery app. Hearing that, the old man became even more bewildered. What? But I don't know how to use the delivery app. Chan's eyes widened in surprise. What? But you said you were going to live stream earlier. His expression was somewhat doubtful. How are you going to live stream it, sir? The old monk calmly replied, to live stream, you just turn it on. My son will help with editing the video. He kept affirming, delivery apps and online shopping are too complicated. Chan smiled, not forgetting to encourage the old monk, it's not that difficult, sir. He enthusiastically explained the steps needed to buy things to him. First, you put the item you want to buy in the cart and then press the buy button. You just need to choose the address and payment method. For the address, you just need to search for it. There are many payment methods, you just need to choose the most convenient one. The old monk had been listening intently the whole time, but it went in one ear and out the other. Chan looked at the old man as if reading his mind. Realizing that the old monk really couldn't do it, Chan quickly raised his hand, wanting to borrow his phone. May I take a look at your phone, sir? He carefully pointed out the steps to order on the phone screen. You just need to enter your home address in this box, sir. The old monk obediently followed. Okay, I understand. He followed the instructions step by step. Let's see, like this? Okay. The old monk asked again to confirm. Next is to pay with a card, right? Chan nodded in response. Yes, you just need to enter the card number, expiration date, and security code. The old man sighed and complained. Oh my, there are so many steps. He fleetingly thought about his excessive customer service. Is this service a bit too much? Engrossed in observing the old monk, Chan inadvertently recalled that he had seen many similar cases recently. The manager had said to only accept customer requests moderately. Chan brushed away those complicated thoughts with a reasonable excuse. But doing this when I have time isn't so bad, right? While lost in his own world, the old man's voice brought him back to reality. Young man, you're so kind. Chan shyly denied. No, sir, I'm not kind at all. The old monk handed over his phone, with the screen showing that the order was complete thanks to his guidance. What do you mean you're not? You've been helping me all this time. Isn't that a good deed? The old man stroked his chin beard, his eyes fixed on him. I can tell just by looking. Your countenance is quite good. The old monk added some vague words. Although we are different, we easily connect and are hard to separate. It's because you have that special blessing. Chan curiously asked, how do you know that? He replied with a boastful tone. I've been studying physiognomy for years as a hobby. It's very accurate. I even guessed the birthday of the grandson of my go-playing friend. The old monk looked at him for a long time and then said directly, but this year will probably be very difficult. Are you worried about something right now? He stared at the phone, his eyes showing clear troubles. A little bit. I have to do other work now, but I don't know what to do. I'm still hesitant. Seeing that, the old man gave Chan advice. You don't have to worry. Just do it. He wore a puzzled expression. Yes? What do you mean? The old monk explained more clearly. Many big and small things happened today, right? But didn't everything end well? Chan thought about it and found it somewhat reasonable. Yes, you could say that. In addition, he also gave him important predictions. Surely, in the future, the young man will encounter some big things that he can't do alone. The old monk didn't forget to reassure Chan, but you don't need to worry. Everything will be fine, and everything will return to you as a blessing. He emphasized the key point. Well then, cherish the little things. That's the most important thing. Throughout the conversation, he listened very carefully. Yes, I understand. After installing the software, Chan returned the phone to the old monk. I've saved everything. You can go now, sir. He happily took it and asked again to confirm. Really? So now I can easily order and shop online, right? He kindly replied, yes. You just need to choose the right item you need. The old monk was very satisfied. Oh, thank you so much. Before leaving, he gave Chan a gift, which made his eyes widen in surprise. Please accept this as a thank you. He placed a thick wad of money in front of him. You know you shouldn't refuse what adults give, right? The man, with a gentle smile, and his eyes filled with gratitude, the old monk said sincerely, because you took the time to help me, you just take it, don't be shy. Before leaving, he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, young man. In a small street corner, the manager's voice inquired with surprise, so you received this 500,000 won? On the table was still the wad of money with 50,000 won bills. He looked embarrassed to be in a difficult situation. Yes, I refused, but he insisted on leaving it and left, so I wanted to treat this money as a lost item. Would that be okay? The manager shared her thoughts. Well, actually, that would be fine. But don't you want to keep it? Chan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. I feel a bit pressured. I didn't help enough to deserve this amount of money. She stood beside him, her eyes on him, a gentle smile on her lips. Chan casually added, besides, I don't need money urgently right now. The manager said teasingly, Now that I look closely, Chan is very easily embarrassed. Huh? He immediately retorted, huh? No way. However, after a moment of hesitation, Chan explained further, really, it's just that I feel too pressured, that's why. Hearing that, she laughed. You denied it immediately, so that's it. Okay, then I will keep this money carefully for a month. However, the manager expressed concern. But after another month, what will happen to this money? An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Then, at that time, call Yuna and let's all go eat a really filling meal together. Hearing that, she showed excitement. Ooh, Chu-cha, Chan is paying? I'm so excited. Suddenly, a question popped up in the manager's mind. Oh right, Chan. What about the request from that pharmaceutical company? Did you accept it? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, I called them last night. Chan suddenly announced, tonight, I'm going to meet the client here. She looked surprised and asked again, huh? Here? He explained awkwardly, yes, actually, they said they wanted to meet in person to explain the request. In the previous conversation, the other party had asked Chan, I want to meet in person, what do you think? He replied without hesitation, then can you come to the address I tell you? Therefore, it led to the current situation. I asked them to meet at our store. Chan's face showed remorse, but I'm also very sorry because I made the decision on my own. The manager patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, come on, don't say that. You were just thinking about your own circumstances, that's why. Besides, she also reminded Chan, then remember to take off your uniform before meeting them. In addition, the manager asked, oh Chan, what's the name of that pharmaceutical company? He quickly replied, Amer Pharmaceutical Company. The manager frowned, contemplating. Suddenly she muttered, that company is several hundred bus rides away from here. Then the manager looked at Chan and said a very incomprehensible sentence. They must belong to that race. Then suddenly, she burst out laughing, denying it. Oh God, no way. It can't be that coincidental. He was completely dumbfounded. On the day of the meeting, Chan put on a formal suit. He stood outside the store using his phone to contact the pharmaceutical company. The other side immediately confirmed, our researcher has already left 10 minutes ago. Haven't you received a call yet? Chan's face showed confusion. Yes, I haven't. The other end tried to resolve the issue. Is that so? She should be arriving soon. The person stayed on the line with him. She said she really wanted to go there. Chan looked around, searching. Is that so? What does that person look like? The person replied softly, ah, you'll know as soon as you meet her. At the same time, a pair of feet were slowly walking towards him. The person on the other end introduced just in time. She is a succubus with pink hair. The image of Ella, with her smooth pink hair and violet eyes combined with long, curved eyelashes, made the whole look perfect. Ella excitedly greeted, long time no see, employee. Despite Chan being stunned, she kept talking. As soon as I saw the address, I immediately thought of you. Hey, do you remember me? He smiled and replied, how could I forget? Chan naively said what he knew about Ella. You're the customer who made rainbow sherbet at our store, right? Ella lowered her head, showing disappointment. Entering the store, he quickly took out a can of drink and offered it to her. I thought it was impossible, but I didn't expect you to really come. Chan continued talking to Ella but paused slightly. How have you been lately, huh? She turned her face away angrily. Seeing that, he gave in first. Okay, I won't mention the rainbow sherbet anymore. Ella asked incredulously. Really? He still showed patience. Really? Have you been very busy lately? Her expression became tired and slightly irritable. Don't mention that anymore. I have to search for sick targets and write papers. In addition, because I have to write proposals as well, I almost haven't gone home these past few days. Ignoring that, Ella turned to Chan. But I was also surprised that you're a resistance magician. I heard the competition rate is very high, isn't it? He hesitantly replied, ah, of course you wouldn't know. Chan shyly introduced, I just got my license less than a week ago. Actually, this is my first official job. She felt unbelievable. Huh? Really? He was slightly discouraged. Yes, you're worried because I'm new, right? Ella quickly denied. Oh, it's not like that at all. She enthusiastically took out a tablet. Don't think that way. To help you not have any difficulties at work, I will explain it really easy for you to understand. Ella eagerly emphasized, so now I will start presenting about the specific medicine that our company is developing, okay? If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Ella introduced the reasons for creating these products, pointing to her tablet and explaining in detail that a lack of consensus and understanding shared a single commonality: dishonesty. She elaborated that couples frequently argue because they can't be truly honest with each other, right? Therefore, to address this issue, their company developed a magic potion that encourages honesty. Chan then spoke up, questioning why it wasn't a magic potion that made people fall in love. but instead, one for honesty. Upon hearing this, she calmly addressed his question. Well, how can you manufacture love? That would be a violation of pharmaceutical regulations. She continued to explain the potion in greater detail. Therefore, we usually develop potions that bolster existing love, specifically those designed to foster empathy and understanding for the other person's emotional state. Listening to her enthusiastic explanation, he gradually grasped the concept. Ah, I see. He still harbored several unresolved questions. He then inquired, but the potion your company is developing sounds quite similar to a truth serum, doesn't it? Ella showed no surprise at this question. In fact, she had foreseen him asking it. I knew you'd bring that up, she said. But our company's potion is different from a truth serum. Ella gestured to the tablet screen. Here are the key differences between them. She proceeded to explain the truth serum in meticulous detail. A truth serum, like in the movies, doesn't actually compel people to speak truthfully. A truth serum is a nerve stimulant that functions by suppressing judgment. It's only effective when the subject is already physically and mentally weakened. Consequently, the information they provide can be unreliable. To put it simply, that kind of drug makes people ramble, Ella continued, and words spoken under the influence of a truth serum are not considered truthful. Due to impaired cognitive function, they mostly just babble nonsense. For example, someone injected might be delirious in a daze, unaware of themselves, giving absurd answers like, our headquarters is in the east, no, it's in the west, or maybe the north. These kinds of statements make information gatherers question their very existence, wondering if any of this information is credible. Ella's company leveraged this weakness to create a significantly different product. Therefore, thanks to this distinction, we received approval from the Department of Magic. Our pharmaceutical requires both parties to consume it together. Information about the pharmaceutical appeared. Pharmaceutical under development, a potion to help two people in love be honest with each other. Both the questioner and the answerer must drink it. Formulated with numerous safeguards to prevent side effects from the potion. Li Chan read the information, slightly puzzled. If two people drink it together, can it be used like a truth serum? Ella firmly stated, no, it can't be used that way. She gave a specific example of this situation. Imagine if our potion were used as a truth serum. If both parties drank it, and the interrogator asked, if I tell the truth, will I be released? What do you think the interrogator would say? He seemed to catch on to something. Clearly, the answer would be, no, I won't release you, right? Because it's a magic potion that demands honesty from both sides, they can't lie. The person being forced to tell the truth would say something like, then I won't talk. Am I crazy? Why would I talk if I'm not going to be released? Ella picked up her glass of water, continuing to explain, exactly. Moreover, in that situation, the person being interrogated would resist even more strongly, reducing the potion's effectiveness and making it unsuitable for interrogation. She turned her tablet towards Li Chan. Thanks to emphasizing this point in the rebuttal documents and adding various safeguards, our magic potion was approved. So, to address the issues related to these safeguards, we need your talent. He continued to swipe through the slides. Issues. The slide displayed topic information. This is it. Issues with the magic potion. Aspects for improvement. Issues. How should two people be honest with each other when in love? Should they be honest about everything? Ella expressed concern about this issue. That's right. Being too honest when in love can actually lead to breakups more easily. For example, I like you more than that guy at the church, or oh, I actually went on a trip with him before. This can make the other person utterly despondent. He also realized that this issue was indeed very difficult to solve. Agreed. She continued to discuss the issue. So, we added magical ingredients to help provide concise answers and unify the topic of conversation. He looked at the ingredient list and thought to himself, there are other excipients included as well. He stared intently at the picture of the potion bottle, thinking to himself, in short, the goal is to prevent side effects from the magic potion, but I need to see it in person. Thinking this, he made a suggestion. Could I see or try this potion? Ella happily replied, yes, of course, but then, a moment later, she was surprised, not believing her ears. Huh? She then stammered to explain, taken aback by his composure, of course, this magic potion has been approved for testing, but it's still in phase 1. We're not sure if there will be any issues if you try it. Seeing her flustered and rambling explanation, he simply thought to himself, she must be worried because she doesn't know about my anti-magic constitution, but explaining it would take a while. Thinking of this, he asked, do you have any magical items or pharmaceuticals? I have something I want to show you. She quickly replied, I have magic perfume. She presented a glass bottle. The TV ad said it could make people within a 3-meter radius pay attention to you. I was curious, so I bought it. Would this work? Seeing a magical item that met his current criteria, yes, that works. I'll use a little. Ella replied, yes, please go ahead. As he sprayed the perfume on himself, he said thank you, while silently chanting in his mind, remove the perfume's effect, remove the perfume's effect. After spraying, he asked Ella, how is it? Do you feel more drawn to me? She looked for a moment and concluded, no, not at all. Hearing her confirmation, he rejoiced inwardly. Excellent. The perfume's effect is gone. She looked around, looking utterly puzzled. That's strange. It has so many good reviews. He was about to explain, the reason is, but before he could finish, Ella interjected, are you saying you have no charm at all? Her next word struck Lee Chan like a bolt of lightning. Is it so low that the perfume has no effect at all? Absolutely, nothing. She was shocked by her own deduction. Hearing these words, he could only tremble, trying to calmly explain, I remove the perfume's effect, that's my ability. Ella's words made him incredibly dejected. In a trembling voice, so, I know it's hard to believe because I have no charm at all, he continued gloomily, but I hope you'll understand why I can't explain in more detail. Seeing his mood plummet drastically, she immediately became flustered, trying to comfort him. No, I understand. She quickly thought of words to console him. I just thought it was strange, you were very charming. If it weren't for that ability, I wouldn't be able to take my eyes off you. Ella's words pierced Lee Chan's heart. Please don't comfort me anymore. He steered the conversation to another topic. So, based on my ability, could you bring that potion here? Ella replied, if it involves transportation. Seeing her hesitation, he asked, oh, or are you not allowed to take it outside? She explained the obstacle, no, as long as you sign a contract with us, a permit to transport it outside can be issued in a day or two. However, the location, this convenience store, is a bit problematic. I might not be in charge of this later, she added. Hearing this, he was taken aback. She continued, if possible, at my company. Before she could finish, he interjected, then that won't work. I want to work with you. So could you continue to be my representative? Ella's eyes widened in surprise, disbelieving his words. He added, we are acquainted, and you are very good at explaining things. He calmly explained, then concluded decisively, therefore, I still want to continue working with you. She quickly responded, of course. After seeing Ella off, he made a phone call. His manager asked, so, what happened? What did she say about Chan's request? He replied, she genuinely asked me if we had hidden treasure in our store. The other end chuckled, she sounds very interesting. The other party then asked him, all right, so next time you'll try the potion yourself? Holding Ella's business card, he replied, yes, after all, that's the only way that suits my constitution. Although confident in his abilities, he was still slightly worried. But will I experience any side effects? The other end affirmed, with Chan's constitution, there probably won't be any issues. If there were any serious side effects, they wouldn't have requested testing or even started phase 1. But there's another issue. Who are you going to use it with? These words stunned Chan. Huh? The other end explained in detail. That potion is a magic potion that promotes honesty between two people in love, right? For it to work, there needs to be at least some affection between them. Obviously, to verify its effectiveness, Chan's only option is to have someone else drink it with him. Have you thought of anyone yet? The barrage of questions left him flustered. Searching for a way out, he said, I could drink it all myself and have an internal monologue, or drink it with the manager. Hearing this, the other end immediately refused. No, that won't work. I'm a mage. He could only begrudgingly accept the truth. Yes, the manager suggested another solution. I think you should discuss it with that succubus. Although it's for work purposes, it's still an important request, so explain it carefully, got it? Chan agreed to the suggestion. Yes, I understand. Scene changed to Ella on her way home, hand covering her flushed face. She recalled the scene from earlier, Lee Chan proposing she be his representative. His words had made a strong impression on her. I hope we can work together. These words filled her with happiness. Still covering her red face, she smiled shyly. How strange. Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? The next morning, Lee Chan was working as usual. Yes, transaction complete. Goodbye, thank you for your patronage. He thought to himself, there are a lot of families shopping today. Is it because it's Saturday? Looking at the number of customers in the store this morning, he couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, May is family month. The sound of a child whining caught his attention. Mommy, I want cotton candy. The mother kept coaxing her child. You see, there's no cotton candy here, honey. Mommy will buy it for you somewhere else, so let's go. But the child cried even louder, clinging to her mother's skirt and whining, now, I want it now. The mother kept explaining, no, I told you, they don't sell it here. But the little boy cried even louder, cotton candy, Mommy, buy it for me. Seeing this, Chan just turned a blind eye. That kid really wants cotton candy. The mother then delivered the final blow. If you keep acting like this, the dragon will come and take you away. These words made him freeze in place, not understanding at all. The mother, becoming irritated, immediately scolded, I told you that the dragon will fly down from the sky and take you away if you don't behave. Do you want to be taken away by the dragon, huh? Despite the threat, the boy continued to whine. But Chan, hearing this, was confused. What's going to take the kid away? The boy was still kicking and screaming, cotton candy, I want cotton candy, buy it for me now, right now. Just then, a small hand pushed open the door and stepped inside. All three of them froze. He didn't expect this little girl to come. Welcome. Oh, Hana? The mother and child also froze, startled. He friendly asked the little girl about her well-being. How have you been? The little girl politely replied, I'm good. Anna turned her gaze towards the mother and child and asked, but what do you mean by being taken away by a dragon? Anna turned to Chan and continued asking, Uncle, what do dragons catch, and why do they catch them? She kept pressing, once they catch them, what do they do? This barrage of questions momentarily stumped Chan, leaving him unsure how to answer. Well, that's, the succubus child, now teary-eyed and frightened, hid behind her mother, while Hana kept wondering aloud, why do they catch them, I wonder? Chan vaguely replied, Uncle doesn't really know either, which only piqued the little girl's curiosity further. Noticing the mother and child still huddled in a corner, looking timid, he intervened to defuse the situation. Madam, are you looking to purchase anything else? The succubus mother immediately answered, No, I'm done. As she led her child out of the store, she soothed, Let's go buy cotton candy. Her child obediently responded, Okay. Chan kindly inquired, Hana, how have you been lately? It's been a while since I last saw you. The little girl politely said, Oh, lately I've just been at home or at my mom's company. Chan asked, puzzled, Oh, you're not going to preschool? Anna explained, No, my mom said the pollen situation is very serious, so she told me not to go to preschool for a while. Chan thoughtfully agreed, Ah, that's right, the whole world is practically covered in pink pollen. Then he exclaimed, surprised, Wait, so you haven't seen your friends since last time? He continued to ask with concern, When will you go back to school? I'll definitely take you on time this time. Not noticing that Hana was just looking down, fiddling with her fingers, looking embarrassed. The little girl recounted, No, I met my friends last week, at the kids' cafe, but, Anna's tone became a bit awkward, my friends were a little strange. Lee Chan remained silent, listening to her story. Anna described that day, I asked to play house with my friends, and I got to play mommy, while Hana was still immersed in the game. Next, we'll have soup. Oh, where's the ladle? She realized something was off. My friends? A purple bear cub handed the ladle to Hana. Both the bear cub and her friend sitting beside her seemed a bit shaky and scared. Here, mommy, one said. Anna, still oblivious, said, Thank you. She raised the ladle and announced, Okay, it's time to eat. Get your bowls out. A lavish toy meal was set out, and her classmates bowed respectfully. We humbly invite mommy to eat. The atmosphere among the children became strangely stiff and awkward. Even Hana noticed it. That's what happened, she said. Lee Chan thought to himself, It's like they're treating her like royalty. The little girl's face darkened with sadness as she said softly, Did I do something wrong? Lee Chan quickly refuted, Oh no, not at all, definitely not. Chan seemed to understand. Now I get it. He realized that the kids were all afraid of dragons. Scary creatures kept approaching them, causing worry and fear to gradually darken their hearts, which was what the little girl was seeing. It was the threats from parents. If you're naughty again, the dragon will come and take you away. Do you want to be taken away by a dragon? That made the image of dragons so terrifying in their eyes. He understood this innocent feeling of children. Just like when he was little, he was very afraid of the bogeyman. In this world, adults use the image of dragons to discipline naughty children, which is why the kids were so scared of dragons. No, but normally people only use imaginary characters to scare kids, right? Lee Chan was still lost in thought. Why use real dragons to scare children? Maybe I should ask the manager. Anna, at this moment, looked in one direction, surprised. Oh? She pointed towards the door and called out, Uncle, look over there. Lee Chan followed her gaze and asked, puzzled, Huh? Anna said, There's a puppy over there. It was Puppy, his eyes tearful, looking towards Lee Chan and Hana as if pleading for help. Chan picked him up and brought him into the store, placing him gently on the floor and affectionately stroking him. Where were you rolling around? You're so dirty. Puppy barked. Woof woof woof. Chan wondered, Why are you barking like a dog? The little girl crouched down, looking at him intently. Curious, suddenly you can't talk anymore? Chan leaned close to Puppy's ear and asked, Is it because of the little girl? He whispered back, Yes, I don't want to get into trouble for talking anymore. Puppy reported the situation. The pollen has been cleared, so I returned to the park and resumed my daily life. He continued to recount, but from early this morning, there's some kind of event in the park. I saw a lot of people gathered and busy preparing something. Puppy grumbled, aggrieved, and then someone stepped on my tail. He said unhappily, because it hurt so much, I blurted out, ouch. He looked tired, his face sad, and whispered. And then suddenly, because of that one phrase, catch that dog. I was chased for 2 whole hours. Luckily, I hid under a vending machine, so I escaped. Chan thought to himself, criticizing, the park's feng shui is a bit bad, isn't it? Puppy turned to ask, do you know anything about this event? Chan soothed him. Well, I don't know what event is in the park either, but you stay here for now. Knowing Puppy's worries, Chan reassured him, and it's really okay, you can talk freely. But he still looked downcast. But, I don't know how this little miss will react. In his voice, there was a hint of self-doubt. After what happened today, I'm even more certain that not many people naturally accept a talking dog like you and the manager. He reminded himself, so from now on, I'll be more careful. Anna, who had been watching for a while, couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Uncle, what are you and Puppy doing? Lee Chan readily replied, oh, Uncle is talking to him. Do you want to talk too? Hearing him casually suggest this, Puppy was indignant. Woof woof. Chan explained, hey, if you run into trouble like today again, and neither the manager nor I are here, what are you going to do? He advised, if you don't want to live a lonely life, you should at least try to broaden your relationships. That way, I'll worry less too. Chan put in more effort to persuade him. Besides, it's rare to find a child as kind and innocent as this little girl. You'll keep it a secret forever, right, Hana? Anna, hearing him ask, readily agreed, yes. Seeing Puppy still hesitant, he prompted, last time you met the manager, there were no problems, right? Trust me again this time. Don't you trust me? Hearing this, Puppy couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, who else would this puppy trust if not you? Seeing that he had accepted, Chan was happy. That's right. And Hana was excited. A talking puppy. Puppy didn't forget to remind Hana, little miss, please keep your voice down. The innocent girl replied, sorry, but is a talking puppy a secret? Puppy cautiously said, yes, please help me keep it a secret. Anna took his paws, giving him a sense of security, and introduced herself, my name is Hana, what's your name? He replied, call me Puppy, nice to meet you. Watching Hana and Puppy interacting, he felt relieved. Luckily, they seemed to get along well. Is it because they're both adorable? Thinking this, he suddenly was surprised. Wait a minute, adorable? He turned to ask, Hana, can you still see people's inner thoughts now? The little girl replied, yes, after Uncle cast the magic, I can see them again from 8 a.m. the next morning. Chan opened his arms wide and said, great, Uncle will do it again, come here. Anna looked questioning. But I'm not going to preschool today. Turning to look at Puppy, Chan suggested, it's okay, there are many friends here too. Hey Puppy, let's try doing this together. Anna asked, puzzled. Do what together? What are we doing? He replied, it's nothing difficult, just follow me. Chan announced, let's call this making friends. A plan was set in motion. Lee Chan carefully instructed, okay, just follow the instructions Uncle gave you earlier, got it? Anna obediently replied, yes. Puppy was also confident in the task assigned, just trust me. A fox-like customer entered the store with his son. Dad will wait at the counter. You go pick out some snacks. Chan, standing nearby, greeted enthusiastically. Welcome. The little boy, hearing his father, questioned, here? Chan, meanwhile, had already sized up the approaching target, identifying his objective. That boy, with his arms crossed, said with dissatisfaction, this place only has cheap snacks and drinks. Dad, let's go to the mall. The boy's father explained, the mall and the amusement park are far apart, so let's just buy something here for now, okay? The little boy clicked his tongue, reluctantly agreeing, okay. Looking at the boy's demeanor, Chan felt a little apprehensive. Oh dear, seems like a kid with a strong personality. Even so, he didn't give up, reassuring himself, but whatever, he's about Hana's age, still worth a try. The boy's father proposed to Chan, excuse me, sir, could you watch my son for a moment? I'll pay for whatever he buys. Chan was welcoming, ah yes, please go ahead and take care of your business. Hearing this, the boy's father politely said, thank you, I appreciate it. After the boy's father went out, Chan saw an opportunity. Alright, now's the time to act. Chan silently prayed for a smooth start. I'm counting on you, Puppy. Puppy stepped forward, standing right next to the boy, looking up at him with his big, cute, pleading eyes, trying to create a good impression. He barked a few times to get his attention. Woof woof. The little boy was indeed surprised. A puppy. Lee Chan was smug? Excellent, successful in getting his attention. Seeing the boy squat down to look at Puppy, he thought the plan would go smoothly as expected. Now just need to lead the boy to Hana, then the two of them will naturally start talking. But things immediately went sour as the boy uttered words of disdain. So ugly. These words directly shocked Puppy. First time seeing a puppy this ugly and dirty. Uncle, why is there a dirty stray dog here? Both Chan and Puppy were utterly shocked to hear these words. Seeing Puppy collapse and lie flat on the ground, Chan called out in his heart with sympathy, "Puppy," and the boy still demanded sharply, "Quickly chase this dog away." The boy kept urging, "What are you doing, uncle? Quickly chase it away." Chan faltered, "About that. Just then, Hana's voice rang out from behind, "He's my puppy." Hana hugged Puppy in her arms, her eyes welling up, and stammered, "My puppy, he's very clean and cute." She even tearfully demanded, So you quickly apologize for what you just said." Lee Chan was stunned because everything hadn't gone as planned. Originally, his plan was as follows. Step 1 was to target the young children as subjects for the plan. Welcome. Step 2 was to attract their attention with the adorable puppy. Step 3 was to use the puppy's cuteness to melt the hearts of the targets. So cute. Step 4 was when Hana would appear and claim the puppy as hers, making the cuteness even more amplified. "Hello, this is my puppy." Step 5 was when the children, no longer afraid of dragons, would become friends with Hana. "So cute, what's your name?" "I'm Hana." And if everything went smoothly like that, the operation to help Hana make friends would be a success, but in reality, right now, Lee Chan didn't know how to redirect the plan as Hana stood there crying and demanding, "Apologize quickly. My puppy is very cute and clean." He lamented inwardly, "Indeed, life is not a dream." Puppy was still lying stiffly in Hana's arms, haunted by the criticism. "Ugly? Me?" Chan, looking at him, blamed himself. "Oh no, it's all my fault that Puppy is so shocked. I'm so sorry, Puppy." Looking at Hana, he worried, and Hana is really angry too. It's the first time I've seen her so upset. Chan decided, Operation Pause. He rushed out to intervene. "Kids, wait a minute. How about we have some juice and talk calmly? It's on me." He hurriedly wanted to diffuse this awkward situation. "Do you guys want to try some new snacks? Let's eat and play together. It'll be fun, right?" Anna gently replied, "Yes, okay." Lee Chan turned to call the little boy. "Hey, little fox, let's go to the table together." As he was saying this, he suddenly stopped, noticing the little boy's state. "Huh?" The little boy just stood there, his eyes sparkling, muttering, "Beautiful, so beautiful." Lee Chan, seeing this, exclaimed in admiration, "Why do his eyes look like that?" He followed the boy's gaze. "Curious? Beautiful? Who?" It turned out he was looking at Hana, who was still tenderly stroking the puppy. "Puppy, I'm so sorry." Anna was only focused on Puppy. "Just because of helping me, you had to hear such harsh words. I'm so sorry." Seeing this scene, the little boy's heart suddenly stirred strangely. She's both pretty and kind, truly an angel. The little boy's eyes remained fixed on Hana, unable to hide his affection. A girl who's both pretty and kind. I've never met a dragon like that. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward and whispered, "If you like her so much, you should apologize, right?" Hearing this, the little boy retorted, "Why should I apologize? It's ugly and dirty. So I just said what I saw." Chan was also at a loss. "Well, about that." Anna quickly stepped forward and declared, "Don't you dare get angry at my uncle. And my puppy is both cute and clean, okay?" The little boy smirked cunningly. "Oh, you're going to deny it to the end, huh? Fine, how about this?" The little boy pointed to the cookie shelf and suggested, "Let's have a cookie tower stacking contest over there." The little boy explained the game. Cookie tower stacking, like building a tower with cards, but instead, we'll use cookies, to see who can finish building first in 1 minute. The little boy arrogantly underestimated her. "You probably don't even know about the popular games these days. I'm sure to win." Anna firmly stated, "No, I'll win." Making the little boy excitedly retort, "Just you wait and see." The little girl also said combatively, "Then let's go over there. Uncle, you be the referee." He scratched his head awkwardly. If you two play together, can the operation be considered a success?" Luckily, they're not arguing. Taking out his phone and setting the countdown timer, Chan announced the rules of the competition. "All right, the time limit is 1 minute. Within 1 minute, whoever finishes building first will be the winner." Both Hana and the little boy were ready for this contest. Chan emphasized, "The loser must acknowledge the winner and apologize. Got it?" They both replied concisely, "Yes," Chan said in a suspenseful tone. "Very good, then get ready." He shouted, "Start." Both Hana and the little boy quickly grabbed cookie pieces. Puppy, being held in arms, whispered to Chan, "Hey, employee, is it okay to let them play together like this? After all, If she loses, little miss will probably be very sad. Chan soothed Puppy. It's okay, it's just a game. Chan analyzed, if she loses, she'll just be a little disappointed, not too sad. He added, if she's too sad, we just need to comfort her wholeheartedly. Puppy followed along. Okay. Right then, the little boy's voice rang out. I'm done stacking. Seeing the little boy's achievement, Chan couldn't hide his surprise and praised. Wow, you really built a cookie tower. And it only took 24 seconds. The little boy also proudly replied, this game is a piece of cake. I've never lost a cookie stacking game when playing with my friends. Puppy turned to look at the results on this side. Then, little miss Anna's cookie tower was tiny. Just a few cookies. She knew very well that she had lost. Her eyes welled up again. Anna said sadly, I lost. Seeing Hana like this, both he and Puppy felt sorry for her. She really is sad. He comforted her. Hana, you did very well too. You built a whole floor in 24 seconds. Just then, a squirrel father led his child into the store. Let's go in and buy some stuff. The little squirrel girl was resisting, refusing to go in. I don't like this place. While Chan was still busy comforting Hana, even a floor is, the squirrel father's threatening words interrupted. Do you want to be taken away by the dragon, huh? That little squirrel girl collapsed on the floor, crying and whining, ice cream shop, ice cream shop. The squirrel father angrily shouted, I told you that if you don't listen, the dragon will take you up to the sky. The angry father even said, I'll call the dragon. Chan interjected at this point, excuse me, sir. He tactfully reminded, to avoid disturbing other customers, please don't raise your voice too loudly in the store, especially when mentioning dragons, please be a bit more careful. The squirrel father, being reminded like this, was momentarily confused. Huh? After looking over and seeing Hana, he flustered, I'm sorry, little girl. Feeling he had misspoke, the squirrel father said, forget what I just said, I'm very sorry. In Hana's heart, an indescribable emotion welled up. Her hand clutched tightly at her skirt. He gently called, Hana. Her voice trembled. I won't. Anna, at this moment, lowered her head, trying to hide her tears of frustration, and affirmed, absolutely, absolutely won't take anyone away. Right then, the little fox boy spoke up, it's the dragon friend who takes friends to the playground in the sky, because he wants to play with little friends. The little boy continued to say, so he takes them there to play to their heart's content, and after they fall asleep, he'll take them home. Anna, hearing this, asked curiously, really? The little fox boy confirmed, yeah, really, my dad said so. Still doubtful, Hana asked back, but, that uncle said dragons catch naughty children, why would he take naughty children to play? This sudden question made the little boy stammer. The little boy explained, that's because that uncle misunderstood. Who would take naughty kids anywhere? The dragon would be exhausted to death. Anna innocently believed it completely. Oh, I see. The situation immediately became less tense. Chan sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. Do you guys want some juice? Anna immediately forgot her sadness and replied, I'll have apple juice. The two children sat down together to drink apple juice. While they were happily chatting, the fox father returned and said, son, have you been waiting long? Let's go. Hearing his father's voice, the little boy turned around and replied, yes, then turned back to propose to Hana. Hey, let's go to the amusement park together. Surprising the little girl. Huh? Anna asked. Puzzled? Me? The little boy quickly replied, why else? Because playing alone is boring, and my dad never plays with me. The little boy continued to persuade, we'll ride the roller coaster, and the free fall ride too. And in the evening, we'll watch the parade together, okay? Let's go. Looking at the little boy's demeanor, Lee Chan was a bit incredulous. He was so stubborn earlier, and now he's even asking her out on a date? A thought flashed through his mind. This might not just be friendship, boyfriend material even. Despite the little boy's attractive invitations, Hana still concluded, I came today to play with uncle, so I can't go. The little girl refused. Sorry. Hearing this answer, both Chan and the little boy were dumbfounded. Inwardly, he felt a little guilty. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interfere. Chan looked at Hana, puzzled. Hana, why do you keep turning down good opportunities for uncle? Why? That little boy wasn't easily giving up, holding out his phone and demanding, then, give me your phone number. Without any shyness, the little boy said as if commanding, next time, you definitely have to go to the amusement park with me, okay? Without waiting for Hana's agreement, the little boy still firmly held on to his intention. I'll text you every day so you don't forget, you definitely have to go, definitely. Outside the convenience store entrance, a father and son were walking hand in hand. The little fox boy reluctantly turning back to wave, constantly reminding as he walked, remember to keep in touch. This scene made Chan feel helplessly exasperated. After a noisy fuss about staying in contact with Hana, the little fox boy finally agreed to leave. Anna and Puppy quickly waved goodbye to their enthusiastic new friend. Lee Chan could only stand motionlessly beside the little girl, watching the two friends about to part ways, the boy's voice still reaching his ears. "I'll text you every day." However, things didn't go as he imagined. Making friends was indeed very difficult. Later, more families came to the store, and we continued the campaign to help Hana make friends, but, thinking back to the scene at that time, Puppy was very happy to be approached by a tiger cub. Wow, a puppy! But it was also very pitiful when the tiger father himself was prejudiced against it, thinking it looked very pitiful. "Hey, be careful, you'll get your hands dirty." Puppy stood forlornly amidst the crowd of people coming and going in the convenience store. A capybara child, holding her mother's hand, happily asked innocent questions, completely ignoring Puppy's presence and chirping, "Mommy, are we going to see the Chica Ping movie today, right?" The mother, preoccupied with the items, absent-mindedly replied, "Yeah, that's right." Thinking about it, few people paid attention to Puppy, leaving him lonely and tearful in the store. Chan was also helpless, unable to do anything. This situation dragged on, and finally, we had to stop the campaign. Puppy sat in front of Hana and Chan, continuing to lament, because he himself was unable to help Hana at the moment. People ignored and shunned him, making it impossible for him to complete the mission. "Puppy, I may not be the most handsome puppy in the world, but I thought I attracted attention wherever I went. Why is it like this?" Looking at Puppy lying dejectedly in front of him, Chan could only helplessly express his apology. "I'm really sorry." His own mind was just as chaotic, jumbled thoughts still running around in his head. A completely wrong approach. Well, the campaign had to be forcibly ended because everything didn't go as expected. Puppy was getting paid, but tears were still streaming down his face. He was surprised by Chan's words. "Well, let's settle up. I'll pay you 30,000 won for your campaign efforts." Hearing about payment, he was shocked. Eyes wide. 30,000 won? In Puppy's heart, he still felt guilty because he felt useless, of no help, so he firmly refused to accept the money. But this was to help little miss. "How can I take money?" Chan knew for sure he would refuse, so he started to bring out the company policy to force him to accept the money. "In our convenience store, nothing is free. According to the rules, if you work in our store, you will be paid." He kept talking, which made Puppy cry even more. Chan's words also made him very conflicted. "So, please accept your pay." Afraid he would get emotional and refuse again, Chan decided to change his approach. "If you feel too pressured, then let me convert that amount into food or snacks in the store for you, okay?" Anna sat quietly to one side, listening to them. But her mind was elsewhere. "Yes, I will eat very happily." Suddenly, the little girl blurted out words that confused both man and dog. "Puppy, do you want to come to my house to play?" He sat in front of the little girl, asking back as if not believing his ears. "Me? Little Mrs. House?" Anna, getting a response, nodded in agreement as if finding new joy. "I want to play with you more. My house is very big, and there are many toys too." Chan had witnessed everything. Anna happily invited Puppy to her house, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let's eat delicious food together and have lots of fun, okay?" He happily replied to the little girl's enthusiasm. "Okay, thank you for inviting me." Now that Puppy had accepted Hana's invitation, it made the little girl extremely happy. A thought flashed through her mind. "At least I have one friend now." Anna took his front paws and asked, "Puppy, what do you want to play?" He wagged his tail and excitedly replied, "I like playing ball the most." Streetlights were on, illuminating the road. A voice suddenly spoke. "Adults say that because of the wars in the past." Chan was arranging goods while listening to the conversation. "Do you remember the story about the elf race wars I told you before? Dragons played the most important role in that battle. Those who directly witnessed the terrifying power of dragons at that time are now old." Through the narration, the legendary dragon vividly appeared. It flew down from above with huge flames erupting from its mouth, with terrifying power. Those older people, after witnessing the dragon's power surpassing that of many races combined, must have told their children and descendants about what they saw and passed down such teachings, that one must never provoke a dragon. Outside the store, different races were walking together on the road. The voice continued. Perhaps over time, the story became distorted and turned into something scary for young children. Too sleepy, because dragons are a bit aloof, so no one dares to bother them. Besides, when you grow up, that story doesn't matter anymore. Because when you go out into society and have more contact with dragons, the image changes somewhat, making adults no longer afraid of dragons. While engrossed in listening to the story, a sudden call startled him. "Chan, why do you want to help that little dragon girl so much?" Suddenly being questioned, he hurriedly replied, "I apologize for doing personal things during work hours." The manager, standing just outside the door with her back to him, laughed. I didn't mean to scold you. I'm just curious. She looked at Chan's embarrassed but somewhat tired appearance, plus his messy hair, and continued to ask, it seems you put in more effort than usual today. Is there another reason? It's just... He scratched his head and stammered. That little girl reminds me of my childhood. Speaking of childhood, he started thinking about the painful memories of the past. When I was little, I also had no friends. Images of a boy with dirty clothes and tearful eyes appeared with the explanation, because my family was very poor, I was always teased by my classmates for being poor. At that time, his eyes were clear but filled with tears of hurt. Even though I told the teacher, it didn't change anything. Sounds of regret continuously echoed. Chan, when I was little, I bravely stood in front of my mother and said thoughtless words. In the end, I cried and blamed my mother. Why do I have to wear shoes with holes in them every day? So I longed for someone to help me. An adult different from me as a child. The bad past should be left behind. Now he laughed bitterly at himself and also spoke words of pity for Hana, causing a pair of feet at the door to stop moving. But now, as an adult, I feel I should help that little girl. He hadn't stopped talking when the manager interrupted with praise. You are truly a wonderful adult, Chan. He shyly and humbly replied obediently, yes, I'm not that great. In the night, the voices of the two people still echoed throughout the store. The manager kept praising Chan. That's right, usually just comforting them is enough, but Chan tried his best to help that little dragon girl. Her heart was full of admiration for him, and she repeated her final words of advice as she left. I hope no one has to go through the same pain as I did. To me, those who are kind-hearted and always ready to help others are all wonderful adults. The manager paused her words for a moment, then continued, making Chan smile. So, in my eyes, Chan is a wonderful adult, do you understand? Being encouraged, he looked at her emotionally and called out, Manager. The manager's strange expression was revealed as soon as he called her name. He reluctantly said words that made the manager freeze. The words are touching, but the expression is too scary. You're praising me, right? Being asked, she replied perfunctorily and then changed the subject to avoid facing the previous situation. She put on a panicked expression and then pointed outside angrily. Yeah, but look, someone has littered right in front of our store. He also immediately forgot everything and ran out to check the situation with her. Oh, really? Lee Chan asked the manager with a puzzled look. When was it put there? Wow, how unscrupulous. The manager just gritted her teeth and quickly replied, from 3 p.m., when I came back from the restroom, I already saw it there. To avoid negatively affecting the store, Lee Chan quickly proposed a solution to her. Let me clean it up, okay? Hearing this, she panicked and stopped him. No, absolutely not clean it up. The manager started to explain. If we clean it up, then wouldn't the illegal litterer think this? A scene of a sinister person holding a pile of trash and throwing it in front of the store suddenly appeared. Oh, it's cleaned up? From now on, I'll litter here. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, unable to stop thinking about the owner of that trash bag. Definitely 100%, no, 200% he will think that, I swear. So absolutely do not clean it up, leave it there. Finally, she continued to instruct Chan a few more times, and he also conveniently opened the door to see her off. For sure that person will come back to litter again. When that time comes, you remember to report them for illegal littering, got it? He sighed and politely replied, yes, I know. Please go home and rest, high blood pressure is a big deal. She suddenly looked at him and instructed, ah, right, Chan, try not to open the door tonight, dust might blow in. He looked at her curiously. Why? Is there something like pollen again? She quickly explained to him, no, today they will be repairing the road. Near that convenience store, a road drilling vehicle was operating at full capacity. The lane was under construction. Beer cans and wine bottles lay scattered on the payment counter. A hand raised with the words, give me some change. Silver-haired and brown-haired workers kept asking and answering. Until when? 2 a.m. What about the excavator? Loser drives. He worked while reluctantly listening to the two people babbling in his ear. What to bet? Speed. Then he still said with a smile, thank you. See you again. In his head, a thought suddenly flashed. Efficient conversation indeed. Whales do that too. Looking at everyone busy outside, he was a little puzzled. Working at night is understandable. But is it okay to drink alcohol while working? Looking at the person blowing a whistle in the distance, he thought again. Seems like it's okay. Even the police don't seem to care much. Suddenly, that person's eyes glanced over, making him realize something and say in surprise, but that police officer looks familiar. Seeing the police officer turn his face to look, Chan secretly exclaimed in his mind, it's Officer Irul. Looking at him walking around outside with a baton, he sighed incessantly. It's been a long time indeed. The last time I saw him was from the illegal magic wallet report incident. He continued to observe with the thought, but his hair color has changed a lot. Suddenly, Chan saw his actions suddenly moving towards him, and he wondered again, huh? What's wrong? Seeing him grasp the door handle and step into the store made his eyes widen. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, why is he coming in here? Irul's face was indifferent as he entered the store and questioned him, is something wrong? Being called by name, Chan stammered to reply, oh no, nothing's wrong. He looked at him for a moment and replied, that's good. Because you kept staring, so I thought something was wrong. This time he replied to him, in his words showing clear respect, ah, it's just been a long time since I saw you. Thank you for your concern. Irul also politely and coldly chatted with him. It's nothing. Preventing crime early is part of my job. He continued to remind him a few words, making Lee Chan slightly silent for a moment. If you have any questions about the construction, just call me, we will explain in detail. In his head, images of elf types like Irul crying appeared with the thought, I often encounter noisy elf types, or images of other races whining and shouting at him, scaring him to tears. Lee Chan couldn't stop admiring him. It's so refreshing to meet Officer Irul. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't help but admire Irul like a god, just like an angel. Looking at the noble person before his eyes, in his head he immediately decided, must not bother him. On the surface, Lee Chan revealed a clear smile. Thank you for your concern. Please continue with your work. You must be very busy. He used a goodbye gesture to quickly go back to work. Yes, then I'll be going. Seeing him gradually step outside, Lee Chan continued with the thought, before, when working at the convenience store, I rarely had to call the police, maybe twice at most. A customer then walked in. He was still lost in his own thoughts. If no one causes trouble, then there's no need to call the police. A friendly customer walked up to the counter and said, hello, 1 Darwin blue light, please. Hearing this, Chan reached for a pack of cigarettes, his mouth still politely replying, yes, yours is 5,601. On the cigarette pack, there was a warning label, parental smoking is harmful to children's health. Suddenly, the customer asked him an incomprehensible question. Ah, and also, is there any lost property here? He became bewildered by the customer's next words, for example, a wallet. Chan asked back, puzzled, yes, a wallet? The customer laughed friendly, yes, I heard it was lost here. In his head, countless question marks appeared at those words. I heard that you can tell it's a wallet just by looking at it. I wonder if you've seen it. He thought in confusion, what nonsense is he talking about? Sounds of conversation echoed in the convenience store. The voice of the counter staff Chan rang out, I've checked, but there's no lost item here. A customer's voice followed, growing louder, oh, thank you for checking. Seemingly unable to find their item, the customer sadly pushed the door and left. Chan watched the lizard person leave, a bunch of questions swirling in his head. How could someone forget a wallet, and even ask a friend to help find it? He was at a loss, so he could only sigh, then left the checkout counter. Anyway, whoever lost their wallet, please be more careful next time. Losing a wallet is quite rare. Time passed quickly, and 10 minutes later, an orangutan customer appeared in the store, clasping his hands together, hesitatingly asking Lee Chan, excuse me, is there a wallet here, by any chance? What in the world is going on? A bird person suddenly appeared in the store, covering her face shyly in front of him. How strange, my friend said she lost her wallet here. Another customer arrived, saying casually but annoyingly to Chan, my son said he forgot his wallet here. Could you please get it for me? Lee Chan was scared and sweating. He had to quickly call the store manager to urgently ask for a solution to the wallet issue. Manager, people keep losing their wallets here. The store manager had no choice but to offer a desperate solution, call the police. Lee Chan thought this idea was reasonable, but he was also a bit embarrassed and timid, asking back, but would the police believe me? What if they think it's a prank call? The person on the other end of the line also became a little impatient and said loudly, but we can't solve this ourselves. Knowing that he couldn't handle this matter, the manager had no choice but to sigh helplessly and take matters into her own hands. I'll explain the situation to the police first. Before the police arrive, who knows what else will happen, so don't hang up. He suddenly noticed the person in police uniform standing behind a pillar outside the street, then hurriedly stopped the manager. Oh, wait, manager? Lee Chan looked at Irul adjusting his work to be stable, and suddenly an idea popped up. No need for that. Then, a pen moved across paper, accompanied by the repeating words of police officer Irul. So, from 11 o'clock to 12:30 tonight, 4 customers came to the store, and all of them were looking for a wallet. He looked at the notebook, then turned to question him further. But there's no wallet in the convenience store, nor any lost item, right? Chan answered very seriously and obediently. Yes, that's right. Chan saw him fall into contemplation and became a little panicked and scared, so he hurriedly spoke up to explain further. It sounds a bit unbelievable, but this is all true. If needed, I can show you our lost and found area. Irul raised his hand to adjust his police hat, then said comforting words to ease his worries. No need, I believe you. I had a hunch already. Li Chan felt relieved. Really? Receiving his answer, the elf police officer put his hand up to close the notebook, and at the same time discuss the matter with him. Yes, but perhaps I need to personally check the scene. Could you help me with this? He quickly took off his police uniform, neatly folded it, and handed it to Li Chan, then opened his mouth to ask for help. Please keep my uniform safe for me. He also reasonably helped the police investigate. Of course. Looking at the small person smoothing his hair in front of him, Li Chan couldn't help but ask further. Is there anything else I need to do? Irul calmly reassured Chan and asked him to follow the plan. Just continue to serve customers as usual. There will probably be more people coming to look for the wallet. Saying that, Irul pointed to the toothbrush display for him to see as a signal. I'll wait over there. Don't worry too much and just act normal. He confirmed the matter and quickly obeyed. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Chan watched his back as he left, while answering the phone to talk. This is Police Officer Irul. I'm calling to report the situation. In his heart, he was still uneasy, recalling the scene just now. He was a little embarrassed. That's it. I even thought about not bothering him. He returned to normal to continue sitting down to find items in the cabinet, but inside his heart, waves were continuously surging. But who exactly is the owner of that wallet? Why not come to get it themselves but ask others to do it? He was still immersed in silent thought, not noticing a customer with a slightly fierce face entering the store. I really want to see who that person is. As soon as the woman entered, she called out to him with harsh words, startling him. Hey, is there a wallet here, right? Give it to me. Chan continued to walk to the counter to communicate with this strange customer. Yes, what is it? This old woman didn't say anything else, just insisted on the troublesome wallet. Give me the wallet, that wallet. The old woman's words kept echoing in the silence of the store. The lost item is here, isn't it? My friend forgot it, so don't even think about taking it for yourself. Hand it over. This customer looked elegant, but her attitude of speaking made people very uncomfortable. The old woman immediately showed a contemptuous expression when she heard him explain. Chan continued to repeat the familiar phrase of the day of unrest. We don't have any lost items today. The old woman made a face, saying to him, humans are really all clueless people. I knew it. This person probably knew she couldn't reason with him, so she quickly became angry, gesturing with her hands and feet, then shouted loudly, ordering Chan like an owner, stop lying. Give me the wallet now. Are you planning to steal someone else's money? Li Chan knew his side had police help, so he always maintained a firm and serious attitude, saying to the old woman, I'm not lying, there really isn't one. And even if there was, I wouldn't give it to anyone other than its owner. His words continued to reach the old woman's ears, making this female customer angrier and angrier. So don't force me anymore. Please leave, please. Having run out of rebuttals, the old woman scolded him, not noticing the swift footsteps behind her. Oh my God, this human, still denying it to the end? This old woman's mouth really didn't know how to be polite at all, continuously scolding without thinking like an adult. This lying human beastard. Right at this moment, a stern tone rang out, immediately blocking the old woman's throat, causing her to shut up and look back in surprise at the source of the voice. Article 1 of the International Multiracial Constitution. All races are equal, in all fields from politics, economy, society, to cultural life. Basic rights are guaranteed, and not subject to any discrimination. Irul stepped out domineeringly, continuing to use the law to bind the morality of the impolite old woman. According to this law, your words just now clearly show racial discrimination and may be subject to punishment. The police officer's threat was not just for show, so as soon as he uttered the thing that scared the old woman the most, what do you want? Do you want to go home right now? Or come with me to the police station for investigation? The old woman was immediately frightened out of her wits. What, police station? Because she had bad intentions. When she met the police, the old woman was very angry, leaving in irritation and discomfort. Fine, whatever. Annoying, really, honestly. After a moment of arguing, the store returned to its daily silence. Only 2 people left. Seeing the old woman leave, Li Chan was grateful to Irul. Thank you for helping, but what about the investigation? He immediately interrupted Chan before he could finish speaking. It's nothing. That's enough. I've also gathered enough clues. He was very surprised at Irul's ability to work. His mouth unconsciously opened wide. Clues? He didn't let him wonder for too long and quickly explained. Between your statement and the words of the woman just now, there is a clear similarity. The helpless scene at that time reappeared according to his words. An orangutan customer came to inquire about the wallet. According to your statement, all customers said that. The next person to come for the wallet was a shy bird person. There's a wallet lost at this convenience store. And then there was another customer who came to the store to find the wallet. I came to find it on behalf of the owner of the wallet. After a moment of rambling, Irul decisively concluded with a brain-shaking statement. It seems they are all errand runners taking orders from the black market. Lee Chan stood frozen in shock. Black market? He saw his overreaction to this word and patiently continued to explain. What is it? What's the name of that black market? What was it again? The black market is a place to sell and distribute illegally modified magic tools, IDs, and other items, or items related to illegal activities. The slightly tattered wallet in Lee Chan's memory suddenly appeared. He prompted him about it. Do you remember the illegal magic wallet you reported before? Its owner confessed he bought it from the black market. The tearful appearance of that cat race in a pleading posture looked a bit undignified. Too scary. I came to confess. Thinking of this, Irul also spoke about the ending of the person carrying that wallet, and he went to the police station to confess himself on the same day you reported him. He's in jail now. The dazzling screen full of lurking dangers, along with the hands known as keyboard heroes, made Irul think and sigh. Anyway, the black market operates both in real life and online. Through illegal websites, criminals will hire other races in the form of part-time jobs. That screen showed an employee recruitment announcement. But who knew how many cunning intentions were hidden within? Looking for someone to transport a wallet for me. Number of recruits? No. Undetermined. Working day, 11 p.m. Monday, day X month X. More and more hands holding mobile phones meant danger would increase even more. Those recruited were mostly ordinary people with clear identities. On the phone, the employee recruitment app appeared with the announcement, recruitment information, do you want to apply? The question appeared with two options, yes and no. The elf police officer sighed accordingly. So, those previous customers were all part-time employees, recruited through the black market website. To make sure the matter was as expected, Irul once again asked him to confirm, are you sure you didn't find any wallet in the store? Lee Chan thought carefully for a while, then confidently replied, yes, for sure. The incident was too strange, making his mind confused. Chan looked at him, unable to stop hesitating. If there was one, the manager would have reported it to the police already, but neither the manager nor I saw any wallet. Suddenly Chan remembered the scene of the manager pointing out the trash bag by the store entrance. He suddenly realized something. No wallet, only a trash bag. Oh. His sudden head-raising action made Irul wonder. He's still pondering about that thing. Could it be? The tightly wrapped trash bag lying neatly in front of the door made him think of that. That trash bag is the wallet. At this point, anything was possible. Lee Chan quickly stepped outside with Irul. Then he picked up the trash bag. Looking at it, it just looked like a normal bag of household waste. He handed it to Chan to look at, then quickly asked, how long has this trash bag been here? Lee Chan thought deeply for a moment, then answered, since 3 p.m. today. The manager told me not to clean it up, so I just left it there. Different images of the bag appeared before his eyes. In his ears echoed his analytical voice. No way, could it be? He pondered over the bag, as if discovering something unusual. There's something weird about this bag. If I had paid more attention when the manager mentioned it, I would have noticed it right away. Just thinking about the troubles it brings makes me feel annoyed. Thinking is doing. Lee Chan immediately said to him about his own actions. Absolutely can't let this go. Officer, let me dispel the magic cast on this trash bag, okay? Irul's eyes widened in surprise when he learned about his ability. You're an anti-magic expert? A piece of paper appeared according to Chan's reply. Yes, I just recently received certification. He told him about his thoughts. It seems there's some kind of magic cast on it. If possible, let me dispel that magic, okay? Irul held the mysterious trash bag in front of Lee Chan as he waved his hand to do something. Yes, then please. He secretly suppressed the intention hidden behind the bag. Just you wait, criminal, I will send your plan to hell. Immediately after that, his eyes widened as he cast magic. Come and taste the bitter fruit. Chan's hands grasped the strange trash bag, then used force to tear it open. Immediately afterwards, that trash bag emitted a dazzling golden light. Both Lee Chan and Irul were surprised by the power inside this bag. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. When the light disappeared, his figure appeared along with a large briefcase. Chan sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the scene that had just happened. He reached out to touch the rusted lock, then complained a little irritably, what the heck, the lock is broken. Chan couldn't solve too much, so he had to hand the briefcase to Irul for him to assess the situation. Officer, is it okay if the lock is like this? His hands reached out to take the mysterious thing in Lee Chan's hand, then spoke up to partially solve the problem for him. Let me check it out. After he took the briefcase and shook it a few times to listen, he remained silent for a long time, not opening his mouth to say a word. Irul glanced at the thing, then said seriously to Li Chan about his guess, although it's very heavy, it doesn't make any sound, it seems the inside of the bag is filled. According to him, that guess was definitely related to the yellow bills with very large denominations. I'm not sure if it's all 10,001 bills inside, but if it is, this place will have about 100 million won. If it's all 50,001 bills, then it will be about 500 million won. Words like thunder struck Chan's ears. He received this information and was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. 500 million?